Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Stephanie Cato, staff in the Industrial Strategies Division at the California Air Resources Board. Thank you for joining us today for the 2022 Scoping Plan Update Electricity Sector Technical Workshop. Some housekeeping items before we begin. We are recording today's workshop and we'll make the recording accessible via the Scoping Plan webpage. All attendees are currently in listen-only mode. The workshop agenda and slide presentations are on the Scoping Plan Workshops webpage. After each set of panel presentations, there will be an opportunity for public engagement, and there is also a public comment docket open through November 19th on the Scoping Plan Meeting and Workshops webpage. So now we'll start with the welcome and overview remarks from Rajinder Sahota, the Deputy Executive Officer of Climate Change and Research at the California Air Resources Board. Rajinder?
Yeah, thank you, Stephanie, and good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to welcome you to another workshop in the 2022 Scoping Plan Update development process. I want to start by thanking our sister agency partners at the Energy Commission and California Public Utilities Commission, as well as the California Independent System Operator, whose leadership is here with us today, for partnering with us to hold this workshop. We recognize them as critical partners in our climate efforts and key implementation agencies for the electricity sector. Since the early 2000s, renewable and less carbon-intensive resources have facilitated the continuing decline in fossil fuel generation, and higher energy efficiency standards have reduced growth in electricity consumption. Our power plants emitted 44% less greenhouse gas emissions in 2019 compared to 2001, but demand for electricity is growing, and there is the need to replace fossil fuels in other sectors, such as transportation and buildings, with clean electricity. We are currently charting a path to 100% clean energy, and a clean power grid is a critical part of our greenhouse gas and air pollutant reduction strategy, including near vulnerable communities. Moving to 100% clean energy requires unprecedented build rates, and it will take time to get the resources and infrastructure in place. To achieve net zero emissions no later than 2045 and avoid future damages, we need to make very large investments today. And over this decade, those investments will be in resources, build-out rates, and time. Facilitating the planning related to realized transformation of this scale requires collaboration. We have been moving out of our silos and working to increase coordination on major efforts such as the scoping plans, the SB100 report, and SB350 implementation. Today's workshop is the 10th in the 2022 Scoping Plan Update series and is intended to build from the June 10th electricity sector kickoff workshop that we had earlier this summer. Today, we will have an opportunity to hear from agency partners, as well as external experts and academics on how we maintain affordable electricity rates, the rate of build out that we will need, and how do we address equity as we transition the power grid. So thank you for joining us. And now I'd like to give our energy principals the opportunity to make some opening remarks. I'll turn over the mic to Chair Randolph from the California Air Resources Board, and then we will go to the Energy Commission with Vice Chair Gunda, followed by President Batcher for the Public Utilities Commission. President Mainzer isn't able to arrive until 10, so he may make comments later this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us at this workshop. At CARB, we're responsible for developing a scoping plan that will look at how to decarbonize all sectors of the economy. And I love all of my sectors equally, but I have a special place in my heart for the electricity sector coming from my time at the PUC. At last week's board meeting, CARB heard a presentation on the most recent IPCC report that issued a red alert for the planet. The presentation was sobering and confirmed what we already know. We need to act decisively and quickly. We need to transition off of fossil fuels in all sectors of our economy and reduce carbon emissions. It's easy to say, but we all know it's not easy or simple to accomplish. Much of the success we have achieved thus far has been through aggressive reductions in carbon emissions from the energy sector. And while we need to push other sectors to make deeper reductions in their carbon emissions, the energy sector is not done yet. As we electrify other areas of our economy, we place even more burdens on electric generation, transmission, and distribution. So as we increase our reliance on the electricity sector, we need to continue our progress to move away from fossil fuels while maintaining reliability, safety, and addressing the energy burden on low-income residents. So this is a really, really important conversation today that will give us a chance to highlight the important challenges we'll need to overcome in this transition. And I really thank all of the panelists for sharing your perspectives and your expertise. And I really look forward to this discussion. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. This is Siva Gunda, Commissioner at the California Energy Commission. So glad to join today and share the dais with Chair Randolph, President Badger, Commissioner Akshafen, and thanks particularly to all the colleagues at CARB for putting this important workshop together. In particular, I would like to extend my thanks to Rajinder Sahota and Stephanie Cotto for helping with the coordination with all the agencies and specifically working with CEC on bringing the best information to the workshop today. It's always a pleasure to share the dais, particularly with Chair Randolph. She played an important role in helping lead the SB100 report, the development of the first SB100 report, which has really provided a number of directional insights into the electricity sector and how the electricity sector could play an important role in the decarbonization of the broader economy. Since the first report was published earlier this year, there has been an SB100 implementation process that's been kicked off under the leadership of Commissioner Douglas at CEC, Commissioner Akshafen, and we have participation from President Badger and CAISO as well, with Elliot Mainzer and Neil Miller kind of participating in those. It's been an important work to really think about two specific elements of the SB100 implementation. One part of that is to look at all the directional insights we have gotten from the first report and thinking about what it takes, whether it's land use, permitting, whether it's understanding how do we plan for long lead term resources, transmission planning, and as Chair Randolph mentioned, the equity portions and such. And there's a second bucket of work that we're kicking off to ensure that we bring all the work together into the next report, which is due in 2025. And that specifically is a focus on ensuring that we extend our work in the first SB100 report and really look at reliability statewide, both through geographic disaggregation of the analysis and also looking at a variety of sensitivities and scenarios. And there's also another important component in that second track, which is really thinking through the energy justice question that Chair Randolph just mentioned, which is the equity portion, and how do we make sure equity plays an important role in helping guide the next report. As we move towards the next report, it's important to understand, how do we continue to improve the procedural equity, the distribution equity, the recognition equity, and such, and then really bring those points to bear. So this is an important effort. We look to the scoping plan as a statewide blueprint, which then helps the CEC and CPUC to really further analyze the electricity sector and make sure those lessons are brought back into the next scoping plan. So very much looking forward to this, and thank you so much for having the CEC participate in this workshop.
President Badger, if you'd like to make some comments.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm sorry, I was on mute, and I apologize for only being on the phone. I will figure out the technology shortly. But thank you, Stephanie and Rajinder, and thank you, Commissioner Gunda, and especially thank you, Chair Randolph, for bringing this all together. And I am so glad to be a part of this important workshop. And I am joined, as Commissioner Gunda remarked, by my dear and dedicated colleagues from the Energy Commission, CAISO, and the PUC. And I really thank Leanne and the Air Resources for hosting us all and doing all of the important work to make this workshop and the 10 before it, or the 9 before it, happen. As we will hear in greater depth today, reaching our carbon neutrality goals will take a significant but very, very achievable amount of effort, and the electricity sector will play a pivotal role, of course, in making that happen. We are going to need to build a tremendous amount of renewables and storage, but our transition will have to also account for the fact that we also are dealing with an aging thermal fleet, which we are going to continue to need to rely on for this transitional period, even if we only need it at the most extreme conditions. It will be vitally important that in all of our planning and procurement that we do not ignore our responsibility during the transition to ensure a reliable grid. The complete portfolio of our new carbon-free resources must be available to meet demand at all hours, including the summer evening hours, or the peak and the net peak, as we refer to them as solar generation is decreasing at a faster rate than electricity demand. In these challenges, there is such much opportunity to be creative, collaborative, and innovative, and we must bring together options that deliver on reliability, our climate goals, and equity. For good old Mother Earth's sake, we must do this. Thank you so much, and I really look forward to the discussions with the other panelists today. And thank you again, Chair Randolph.
This is Commissioner Rekchoff, and I'm very glad to be here. I'm very glad that Chair Randolph said that electricity was her favorite child, because we were missing Chair Randolph. You don't write, you don't call, no text, no nothing. We don't hear from you, but we're delighted to be on the stage with you today, talking about this critical issue. Of course, my colleague said pretty much everything that needs to be said, so I won't belabor any of the points. The scoping plan is, of course, the granddaddy of our climate planning efforts, and it's very important to have this kind of interagency collaboration. As Chair Randolph said, the electricity sector has been overperforming and meeting our decarbonization goals, but we're not done yet. The need to act quickly, even more quickly, is ever more urgent. And of course, we need to transition the sector to deal with the probably the tripling of the load that we'll need to meet our beneficial electrification goals. It's encouraging how many other states and even the federal government are following us now. We're in this together. It doesn't make some of the challenges any easier. We're sharing many of these challenges with other states, and in fact, leading jurisdictions around the world are grappling with them. I very much appreciate sharing the dais with my colleagues from CARB, the Energy Commission, and CAISO. I look forward to the presentations today. I will not be able to be here in the afternoon, but I'm particularly looking forward to the feedback from the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee and other stakeholders. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much to our principals for those opening framing remarks. We'll actually now move on to our first panel, and we're going to kick them off. We'll hear perspectives on getting to a zero carbon electricity grid through planning efforts at the joint agencies and the California Independent System Operator. And we'll also hear from the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee on equity and environmental justice perspectives on SB100 implementation. Our first speaker is Rajinder Sahota, who I introduced earlier, and is CARB's Deputy Executive Officer for Climate Change and Research, and is leading our scoping plan update effort. Rajinder, go ahead.
Great, thank you, Stephanie. So I will give an overview of the scoping plan to set the context for which this workshop is happening, and also speak to some key things related to the themes that we will be looking at in the scoping plan. Next slide, please. We are going to provide some background on the comment process, because we want to make sure that we have some dedicated time at the end of the panels for the EJEC members to make some comments. During the general comment period, staff will periodically announce approximate number of hands raised. We will not allow ceding of time to others, and we do recommend that any EJAC members use the dedicated time after presentations and panels to make any comments to ensure they are heard. Because we get up to 400 to 800 participants in any single workshop that we've had, we ask that you not email staff directly, because the staff are trying behind the scenes to manage all of the technical pieces and logistics to make sure that the workshops are successful. And we have been posting agendas a couple of days before the workshops, and we did post the slides as they were coming in. I know that the CARB slides were posted late last week. Next slide, please. We will be providing that time to the EJ Advisory Committee members, as I said. There are opportunities for the principals that whom you just heard from to speak, and then for the public to ask questions or make observations. There is a raise hand feature in GoToWebinar. We're indicating that with the green arrow. Just click on that to raise your hand. And there's also a mute button. And so when staff calls your name, they will say that you may unmute yourself. Just click that button where the red arrow is to unmute yourself and be able to provide your comments. Next slide, please. It's always good to think about where we've been in terms of emissions in the state. What you see here is a trend graph that we put out annually. It shows that as GDP grew, population grew, our emissions continued to decline. And we did hit that 2020 target of returning to 1990 levels in 2016. So that was a good story there. In terms of the sources of emissions, you can see that the sources of emissions today, and this is the 2019 emissions inventory, are dominated by the transportation sector. So transportation tailpipe emissions account for 41%. Half of the industrial sector is oil and gas extraction and refining. Added together, that's a little over 50% of the emissions from that sector. And then you can see the emissions coming from electricity, that is in-state versus imports, at 9% and 5% respectively. And the story has been for the electricity sector that we have seen a significant reduction in emissions in that sector. And we are looking for the electricity sector to help decarbonize that transportation sector, as well as the commercial and residential parts of that pie chart. Next slide, please. We do want to make sure that the actions that we take protect public health and address health and opportunity gaps, especially for our vulnerable communities. We want to make sure that the residents are the first to benefit from climate action. And we know that moving away from combustion of fossil fuels will bring critical air quality and health benefits into these communities. We do have a cap and trade program in the state that generates revenues. It's raised approximately $17 billion to date, and those must be reinvested to benefit burdened communities. And there's legislation that directs that to actually happen. Over 55% of the money raised at the cap and trade auctions is benefiting priority populations throughout the state. Next slide, please. This just shows the framework within which we develop our climate action in California. It all begins with GHG targets and goals that are set in legislation and executive orders. We then have the AB 32 scoping plan, which is updated once every 5 years. And that is the reason for this workshop, which speaks to technologies and energy to decarbonize the individual sectors. And then action is achieved through regulations and incentives. So as part of the scoping plan, we are not designing any specific policies or programs or incentives. What we are essentially doing is saying, here are the outcomes we want to achieve. And then subsequent to the adoption of a scoping plan, the agencies go back and think about how to realign and take action to realign with the outcomes identified in a scoping plan. Next slide, please. So it is an actionable blueprint to make sure that we meet our GHG reduction targets. From the very beginning, we have had a suite of policies, and not just a single policy, and it is required to be updated at least once every 5 years. The most recent scoping plan was adopted at the end of 2017, and per mandate, it had to reflect a cost-effective and technologically feasible path to achieve the 2030 target of 40% below 1990 levels. We are directed to ensure that there are direct GHG emission reductions and air quality benefits through actions included in the scoping plan, minimize emissions leakage, which is an increase to non-California GHG emissions when you see production or activity leave the state, which looks like a drop in emissions in California, but you've just shifted it outside of your accounting. Facilitate subnational and national collaboration, and then support cost-effective and flexible compliance. So everything on the slide is in statute, sometimes repeated across multiple statutes, but these are really the guardrails in which we develop the scoping plan. Next slide, please. Just want to touch on the 2017 scoping plan a little bit to indicate the variety of programs that are included in any one of these plans. We have everything from building efficiency to our low carbon fuel standard program, our cap and trade program. We have SB350, the 60% renewable power statute. And then we do make sure that we're looking at cleaner freight and goods movement to decarbonize those as well. From the very beginning, we've always pursued an approach of a mix of carbon pricing in the form of a cap and trade program, regulations, and then incentives. And so that has served us well. It has also been something that's highlighted in IPCC reports about taking a portfolio approach. And so this scoping plan that we're working on now will be looking to will look to outcomes that can be achieved by actually applying carbon pricing, incentives, and regulations. Next slide, please. A question that often comes up is how are we doing on the last scoping plan on implementation? It's a good story for California. We've had a long history where our governors, our legislature, and we as residents at the polls have said that we want to take action on addressing climate change. There has been steady state level policy signals which have attracted private investment in clean technology and clean energy. Those policy signals started early on with the Renewable Portfolio Standard, which predates AB 32. But as we think about 2030 and the 40% below 1990 levels, that is deep decarbonization. It's not just about cleaning up the grid or cleaning up the sources of energy that we use today. It's about replacing them entirely. And this is where we are starting to see some barriers in terms of permitting and opposition at the local level to actually move forward on building out the infrastructure or repurposing existing sources and assets to produce that new energy that we need. So we can no longer rely on just cleaning up the existing energy we use. We actually need to replace it entirely with clean technology and clean energy. Next slide, please. It's always good to have a common understanding of what we mean by carbon neutrality. What we mean is sources equals sinks. What you see in the AB 32 GHG inventory is the transportation, fossil fuel production, industry, and energy generation sources. Those have been the primary scope of emissions that we have been reducing under AB 32 and that are required to be reduced by 40% under SB 32. But when we think about carbon neutrality, it allows us to actually bring in natural working lands in a more meaningful way. So in this scoping plan, we will also be looking at the sources of emissions and the opportunities to reduce those emissions in the natural working land sector, in addition to the sources in the AB 32 inventory. For sinks, there are options out there. The IPCC item that our board heard last week talked about how carbon capture sequestration, whether it's biological or geological, are mitigation options that are identified in the IPCC as we think about deep decarbonization. And again, our natural working lands can serve as both a source and a sink. Right now, we are looking at potential scenarios on how to chart that path to carbon neutrality no later than 2045. And what we've posted on our websites shows that all of our scenarios would drastically reduce or eliminate fossil fuel combustion. So we are not trying to leave emissions on the table. We are trying to push as much as we can, thinking about comments that we're receiving from a wide variety of sources and awaiting further input from our Environmental Justice Advisory Committee before we wrap up those draft scenarios to actually do some modeling. We should also be thinking about maximizing all sinks with the goal of achieving net negative thereafter. So it's not just about getting to carbon neutrality, it's also thinking about the emissions that have been put into the atmosphere over the course of the last couple of 100 years and how do we pull those out. Otherwise, they will continue to act as a climate forcing source of emissions in the atmosphere. Next slide, please. The IPCC report, the item that we heard last week in the most recent report, does put out a call to action. It clearly states that there is evidence that our actions are causing global climate change and that we need to cut global GHG emissions in half by 2030. And this is on a global scale. We need to reach net zero by the middle of this century. These are not mutually exclusive. And so again, like I mentioned earlier, we need to cut our emissions as much as possible while also thinking about getting to carbon neutrality before the middle of this century. The report was probably the most jarring in that it serves as a red flag that we've already introduced enough pollution into the atmosphere, enough GHGs, that we will continue to see some aspects of climate change, even if we get to zero by mid-century, until the climate has a chance to reach equilibrium. Next slide, please. For the scoping plan, there's some key objectives that I want to talk through. It is going to our board in late 2022. It will assess progress towards achieving that 2030 target of 40% below 1990 levels, and it will lay out a path for achieving carbon neutrality no later than 2045. Per direction from Governor Newsom, we are looking at both 2035 and 2045 as endpoints to achieve carbon neutrality. Next slide, please. It is by far the longest planning horizon of any scoping plan, and so it will focus on transitions across sectors and not necessarily specific policies. We do want to identify endpoints that support near-term air quality benefits and long-term GHG benefits. It's not a long planning horizon, 20 years, it's not that long. And so those bridge technologies, bridge energy use, energy supply that we have relied on in the past, we need to think beyond those and think about how to make it possible to not go from just merely a tier 1 to a tier 3 or tier 4 engine, but actually move on to something that is no combustion at all as quickly as possible. And we will have glide paths for technology and fuel deployment to show the rate of build out and the rate of deployment of those pieces across the sectors that need to happen so that we can hit carbon neutrality. Next slide, please. For this sector, there are some key pieces that are already in the works. I already mentioned SB350, the IRP plans. We'll hear about that in this panel and throughout the day. These are procurement requirements on utilities with an aim to fit within a GHG constraint. The scoping plan in 2017 served as a sector range for IRP planning purposes, and then CARB board adopted ranges for procurement GHG targets or planning targets for GHGs that the PUC is now implementing and working through in their process. We heard about the SB100 report. We'll hear about that as well here. And it is a plan for zero carbon retail sales by 2045 with an update every 4 years. And we have to recognize that the sector is evolving, it's dynamic. We are simultaneously trying to decarbonize the sector as quickly as possible, while also trying to use it to decarbonize other sectors. And so what we do on the electricity sector not just has a bearing for the electricity that we use, but it also has a bearing on how quickly we get to zero or close to zero across many of the other sectors in the economy. Next slide, please. Oh, that concludes my presentation, so I will hand it back to Stephanie. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rajinder. So our second speaker is Ed Randolph, who is the Deputy Executive Director for Energy and Climate Policy at the California Public Utilities Commission. Go ahead, Ed. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, commissioners, and like the PUC commissioners, it's a pleasure to virtually see you, Chair Randolph. We miss you very much over at the PUC. I'm going to start out by giving some context on where the joint agencies are: the California Public Utilities Commission, the California Energy Commission, ARB, and the ISO are in terms of progress to date towards clean energy goals, and a little bit of context on where we are on planning towards the other goals to be followed up by colleagues at the other agencies. If we can move on to the next slide, please. This is one of these wonderful Rorschach test of slides out here. I'm not going to try to walk through all the various handoffs of planning that go on between the various agencies, but it is just important to note that there are a lot of different handoffs in the long-term planning between all the agencies that play a role in providing reliable electricity to California and in meeting our long-term clean energy goals. And you know, these handoffs have been coordinated over time, you know, so that they do work on long-term cycles of planning. But importantly, we also continue to refine the handoffs and timing as new events come up and as new statutes and new goals come up. And then down in the lower left of the slide is just one thing it's always important to point out when the PUC is doing presentations about clean energy, is the PUC will typically, myself included, start talking about things as if they're statewide numbers, but we're generally talking about the numbers of the entities that we regulate, which represent about 2/3 of the electric load in California. Another third to a quarter of the load is represented by the publicly owned utilities. We don't regulate this, so we don't track those numbers out there. I will try, as I talk to things here that are truly statewide numbers, clarify that as we go through the slide deck. Next slide, please. And this is a starting slide of looking at where we are today and looking just purely at renewables. And again, for context, this is actually looking at statewide numbers and not just the PUC numbers here. This is pulled from the Energy Commission here on build out of renewables. The one thing at the top of this slide is not the total renewables as a percentage of the portfolio. For the investor-owned utilities the PUC regulates, we're currently right at about 33% renewable. For statewide, I believe that number is a little bit lower. But what's very interesting about this slide, and what's really important as we talk about the role of the electricity sector going forward, is to look at a little bit of the time lags and build out, but then once certain technologies grab a foothold, how fast some of the build outs can happen. So for example, it was in 2011 that the state adopted a 35% renewable target, but dating back to 2006 is when we adopted the 20% target. And you can see after those targets were initially set, there was some growth in wind and solar, but it took a while to take off. And that was due to time frame it needed for contracting, for financing, and planning transmission. In the case of solar, there's a lot of nascent technologies that were still being developed. And then as we got past 2010, 2011, we saw the cost of photovoltaic drop dramatically. And a lot of the earlier planning efforts were then leading to the projects being built and coming online there. Another important slide or a metric in here that's always worth pointing out is almost always when we talk about the clean energy mix on the for the California portfolio, we actually don't count that behind the meter solar, the rooftop solar in there. And that's for various reasons, largely because most of that production is not showing up to the grid operator as load on the grid. It is showing up as load reduction. It is people putting solar on their house to reduce their own load, which means their demand on the grid is lower. And so when we start talking about how we account for that in planning efforts, oftentimes that doesn't get discussed, but it's a very important thing. And if you look at the megawatt numbers, we now get more gigawatt hour productions from that behind the meter solar than we do from geothermal. And about about a third of our total solar production actually comes from that behind the meter solar. Next slide, please. And just some really good notes on progress here so far. Looking at California as a whole, both PUC jurisdictional, non-jurisdictional. In 2020, we were somewhere between 60 and 65% carbon free already. So, point out when we start talking about these more aggressive carbon-free targets, we are well on our way to some of those targets already. As in later slides, we'll talk about there's some challenges ahead, but there's a lot of inertia we've got already rolling that will help us get to these more aggressive targets. It is worth noting for full disclosure that when we look at the 2021 generation mix numbers, that carbon freeness will likely be lower. That's due to the drought and the very low production of hydro this year, which means we would rely on natural gas more. with less hydro reliance. And then I always note the reason for such a big range between 60 and 65% carbon freeness is largely due to the fact that we can't fully figure out how to account for that behind the meter solar when we start talking about the carbon freeness. But even since that number, since 2020, we have continued to add significant clean new resources onto the grid. And since July of 2020, more than 3,800 megawatts of what's referred to as nameplate capacity, that's total capacity of renewables and storage, have come online. And I'll stop on that for a second, just for folks to provide some technical clarification there. When we say nameplate, us energy wonks, we get really bad and lazy sometimes about what we're referring to. Sometimes we refer to something called net qualifying capacity, which refers to the amount of energy a resource can provide and support the grid at times of peak and net peak when we really need it. But that net qualifying capacity is often far less than the total capacity that that resource can provide when it's fully running. And for example, there are times of day in the summertime where we really need energy, but solar energy is starting to wane because the sun is setting. So it gets a much smaller net qualifying capacity number than its total nameplate. So those numbers can be different and they're important. But again, that big number of 3,800 megawatts of nameplate capacity, which in this case translated to roughly 2,000 megawatts of that net qualifying capacity coming online since 2022. And then 2021, or since 2020, in 2021, we saw records in peak production of solar energy and wind energy. And a stat that I think is really cool is on March 13th of 2021, 92.5% of the energy being produced around 12:30 was coming from renewable energy out there. And then looking there again, as of October of 2021, more than 25,000 megawatts of nameplates renewables have been installed on the California grid, which is roughly half of the total installed capacity in California. Next grid, or next slide, please. Sorry, moving screens around on my screen so I can see the slide deck completely. And of course, we can't stop where we are. I mean, it's good, good inertia, good efforts so far. But as we know, both for the need of the planet, but also to meet statutory requirements, we need to get to that SB100 goals. And as a lot of analysis has showed recently, we need to keep racing forward as fast as we possibly can on getting those goals. But looking at that, since a couple procurement orders the PUC has done for our jurisdictional entities in the last couple of years. In November of 2019, we ordered 3,300 megawatts of new resources to come online. That is largely clean energy. That number also, by the way, is net qualifying capacity, so the total installed megawatts will be much higher than that. In March of 2020, as part of our integrated resource planning process, we adopted a reference system plan, which sets the procurement targets for all the load serving entities, the community choice aggregators, the IOUs, and the energy service providers on what they need to procure between then and 2026. That number at the time was approximately 18,000 megawatts of nameplate capacity. I think more importantly, in June of this year, CPUC ordered procurement, directly ordered procurement of 11,500 megawatts of nameplate capacity of clean energy resources to be installed between 2023 and 2026. This will include 2,000 megawatts of long duration storage, and clean firm energy sources such as geothermal. This procurement is to meet long-term planning needs, but some of which has been accelerated by the extreme weather events and changing and forecasting patterns, and then also to replace retiring natural gas plants and the retirement of Diablo Canyon out there. And again, I'll note that this is the net qualifying capacity. We won't know what the exact nameplate of that will be, but it'll be significantly higher. It does depend on what resource types the load serving entities procure. Next slide, please. And then looking beyond 2030, and I won't dwell too much on the SB100 analysis, since some of my colleagues will talk about that more, but the statute sets a 2045 goal of having 100% of retail electricity sold in California be met with renewable and zero carbon resources. The energy agencies collectively have done an SB100 analysis, which will be talked about more, and we use those 2045 targets at this point to ensure our current planning and procurement decisions keep us on track to meet those longer-term targets out there. As part of that, in December of this year, the PUC is expected to adopt what is referred to again as the preferred system plan, which would establish updated planning targets for our load serving entities that would keep them on track to meet those 2045 goals in terms of GHG reduction out there. We have released some preliminary documents on that that show a portfolio of over 40,000 megawatts of new clean energy resources needed to meet that target. Okay, next slide. There we go. And I won't dwell on this slide much. I believe some of my other colleagues will. This is looking at the SB100 different analysis, the SB100 study analysis on what build out rates would be needed going forward. Can we get to the next slide, please? There we go. I'm not sure what's going on with the slides. I'm not the one controlling them. I think what's important, if you compare the last slide to this slide, is just comparing where the PUC's planning targets are right now relative to the various scenarios that have been developed under the SB100 studies. If you look at what was proposed in some preliminary documents released in our integrated resource planning targets of getting the electricity sector to 38 million metric ton and a GHG emission by 2030, and comparing that to the SB100 goals, you can see, looking at those two things, they're roughly the same in 2030. You'll see a little bit more of a new resource build out of clean energy and the PUC modeling. That's largely due to some different assumptions going into the modeling, but you're at a scale where that's not a dramatic difference in there. If you look at 2027, there is a very big difference in our modeling build out versus the SB100. That's largely driven by our orders more recently for early procurement needed to meet reliability needs as due to the more extreme weather we've seen so far and as other resources retire. Next slide, please. And this is where, when we're looking long term, there's lots of good news. There's lots of places where I think building to these energy targets that we have to meet are oftentimes are in some ways easier than a lot of folks talk them to be, because of the work we've already done, because of the inertia we've already done. But when you do get to that last little bit, it's going to be a challenge. And there are some issues that we need to continue to work on and find solutions to. And a key issue to that is what does happen with natural gas, and what is the role of the natural gas fleet in California going forward. I think this slide is a good illustrative example to help level set on some of this. that even in the more aggressive scenarios within the SB100 report, as you get to 2045, there still is the need for a little bit of natural gas to meet very specific timeframes out there. But as you see, if you look at it in that top chart, which is the gigawatt hours, how many hours the natural gas would be running and how much it's being produced using that 60% RPS baseline scenario, you can see that there's a dramatic reduction in the amount of natural gas that's used. But then the bottom chart still looks at the capacity that's needed out there. And you still need a huge part of, you still need a lot of capacity, very similar to the capacity that's online today. So while we run the plants less and less and less and less and less, for those few hours that you need the plants, you still need a fair number of the plants. And so that'll be a very important planning challenges for us going forward, making sure that those plants that do continue to operate are not located in disadvantaged communities, are not proposing undue health impacts on residents near those plants or schools or other entities where we don't want those health impacts to accrue out there. And then looking at the existing gas fleet, where if we shut some plants down, the technologies may not be there to replace them. So we may need to find other ways to replace them with different natural gas technologies located in different areas, which could net be better for the environment with cleaner reductions and moving them outside of disadvantaged communities. But that's analysis that I still think we need to do a lot of work on. Next slide. And just a good visualization of some of the problems we face in decarbonizing the grid. As we get to more and more carbon-free energy, most of the carbon-free energy technologies that exist today are what we refer to as a variable energy technology, that they can't operate on that 24/7 time frame, or can't be available there. And the cool thing about a lot of these technologies is each one operates at different time frames or on different characteristics, and we can put them all together where they can complement each other, where you can have offshore wind that is blowing at a certain time of day that complements onshore wind that's blowing at a different type of day, that complements a battery that can store the energy for some period of time, but not indefinitely, with people's ability to shift their load at home. And all of those things can work hand in glove together. But there's still, as we start looking at moving energy and demand around from day to day, and I think more importantly from season to season, we still need some technology breakthroughs or some policy breakthroughs to get there. Next slide. And I think this slide just kind of visualizes that in a big way, that without developing some what are tabbed as clean, firm resources out there, the build out of all the other resources becomes far more dramatic out there. But we may still need some technology breakthroughs to get to some of these clean, firm resources. With that, that's the end of my presentation. I'm not sure if I'm doing questions or handing it over to Alicia.
Hi, Ed. We're going to do questions at the end of all the speakers, okay. So I'm going to transition to Alicia now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, our next presentation will be done jointly, or excuse me, will be done by Alicia Gutierrez, the Deputy Director of the Energy Assessments Division at the California Energy Commission. Go ahead, Alicia. Thank you.
Hello and good morning to those on the dais today and workshop participants. As Stephanie mentioned, I'm Alicia Gutierrez, Deputy Director of the Energy Assessments Division, and my team led the CEC's contribution to the SB100 report. Next slide. This morning, several speakers touched on the importance of the electric sector in achieving climate goals. My presentation today is a refresher on the high-level takeaways from the first joint agency SB100 effort, which gives us some pathways to the clean energy future. SB100 established the policy that eligible renewable and zero carbon resources supply 100% of all retail sales and electricity procured to serve state loads by 2045, and also expands the RPS to 60% by 2030. It also requires the CEC, CPUC, and CARB to use existing programs to achieve the policy and issue a joint SB100 report every 4 years. Next slide. In addition to serving as a key pillar in the state's efforts to mitigate climate change, SB100 can benefit residents across the state by improving public health, primarily through reduction in criteria air pollution as clean resources replace fossil fuel in generating electricity, and advancing energy equity by moving toward the 100% target in ways that help ensure equitable outcomes, such as alleviating the public health burden in disadvantaged communities where a disproportionate number of the state's fossil gas power plants are located. And it can support a clean energy economy by helping restore thousands of clean energy jobs lost during the pandemic and creating many more high quality jobs and career pathways. In a moment, we'll talk about the magnitude of resources we're projecting we'll need, as Ed showed earlier. And while it will be a challenge to meet this goal, it also presents a huge economic and workforce opportunity. Next slide. The 2021 Joint Agency SB100 report is the first step to evaluate the challenges and opportunities in achieving 100% clean electricity by 2045. It includes an initial assessment of the additional energy resources and the resource build rates needed to achieve the goal, along with initial assessments of associated costs. I want to point out that the estimates in this report are intended to serve as a foundation for future work and will change over time as additional factors such as system reliability, land use, energy equity, and workforce needs are more closely examined. Next slide. The first report was informed by a diverse array of interests through over a year of public workshops, including scoping workshops held across the state. The agencies also consulted with the California Balancing Authorities as required by statute, and the Disadvantaged Communities Advisory Group, which advises the CEC and CPUC on energy equity issues. We appreciate the engagement from these groups as well as public and other stakeholders throughout the process. Next slide. For the analysis, we modeled renewable and zero carbon resources to meet our clean electricity needs. In order to qualify, these resources must either be RPS eligible or have zero on-site greenhouse gas emissions. For our core scenarios, we only included commercialized technologies with publicly available and vetted cost and performance data. Specifically, these resources included new and existing solar photovoltaic, existing solar thermal, new and existing onshore wind and new offshore wind, new and existing geothermal, new and existing bioenergy, new green hydrogen fuel cells, existing small and large hydro facilities, and existing nuclear power plants. This list will continue to be updated in the future as emerging technologies mature and come to market. Next slide. What our modeling results told us was that in order to meet our SB100 goals while electrifying large portions of the rest of the economy, California will need to roughly triple its current electric grid capacity. On this slide, we see projected new clean energy resources in comparison to the clean energy resources already on the California grid today. Looking at 2045, the SB100 modeling projected that we'll need nearly 70 gigawatts of new utility scale solar, nearly 30 gigawatts of new customer solar, nearly 50 gigawatts of battery storage, 4 gigawatts of long duration storage, 12.6 gigawatts of onshore wind, 10 gigawatts of offshore wind, and 100 megawatts of geothermal. All of this in order to meet our 100% renewable and zero carbon electricity target in 2045. And these resources are projected to increase annual costs by 6% above the 60% RPS baseline. Next slide. To achieve this massive build out of renewable energy and storage resources, this will require sustained record-setting building through 2045, including a tripling of solar and wind build rates from our 10-year historic average and an 8-fold increase in battery build rates from 2020. Next slide. In addition to modeling, meeting our core SB100 scenario, the joint agencies explored sensitivities and several scenarios outside the scope of SB100. One of these sensitivities was a high demand flexibility scenario that included 6 gigawatts of load flexibility. This additional flexibility resulted in less new batteries, increased gas plant retirements, and lower overall costs. The joint agencies also modeled several study scenarios outside of the scope of SB100 that are intended to inform broader state planning efforts on energy, climate, and public health. This included a no combustion scenario where all combustion resources, including gas-fired power plants, were retired by 2045. The initial results indicated this scenario would increase annual costs by 12% in 2045. Next, zero carbon firm resource scenario included the option of generic zero carbon firm resources that represent commercialization of emerging technologies such as green hydrogen combustion or natural gas with 100% or a reduction in cost of existing firm resources such as geothermal. When these resources were included, it decreased annual electricity system costs by $2 billion or 3% in 2045. And then finally, the joint agencies also modeled several scenarios that accelerated the SB100 target to 2040, 2035, and 2030. These results indicated that these targets may be achievable, but may also increase overall costs. Again, these findings are preliminary and require further analysis. Next slide. And here are the key takeaways from the SB100 modeling. First, the initial analysis suggests that SB100 is technically achievable through multiple pathways. Second, to meet SB100, construction of clean electricity generation and storage facilities must be sustained at record-setting rates. Third, modeling showed that diversity in energy resources and technologies lower overall costs. It also showed that retaining some natural gas power plant or power capacity may minimize costs while ensuring uninterrupted power supply during the transition to clean energy. However, increased energy storage and advancements in zero carbon technologies may reduce those natural gas capacity needs. And finally, further analysis is needed. Next slide. Some of the recommendations for future analysis include verifying that scenario results satisfy the state's grid reliability requirements across a range of conditions. Second, continuing to evaluate the potential effects of cost-saving emerging resources such as offshore wind, long-duration storage, green hydrogen technologies, and demand flexibility. SB100 was just passed this year and requires CEC to review and analyze zero-carbon emerging technologies for their ability to support SB100 requirements and provide a report to the legislature by December 2023. Third, assessing environmental, social, and economic costs and benefits of the additional clean electricity generation capacity and storage needed to implement SB100. Our siting division has begun the process of looking at environmental transmission implications of build-out, and we had a workshop yesterday to help us scope out an approach to evaluate non-energy benefits and social costs. And finally, holding annual workshops to support alignment among the joint agencies and continuity between SB100 reports. CEC has begun having multiple technical workshops, which I'll talk about in just a minute, but we'll have a broader workshop in early 2022. Next slide. Thank you. And at this time, I'll invite you to keep track of our efforts by following our docket that is linked to here. Thank you very much, and I'll hand it back to Stephanie.
Okay, thank you very much, Alicia. So our next presentation will be done jointly by Simon Baker, Director of Energy Cost Rates and Planning at the California Public Utilities Commission, and also by Alicia Gutierrez, who you just heard from at the California Energy Commission.
Okay. Hello again. Again, my name is Alicia Gutierrez from the CEC. I am filling in for my colleague, LeQuinn Nguyen, who is under the weather today. So this morning, my colleague Simon Baker, the Director of Energy Cost Rates and Planning for the California Public Utilities Commission, and I will present some of the work that the CEC, CPUC, and California Independent System Operator and ARB have done related to SB100 implementation. Our presentation will be followed by a presentation from Neil Millar from the California Independent System Operator. Next slide. This first slide provides an overview of the activities to implement SB100. As noted in my previous presentation, the 2021 Joint Agency SB100 report indicated that achieving SB100 is technically feasible, but it raised questions as to how we get there, such as around the sustained effort and adequacy of the modeling we've done. There are two key buckets that fall into our SB100 activities: implementation of the first report and improved modeling for the next report. Since the Joint Agency SB100 report was published earlier this year, several proceedings and events have happened, such as the passage of SB423, which I mentioned, which requires the CEC to integrate firm zero carbon resources into its integrated energy policy reports. Changes have also happened on the resources side, such as the consideration of hydrogen and advancements in offshore wind. We're exploring this information and will work with the CPUC, CAISO, and CARB to incorporate it into the next joint agency report due in 2025, as well as other related proceedings. Next slide. This morning, Vice Chair Gunda provided opening remarks about the implementation work that is underway at the CEC since the first joint agency report was published. Earlier this year, the CEC and CPUC kicked off a series of workshops to inform new analysis on land use and transmission needs to support expanded renewable rollout with the objective of identifying least regrets investments. The first workshop was on June 2nd on next steps to plan for the Senate Bill SB100 resource build. That workshop covered the current status of the resource and transmission planning, SB100 portfolios and resource builds, the status of the integrated resource plan, and the California ISO 20-year transmission outlook. The next workshop was on July 22nd on transmission. That workshop discussed how 10-year resource planning and near to medium-term procurement relates to longer SB100 goals. The approach to using SB100 portfolios to support CAISO's 20-year transmission outlook, and an overview of in and out-of-state transmission projects. The next workshop was on August 12th and covered resource mapping. That workshop discussed using environmental and land use data to build a resource map that examines SB100 scenarios, as well as a 20-year transmission outlook observations on SB100 portfolios. The most recent workshop occurred yesterday. It discussed how we can integrate non-energy benefits and social costs into the evaluation of SB100 portfolios, and provided a modeling plan for evaluating reliability of the SB100 portfolios. Next slide. The key takeaways from the workshops are: the resource build out will need to occur at an unprecedented pace and scale to be able to decarbonize. We need to invest in our transmission system. SB100 is a planning effort, and the resulting resource build rates needed to achieve multiple goals so that our future energy system is clean, reliable, equitable, resilient, and protects the environment. The preliminary takeaways are: the state is behind in assessing non-energy benefits and social costs. There is sufficient data to conduct most analyses to aid decision-making, but most new data may need to be collected. It will be a challenge to integrate reliability, non-energy benefits, and social costs into a comprehensive analysis. The 2021 and 22 budget supports an interagency approach to SB100 and the resource build required. We'll be working on medium and long-term issues related to the resource build. We will also plan to have further workshops and stakeholder engagement to identify opportunities and constraints that better integrate planning and sharing of information. Next slide. As mentioned earlier, that since we posted the joint agency SB100 report, there have been some advancements on offshore wind side. Through the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, or BOEM, California Offshore Renewable Energy Task Force, California has been working with BOEM to plan for offshore wind off the coast of California since 2016. Before the 2021 SB100 Joint Agency Report, the task force had been in the process of outreach and data gathering. BOEM issued a call for information and nominations in 2018, and there were continued stakeholder discussions. Since the Joint Agency Report, the CPUC has spent significant time on incorporating offshore wind energy into their IRP, and the California ISO is currently studying the transmission implications of different scales of offshore wind energy development. And in an exciting announcement just a few months ago, the Department of Interior, Defense, and State of California agreed to accelerate wind energy offshore the central and northern coasts of California. There are two call areas, Morro Bay 399 off the central coast and the Humboldt Wind Energy area off the northern coast. Also looking forward, there's $20 million in 2021 to 2022 state budget for offshore wind. We've also been working with West Coast states to create a dialogue around workforce supply chain and ports. We've initiated a Department of Defense grant that includes Oregon DOE on a technical assessment of the transmission infrastructure for Northern California and Southern California development, and Southern Oregon development, pardon me. And in this last legislative session, we also saw the passage of AB 525 by Assemblymember Chu, which instructs the CEC to evaluate capacity of offshore wind energy and establish planning goals for 2030 and 2045 by June 1st, 2022. It also calls for us to develop a plan for assessing and improving waterfront facilities and port infrastructure to support offshore wind energy development needs by December 31st, 2022. Develop a permitting roadmap by December 31st, 2022. And develop a strategic plan for offshore wind energy development in California by June 30th, 2023. Let's see here. Next slide. Okay, so at the same time that those efforts were ongoing, California's electric system still faced challenges from extreme heat events and other climate impacts. On July 30th, 2021, Governor Gavin Newsom issued a proclamation of state of emergency to free up electricity to meet demand during extreme heat events and wildfires and to expedite deployment of clean energy resources. The proclamation directed the CEC in consultation with the CPUC, CARB, and CAISO to submit a report to the governor within 60 days that identified and prioritized actions on recommendations in the 2021 Joint Agency SB100 report, and any additional actions that would accelerate the state's transition to carbon-free energy. The report to the governor on priority actions, next slide. So with a lot of collaboration between the teams at CEC, CPUC, CARB, and CAISO, we were able to submit the report to the governor on time on September 28th. In the report, we discussed ongoing challenges to bringing clean energy resources online, actions taken by the agencies and CAISO to address system reliability issues and accelerate the transition to a clean energy system, and recommendations for priority actions to address some of these challenges. Next slide. On this slide, I'm just going to briefly list the challenges to bringing clean electricity or clean energy resources online, and Simon will cover these in additional detail in his presentation. The challenges and agencies, the challenges the agencies identified were challenges to realization of procurement, improving long-term planning to support SB100 and reliability, retail choice impacts, rate impacts, consideration for long lead time resources, maximizing demand response and demand flexibility, and regional markets. And with that, I will hand it off to Simon Baker.
Thank you, Alicia. I'm going to run through the recommendations we made to address implementation challenges as California seeks to achieve its ambitious SB100 goals. As a point of clarification, when I say we in this presentation, I mean the joint agencies and CAISO as authors of the report to the governor. First, we see challenges to integrating so many resources onto the grid in so short a time. Supply chain and project development barriers are one concern. To address this, the joint agencies, CAISO, and the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development have initiated a task force to track projects and to identify and address issues with individual projects. Another barrier is information sharing between the agencies, and the report recommends considering statutory changes that would allow the CPUC and CEC to disclose limited confidential information related to generation and energy storage projects with power purchase agreements to CAISO for statewide planning purposes, but not for public release. And the urgency and complexity associated with bringing new resources online also raises the question as to whether CAISO's cluster study queue approach should be revisited. Such a review could consider awarding transmission services to resources that are ready to proceed through the interconnection process, while also weighing the impact on earlier queued projects and the long-term ramifications of such actions. Next slide, please. Local governments are essential partners to achieve these unprecedented build-outs of new clean generation and storage resources. We made two recommendations to facilitate streamlining of permitting. First, as a state, we need to create a structure that better integrates statewide electricity planning and local land use planning and permitting in a manner that recognizes the scale and pace at which clean energy projects and supporting infrastructure must be built to achieve SB100. Second, we recommend considering statutory changes to project permitting that reflect the urgency of the climate crisis and the magnitude of the need. Key elements include whether and how to recognize local benefits, expedite permit processes and judicial review, and consolidate permitting at the state level for essential generation, storage, and transmission projects. Next slide, please. Stakeholders have identified several challenges to timely permitting and build-out of transmission upgrades. Load-serving entity procurement activities do not always prioritize procurement from projects that have viable and timely paths to interconnection and network upgrades. Thus, we recommend the state consider policy mechanisms and project viability measures that incentivize load-serving entity selection of projects toward areas with viable and timely development pathways. Second, we need to establish a routinized process to provide transparency to the transmission network upgrades and interconnection processes, and propose solutions to address any identified barriers. The CPUC has begun this process through facilitation of ad hoc meetings among CAISO and transmission owners, but this needs to be more formalized. Third, we see opportunities to better integrate the long-term SB100 resource planning and mapping efforts happening through the CEC's process and the CAISO's 20-year transmission outlook with the CPUC's IRP processes and resulting procurement orders. And we think best available information can be further aligned and brought into decision-making in the CAISO transmission planning processes, the CPUC's integrated resource planning, and load-serving entities procurement activities. Next slide, please. Reliability events in 2020 and 2021 highlighted the need to carefully consider climate impacts within procurement and reliability assessments. The Energy Commission is adapting and developing new analytical products to support planning that reflects climate-induced uncertainties. The recommendation is for the joint agencies and the CAISO to continue to incorporate climate impacts and reliability assessments into near, mid, and long-term planning studies. Next slide, please. One of Ed Randolph's slides earlier showed the complex ecosystem of energy planning in California. Those processes will continue to be the planning forums to reach SB100 goals. Given the changing mix of resources and grid conditions, resource planning standards may need to be updated to ensure reliability and alignment with SB100 goals. We should diligently use the CEC's IPER, CPUC's IRP, CAISO's transmission planning process, and the ARB's scoping plan process to achieve SB100 goals and ensure grid reliability. Next slide, please. As we progress towards achieving SB100, the affordability of utility electric bills will be critical. California retail electricity rates are relatively high compared to other states, even before incorporating costs associated with wildfire mitigation, climate adaptation, and clean energy investments. In order to electrify transportation and buildings and decarbonize the gas system, rates must stay affordable. New financing mechanisms and rate designs are needed. First, we recommend considering legislation to create a new entity for energy and transmission financing, which could lower the cost of capital relative to incumbents. Over the past 10 years, the cost of transmission for the average California ratepayer has increased by over 150%. We think this approach could introduce new downward price competition. Second, we should explore statutory changes and regulatory mechanisms to reduce rate pressure on low and moderate income ratepayers, as the current rate designs tend to have regressive impacts on those customers, and some of these provisions are guided by statute. And third, the state should identify funding sources other than ratepayer monies to fund electric sector programs with societal benefits. Next slide, please. Long lead time and emerging resources, such as renewable hydrogen, offshore wind, and long duration storage, are expected to play an important role in supporting reliability as the state moves closer to the 2045 SB100 target. While these resources will be critical, they face unique challenges. We see opportunities to improve existing data collection efforts and analysis to inform future analyses and track progress towards achieving SB100. It will be essential for SB100 interagency planning efforts to accurately characterize the beneficial attributes of these resources to create viable resource development pathways that balance cost, risk, reliability, and resiliency. Next slide, please. At a system level, large, long lead time resources may be found to be the most optimal resource option. But ordering load-serving entities to contract for long lead time resources can be challenging because the costs likely go beyond the ability of a single entity to fund, and the large amounts of megawatts are beyond the needs of any one load-serving entity customer. However, it has unique development challenges. We recommend considering statutory and regulatory changes to create a central procurement entity or a new cost recovery mechanism to secure the development path for these types of resources. Next slide, please. Offshore wind is an attractive technology due to its generation profile that complements solar diurnally and seasonally. As Alicia previously noted, a robust interagency approach to conduct environmental and energy system assessments is now underway. We recommend continuing this interagency approach and ensuring it is inclusive of stakeholder and tribal perspectives and advances the technology responsibly. Next slide. California is investing in technology innovation for a portfolio of long lead time resources through programs such as EPIC and the Natural Gas R&D program. Funding is needed to advance and scale up these technologies. We recommend that the state should look to funding sources other than ratepayer monies for zero carbon emerging technologies due to the rate impacts mentioned earlier. These technologies include long duration energy storage and renewable hydrogen production. Next slide, please. Demand response and demand flexibility are key resources in accelerating the transition to zero carbon energy future. The joint agencies and CAISO have taken multiple actions on this front, including the Energy Commission's load management standard rulemaking and the CPUC's recent actions to innovate demand response programs through our summer preparedness activities. We should continue coordination efforts between the agencies and various proceedings to maximize the opportunities in this space. Next slide, please. As California moves to higher levels of renewable energy penetration, increasing coordination across the Western electric grid could provide several significant benefits, including lowering system costs, reducing GHG emissions, and enhancing reliability. Our recommendations include supporting the CAISO's implementation of the extended day-ahead market and continuing to explore the benefits of regionalization. Next slide, please. Finally, as California and the federal government continue progress on shared climate and energy commitments, the state should align with federal opportunities. Specifically, we should maximize federal funding to support California investments, and we should pursue an agreement between key state and federal agencies to collaborate on clean energy project planning and permitting on federal public lands. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Alicia and Simon. Our next speaker is Neil Millar. He's the Vice President of Infrastructure and Operations Planning at the California Independent System Operator. Go ahead, Neil. Thanks.
Good morning. And first, I'll just do a sound check. I'm coming through all right?
Yes.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm following some very comprehensive presentations prepared by state agency people that we've been working with closely. I think there are a few issues, though, that I was wanting to put just a finer point on regarding the transmission planning. Well, the ISO embraces all of the potential solutions to helping us meet state goals. We're also facing a particularly daunting task on the transmission and grid connected resource side. So I was wanting to put a bit more emphasis on that for my presentation. If I could move to the next slide, please. So as you've heard today throughout the transmission planning process, the ISO relies heavily on the coordination and collaboration with the state energy agencies on the resource planning side, both to rely on information coming from the state agencies, but also to provide transmission information to the state agencies as they're moving forward with their activities. This slide is a little busy, but it does highlight a key point for us, which was over the last 5 years, we've actually approved relatively few policy-driven transmission projects, as projects that were previously approved have been coming online, and we're doing a very good job of meeting the targeted requirements over the next 10 years. But now that's going to be pivoting. The very first column on this chart shows the total resources that were part of our transmission plan effort that led to the plan that our board approved in March of this year, which was calling for just over 10,000 megawatts of new resources over the 10-year horizon. The portfolios that we're working on for the transmission plan that we'll be bringing to our board in March of 2022 has moved up to addressing the need for 27.7 gigawatts, a significant increase. And at the same time, the draft preferred system plan that was referred to earlier actually calls for over around 42 gigawatts of new resources to be connected to the grid. This will result in a significant pivot in the need for additional transmission upgrades at the bulk system level, which is something we'll be working to address inside our transmission planning process. Next slide, please. You've already heard mention of the 20-year transmission outlook. This was a new effort we launched this year to go beyond the confines of our tariff-based 10-year transmission planning process that results in specific approvals. The 20-year outlook is an attempt to establish more of a baseline on a longer-term basis for a few reasons, but is also heavily integrated with the SB100, IEPR, and IRP efforts that are underway. If I could move to the next slide, please. The vision or plan for this 20-year outlook we're developing is to establish a bit of a baseline for future transmission planning activities, focusing on a relatively high-level requirement at the higher end of the spectrum. We do expect to include high-level technical studies to test the feasibility of alternatives focusing on the bulk transmission system. We will not be trying to develop a comprehensive plan down to local level voltages, but focusing on the needs of the bulk system, recognizing the significant increase in new resources that are required. We are working off of a starting point scenario that was provided by the Energy Commission with input from the Public Utilities Commission and some of our own input. It's based on the SB100 report's core scenario, but also draws from other scenarios. The focus looking out 20 years is to focus on diverse resources known to require transmission developments such as offshore wind, out-of-state resources, and geothermal resources, and also to perhaps to take a bit more aggressive study approach on the implications of more aggressive gas-fired power plant retirements that may require additional transmission development. Right now, approximately 3/4 of the gas-fired resources are inside local capacity areas where there is some dependence on gas-fired generation to meet local needs as well as system needs. We see this effort helping scope the challenges we face moving beyond the 10-year horizon and what the 10 years beyond that will entail. We do see it helping the state agencies to refine their further resource planning efforts. And we also see this as an effort to help provide longer-term context for transmission planning decisions that we see that we will have to make in the 10-year transmission planning process. Given that major transmission tends to take anywhere from 5 to 10 years to actually see through permitting approvals, permitting, and construction, providing that longer-term comfort of the role those facilities play in a longer-term scenario or picture is very important. Next slide, please. In addition to this 20-year outlook, we're also putting a sharper focus on some issues inside our current 2021-2022 transmission plan. It is reflecting significantly higher portfolio amounts than we had in the last year's plan or previous plans, and we are expecting that on its own to trigger some additional upgrade requirements. Given, though, that we see this as an intermediate point into steadily escalating requirements, we are looking at additional, more modest upgrades within this planning cycle that we see that could reflect the anticipated increase for additional resource procurement, provides increased optionality and flexibility in the procurement activities, and generally trying to focus on some of these developments that we can get started on now rather than have to wait another cycle that would generally not require new rights of way or not exceed the $100 million threshold. We do see this initial effort in this year's plan helping set the stage for further enhancements in the 2022-2023 transmission plan. But if we have the opportunity to get moving now on an obvious requirement, we're going to be trying to do so. So that actually wraps up my comments. As I said, this was just an attempt to put a sharper focus on some of the transmission infrastructure issues, building on the presentations you've already heard, and I'll look forward to any questions I can help with later. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much, Neil. So our final panel speaker for panel one is going to be Kevin Hamilton. Kevin is the co-director and co-founder of the Central California Asthma Collaborative and also a member of the AB 32 Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. Kevin, you have the floor now.
Hi, good afternoon, or actually, I guess it's still morning. So thank you for the opportunity to comment today. And after watching all those amazing PowerPoints, I'm embarrassed that I don't have one to show you. However, I was asked fairly last minute to comment on SB100's actions here through the lens of the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee and the scoping plan that we are advising in this next cycle. And energy, of course, plays a principal role in this, and how it's generated and transmitted is a critical feature of the plan. And in fact, I expect we'll get the majority of our carbon reductions from cleaning up the electrical grid system. So I I just really had a lot of questions as I was listening to the proposals today, to the presentations. I note that our reliability on renewables is definitely, a reliable renewable portfolio is definitely increasing. It's very encouraging to hear that we had days where as much as 90% of the grid was being supported by renewables. That is a great milestone and one we need to increase, but there's a strong feeling in the EJ community that we're not moving quickly enough here. We still have quite a few natural gas peaker plants in those communities, and some of them are the oldest ones. And in that first 24 hours when they fire up, they are pretty filthy. So, without the ability to change that, I think our communities are going to be continually assaulted by that pollution for a long time to come. At least that's what I'm hearing, is we're going to need quite a number of those. I did wonder why the state isn't investing, as other states are doing, Iowa, Kansas, states who you'd never really think would, in battery storage. And it would seem to me that one of the critical pieces here is having adequate storage for this energy. It's great that we can produce so much renewable energy during the daytime, and I assume at night from wind, but it seems like we're not producing more than we're using, so we're probably not going to store a lot at that point. Are we taking full advantage of the surfaces that we have to use to collect this energy? At one point, the state was so visionary under, interestingly enough, a Republican governor, that we saw 2 million solar roofs come out and move forward. That energy, of course, is now being captured by the IOU, and people who are generating it are even being charged for generating it, or for just sitting there if it's not generating anything. So we're going to have to change a lot of the policy solutions that we see in front of us that don't move us in the directions that many of us feel are absolutely necessary to protect the communities that are most vulnerable. Here in the San Joaquin Valley, we still have an issue with high standby charges from utilities, forcing farmers quite often to make decisions to move back to diesel pumps and diesel equipment that they would much rather use in a clean energy way, but simply can't afford it. I noticed that Alicia, when she presented the first time around, discussed many times that in this new renewable portfolio, this would result in increased cost. And I wondered whether that was from construction and a short-term cost, or is this a long-term cost? Because I note that on my bill, and others have shared this with me as well, that if you choose the renewable option, your bill actually goes up. Now, renewable capture is pretty much a passive operation. You put the infrastructure up, it captures the energy, it converts it, and then it sends it out into the grid. Once it's in place, it costs very little to maintain. I always understood the cost of maintaining a coal-fired plant or a natural gas-fired plant, but I really don't understand why we have such a higher cost of electricity associated with this renewable portfolio. So if anybody on this panel could explain that to me, I would love to know, and I think everybody else would as well, because sitting where we do, it just doesn't make sense. Nobody comes out and maintains the panels on my house. I do. I know some folks who own a business that maintain panels on big, huge fields all over the state. They don't get paid very well at all. So again, I'm not sure who's accruing the profit from all of this energy that's being generated, or is just the sheer cost of installing it so horrendous at this point in time that distributing that cost across 20 years or 40 years, whatever they need to do, is somehow driving the cost of this energy up. And until that changes, there will be no equity in this conversation. Until things like TOU and demand response are flexible to the climate that they are attempting to address high energy usage in, there will be no equity in this conversation, because when we live in areas of the state where temperatures rise as high as 120, 130, or we're not at 130 yet, thank God, but 121 I think was a record that was set recently. The valley saw 116 degrees several days. And that heat continues into the evening. I don't know if people understand how heat works, but once the building is heated at that point, the whole building is hot. The ground is hot. I've been out at 1 o'clock in the morning when it's still 95 degrees. So, how do you address that with something like time of use or demand response? It's ludicrous. It's a system that makes sense in a temperate climate. I don't know that it makes any sense in our present climate here, certainly in central California and the eastern part of the state. So those programs have to become more flexible. They have to respond to these climate emergencies. And again, when we're asking people to stay inside who have HVAC systems in the face of these high smoke, wildfire smoke incidences, again, these systems have to respond to that. If I'm asking an asthmatic family to run their HVAC system and I give them MERV 13 filters so they can filter their air and keep it clean, and they have to run it at night, or if they have to run it in the daytime during these high use times, they're going to pay a lot more for it. Even with a care plan, they're looking at a 20% reduction on an $800 to $1,000 a month bill, with two people making $15 an hour and paying maybe $800 to $1,000 a month in rent, not to mention clothing, food, auto insurance, kids, all of those kinds of things. So again, we keep talking about how we're doing things to help these communities respond to these emergencies. Each one, when it's tied to the energy system, costs them more money, and it's money they don't have, and it puts them 1 foot closer to the street again. So I think we have to look at this through a different lens. We understand it's going to take time. We understand it's going to cost a lot. We understand that we haven't made investments that we should have made in the past, and now we're trying to catch up. But while we're doing that, we have to work in these other solutions that protect our most vulnerable communities and ensure they're not simply rolled over by all these changes and then left behind. So I just want to leave you with that thought, that as we move into this new low carbon, low energy or zero net energy future, we're leaving about 40% of Californians behind with no solution at all. So I don't know how you feel about that, but for me, that's not equity. So I want to thank you for giving me your time today, and we'll continue to work hard on our part of the scoping plan and try to make sure that it addresses these issues. And we really do recognize the challenges that folks in the energy sector are facing right now in trying to rehabilitate an aging and poorly invested in grid to make it something that can survive the 21st century. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Appreciated hearing those perspectives. We are going to move into public participation, and since Kevin brought those things up, I'd like to ask if our speakers could turn on their cameras. Maybe we could simulate a panel like if we were in person, and ask our sister agency partners if there's any specific points that Kevin brought up that you want to maybe immediately address right now. He spoke about time of use rates, battery storage, a few other items as well. So I guess I'll open it up to our panel to first address some of the points Kevin raised.
Thanks, Stephanie. So I'd be really interested to start off, Alicia, with increased cost. Could you help me understand that better, please? Because I admit I don't. So.
Yeah, thank you for teeing up some questions for us, Kevin, and for giving us the perspective of
I would have sent him ahead if I knew that I would have that opportunity, but I didn't realize that I would be doing that. So
Okay. So for cost, there are a lot of factors that go into the modeling of costs for implementing the clean energy future. We're looking at distribution system upgrades, transmission system upgrades, interconnection and permitting costs, in addition to the construction that you mentioned and technology costs. So all of these things are factored in. At the same time, part of our goal with SB100 and this clean energy future is to make sure that we're implementing the scenarios and realizing those scenarios and the future resource build in an equitable way, and making sure that we keep the costs affordable. Recognizing your point on how the current proposal leaves out our equity communities, our disadvantaged communities, our vulnerable communities. We're definitely looking at ways that we can implement some of these clean, firm resources to lower the costs. Also, some of the load flexibility. We're anticipating that higher flexible loads will also help balance out the need for this large build that I spoke about in my slides and others referenced. So we're looking at multiple solutions and pathways with an ultimate goal of keeping utility rates affordable. So that is definitely part of it, but there are lots of, to get back to your question, there are lots of factors and components that go into this renewable build out that will be required to support clean energy goals.
But Alicia, I mean, help me understand, I get construction costs. I mean, to me, that's what you're talking about, the build out. It always costs a lot. The state pours a lot of money into that. Literally billions at this point have been poured into that and given to the IOUs and others to build out the infrastructure. They've charged ratepayers billions of dollars over the years to supposedly support and maintain the existing system. We know that with one of the IOUs that hasn't gone quite so well, and maybe that money hasn't always gone where we'd hoped that it would, but that's for others to decide. But I'm talking about, again, when you have an energy generation point that's static, that requires almost no maintenance or very little, certainly much less maintenance than the existing energy generation requires. Why is it costing so much? Why does the cost go up? It's very difficult for those of us just sitting on the ground watching us to understand it. Is it simply a function of the spot price for electricity that day, and we're all just victims of a vicious commodities market, or is it something else? What's
one key factor is that we need to for all of the renewable resources, particularly those that are less firm or intermittent, I'll say, like solar and wind, we need to make sure we have the same net qualifying capacity to displace, to make sure that that is maintained for our new system build. So there are costs associated with having firm resources available or displacing those with intermittent renewable resources.
So we're hedging. Is that what you're telling me? We're hedging by making sure we have sort of in our pockets enough of non-renewable source or standard energy sources that we continue to pay for just in case we can't make it with our renewables at that time? Or I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but just trying to understand it more from a novice standpoint. Obviously, from the way I'm talking about it, that I'm not a complete novice, but I'm trying to relate the other side of the investor world to this side and what that looks like, and understand the costs and why it sounds like it's almost double paying at that point, where we're keeping, again, this certain amount in reserve, just in case the renewable fails at that point. We have to be able to keep the grid safe and secure and fully powered. And so we're kind of paying two bills at once there. Would that be a simpler way to put it?
I can maybe jump in here if it's helpful. Can people hear me?
Yes.
Simon, are you the CAISO speaking for them?
No, I'm with the California Public Utilities Commission.
With CPUC, sorry, I get confused.
Yeah. So, you were asking about the cost of renewables. And first, we're actually seeing that the cost of renewables is coming down. And we have public reports that share information about power purchase agreement contracts that our utilities have entered into and load serving entities. That's showing that the cost of renewables is coming down over time. Renewables is a high capital cost technology, but a low operating cost technology, as you mentioned. But it does have high capital cost. And so those capital costs then get recovered over the life of the contract. And at CPUC, most of our renewable contracts are 20-year contracts. But a 15-year contract is going to be, more expensive over that 15-year period because you're recovering more of the capital costs over a shorter period of time. Another point of clarification is that you asked the question of who's profiting from all of this. And so for power purchase agreements, for fuel and power purchase costs, the investor-owned utilities don't make a profit on that. All of that just gets passed through to ratepayers. So if there's any profit, it's the profit to the developer of the project, which is then embedded into the power purchase agreement price. Another clarification that I would offer is with regard to your comment around time of use and demand flexibility, particularly in very hot climate zones, where I took from your comment that some customers in hot climate zones may not be able to reduce their load during a time of use period where power is more expensive. So for residential customers, the investor-owned utilities have now been transitioned to what's called default time of use rates, which is another way of saying opt-out time of use rates. And so every residential customer that's under that kind of rate regime has the option to opt out of time of use and go back to a non-time of use rate. So that's just a matter of education for people to be aware of that option that's out there. And certainly as enabling technologies such as storage and smart appliances start becoming more available in the marketplace and more economical, then the ability to shift load is facilitated for customers in hot climate zones as well. So I hope those clarifications were helpful.
Yeah, some of it was. On the construction side, I have a couple, you generated a few more. So on the construction side, I find it hard to believe that a solar field costs more to develop than a natural gas, a large natural gas facility, because just the permitting alone on that natural gas facility to bring the pipeline in, or a spur from the pipeline to run that thing, let alone the technology and the operation costs daily, are just setting it up is got to be ridiculous. I mean, it's really high number. So I find it hard to believe, and I'd love to see numbers at some point in time. So if you've got any megawatt to megawatt construction costs that you could send me, I'd sure appreciate that for natural gas plant, say 100 megawatt plant versus, if there is one, I'm sure there is one out there, 100 megawatt solar field. I'd love to see what those different construction costs are. I'd appreciate that. And then on the TOU piece,
we can follow up on that,
tangentially, and you jumped the line there, because I was going to ask you about that. It still takes you back to the original rate, and you mentioned profit for the utility. Obviously, they're making money because I owned their stock at one point. So I happen to know that they pay a decent dividend. In fact, I looked it up not long ago, and it was interesting to me that even through the recession, their dividend continued to improve while many other companies were actually dropping. Not as high, of course, but incrementally rising, which shows their durability and why they're called a blue chip stock. However, of course, those profits come on the backs of ratepayers. So, somewhere along the line, they're figuring out how to make money. I've never really dived down into their financial model to understand it clearly, but it has to start with a ratepayer at one end, one way or another, because that's the only folks putting money into the system, at least that I know of. So, I always am looking to understand these things better. And then you mentioned the contracts. And again, I think that goes back to what I was saying with Alicia. So it's my understanding that contracts for energy are let out over many years period of time, and that sort of the holy grail of a contract is at least 10 years, preferably 20. And once you have that, is it true that you as a utility or as as a user at the end, which would be, I guess, a utility, has to pay for that contract? Is it a set rate regardless of delivery, or is it based on the amount of energy that's delivered? I mean, it's for a certain amount of energy, I assume, but is that all delivered at once? Or if they deliver less in a year, do you have to pay less? How does that work?
Kevin, this is Ed Randolph. I'm going to jump in. Sorry, I was on mute a couple minutes ago. Those are all great questions. And I'm going to try to maybe simplify some of this to make more sense of it. First off, back to an original question you said about storage. You made reference to a couple Midwest states and wondering why California is not doing what they're doing. In my presentation, I mentioned California's installed 2,000 megawatts of battery storage. In the last year and a half. We'll be installing another 1,000 plus, maybe 1,500 megawatts of battery storage this year. That 2,000 megawatts puts California at about the ability to meet peak load on the hottest days. It's about 5% of its peak load at that point in time. That's not following Iowa. That's leading the world.
How much do we need, Ed?
We need more. I mean, and we talked about that. You look at the presentations we do. You look at the presentation. If you look at the presentations we provided early on, there is a lot of battery storage that's being procured in that. What I want to point out, though, is California's actually leading the world in battery storage. California, thanks largely to a Nancy Skinner bill in 2016. Went down the path of investing in ordering the utilities to invest in battery storage when most of the world said that is way too expensive. Because of California's investment in part, can't claim full credit of it, battery storage has come to a point where it has become a very useful tool for the grid. The challenge is that lithium ion battery storage, which in many circumstances is the cost-effective way to meet certain needs of the grid, can only store energy for 4 to 6 hours. So it's great on that, on that summer day or that spring day where you have a lot of solar in the afternoon, and we can store it and use it in the evening. It's not great in the winter day where you don't have a lot of solar for days on end because it's raining, or whatever else. And so you need other technologies out there to bridge those different gaps. That's something I was talking about, of how we need to mesh all these different technologies together. In terms of the cost question, I think what you're referring to is most of the utilities offer these plans, these uber green plans, where you can pay one rate to be on their basic rate plan, but then you can choose to be on a greener plan that has more renewable, more carbon, and those typically cost more. what you're seeing, using PG&E as an example, that when you're on their standard rate, because they have hydro, nuclear, and are over 33% renewable, those all combined that they're 60 to 70% carbon free. So to go higher, more carbon free than that actually is getting pretty high up there on the spectrum. And the resources that they're using to create that additional carbon freeness are these resources like solar, that while in fact, if you're comparing it to the ability of a natural gas plant to produce energy in the middle of the day, spread out over 10 or 15 years, the solar plant's cheaper. There's no doubt about it. The problem is the solar plant can't produce electricity at night. And so in order to go to that 100% green tariff, you have to get a more balanced portfolio that has a whole bunch of different resources in there. And it's not the solar that makes that much more expensive to get there. It's the resources that enable you to be able to turn your lights on or your AC on at 9 o'clock at night. And if you go back to my presentation, we kind of talk about, I think it's easy. I'm excited. I think we can get to 75, 80, 85% carbon free. And I think that's actually the cost-effective way for us to get to our reliability needs out there, period. That's not an environmental statement. That's just a reliability, cost-effective statement. It's that last 15%, 10% that's going to be the challenge, because you've got to figure out how to bridge that, how to do it at night, how to do it in the wintertime out there. And then just for your edification and others, we can probably share at places. The CEC does have on their website, buried deep in there, comparison of levelized cost of a solar field over a natural gas plant. PUC, we report every year on something called the Padilla report, which shows the cost trends of renewables. And we've seen dramatic decreases in cost of renewables over the years, to the point that you see time and time again, if a utility is going out to buy a resource just because they need the electricity, that it's cheaper. It's when you need to kind of fill other gaps out there that sometimes the renewable resource isn't there yet. We need that R&D and the technology breakthrough.
So Edward, I have to admit that I had a previous engagement. I couldn't get on until 9:30, so I missed part of your presentation. I did come on at the point when you announced that you had those days in March and April when you saw that was you, right? Who said, yeah, we were renewable for 80-some%, 90%. And I was very excited
for a couple minutes. Yeah, we were pretty excited for a couple minutes for 92% renewable in March. That's that is a perfect day.
Shows it can be done in the daytime anyway.
Yeah, it can be done in the daytime in the spring, right?
So you're saying that even with today's batteries, in today's batteries, the maximum storage time is only 4 to 6 hours before it has to dump it again, huh?
Yeah. CEC.
Yeah. Is that because of heat, or what's the issue there? You're on mute, buddy.
There we go.
Am I on mute? Can you hear me?
So everyone, this is Rajinder. I just want to make sure that we give enough time for other Environmental Justice Advisory Committee.
That's okay. I had one last question. So with regard to CPUC, so is there some plan to build in here some kind of rescue for these families that are in these really high extreme heat events with wildfire smoke outside, to build some kind of a safety net on the energy side, something versus other than, we're not going to turn your electricity off. But by the way, your bill's going to continue to accrue, and we're going to need your firstborn eventually to pay it off. So is there something in the works that's going to change that? Because things like the low income plan, again, I've mentioned it's a great effort, but it's and well intended. I never doubt that. It's just not it's not hitting the mark, and I don't know how it ever could. So, you know, we need some way to get energy to these folks that is affordable, you know, that allows them, again, to be safe in their own homes, to
Commissioner,
to not be a threat to putting them out of their own homes.
Yeah.
So,
Rajendra, if I could just answer something just real quick here.
Sure.
Yeah, Commissioner Reshkoff,
Sure.
who's on the panel, is leading a proceeding right now that's looking at just this question and defining what is affordable from a utility bill standpoint, not just electricity, but natural gas, but then other utilities such as telecommunications and water, and defining that, and then looking at innovative rate designs beyond how we do it now that would allow for us to design rates not around the cost of service, but on people's ability to pay.
great, thank you. And I do say, and I agree 100% that decarbonizing this grid is probably the largest task and most difficult before us, but is absolutely critical if we want to save this planet, not just in this state, but around the world. So, Rajendra, I'm sorry, I feel like I interrupted you.
Well, I was just going to say that I want to make sure we have time for any other members from the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee to ask their questions of these panelists, and then move on to general comments from other stakeholders that are participating. So Trish, are there any Environmental Justice Advisory Committee members that would like to ask any questions of the panelists?
Hello, everyone. This is Trish from CARB. I'm giving just a moment here. We do not currently have hands raised from any additional members of the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then we can go to general public comments from other stakeholders. And I will turn it over to Steph for announcing who those are.
Okay, thanks, Rajendra. So let's see. The first commenter will be Romeo Astronomo, followed by Ben Schwartz. So Romeo, I've just unmuted you. You can ask your question. Romeo, are you there? Okay, let's move on to Ben Schwartz. Maybe we can circle back with you, Romeo. Ben, I have unmuted you. You can ask your question.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes,
okay,
go ahead.
Great. Hi, my name is Ben Schwartz. I am the policy manager for a nonprofit organization called the Clean Coalition. And my comment is kind of in two parts. The first part is about the cost of energy and increasing electricity bills. It is clear that the largest component leading to this increase is transmission costs as well as wildfire insurance costs. And the plans that I have seen, including in the IRP, demonstrate that there is a further transmission build out that is planned and necessary, meaning that that cost will continue to increase. So my first question is, what is the plan as wildfires increase and the need for transmission increases to mitigate those costs for the average ratepayer? And second, it appears that the planning process does not yet adequately consider DER's distributed energy resources. A recent study by Vibrant Clean Energy demonstrated that in planning with DERs and utility scale resources, Californians can save somewhere in the range of $120 billion. So the second part of the question is, what can be better done to incorporate local resources and the resilience they provide into the planning process? And how will this mitigate the need for transmission lowering rates? Thank you.
I'll jump in real quick and then I'll ask Mr. Baker to address the DER portion of this. But on the broader transmission and what can be done to mitigate it, you'd said wildfire insurance cost. Wildfire insurance cost is part of it. It's really more the wildfire hardening cost of the overall hardening the transmission and distribution system to be more resilient from wildfires. It's driving up the cost. And then and most of the modeling that's being done, even modeling that assumes a high DER, a high distributed energy future, does show a need for a significant amount of utility scale generation that will require transmission. So we need to take that into account. And I think the most important thing we can do collectively is push to be more creative in how these projects are financed. Some of that can come from creative things like, between the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission and the ISO, and the ISO has really been a leader on this, on what's called FERC Order 1000, and allowing for competitive bidding on transmission build out, which really lowers cost. But we may need to look at other financial mechanisms to finance it, potentially public financing, other things there that lower the cost of it, there, and be creative there. And then I'll just leave that as a segue to Mr. Baker, that yes, of course, if you can meet some of this without the transmission build out at all, that does lower cost. And so, Simon, can you talk about our DER actions?
Yeah, absolutely. So the PUC has a DER action plan that we're actually going through the process right now of updating it. And it has 4 key pillars. And the first is to maximize the ability of distributed energy resources to provide demand flexibility. And what this really does is it allows for the more of the benefits of DERs to be reflected in the cost of service by actually reducing loads at key times, and then that then flows through into offsets of rate impacts. The second pillar has to do with integrating more of these DERs into our distribution planning and also transmission. And in that respect, finding ways that DERs can offset the capital costs for new distribution and transmission upgrades. And there's a lot of technology enablement that is happening and needs to continue to happen, from smart inverter technology to grid management systems. And we've been in a process now at the PUC for some time through a proceeding that was called the Distributed Resources Plan proceeding. And we now have a new proceeding called the High DER Future OIR, where we're really taking that to next level. And the third area is really integrating these resources into our wholesale markets at CAISO, and maximizing the revenue sources that can come in for distributed energy resources, both on the wholesale side and on the retail side, and in this way lowering the overall cost to ratepayers of DERs. And there are ways as well. Our fourth panel, the fourth pillar has to do with ways that we can coordinate even better across all the different programs that we have in DERs, energy efficiency, demand response, solar, what have you, to reduce the cost of the delivery of those programs to customers, to, again, bring down the cost profile of DERs and maximize the benefits to rates.
Well, thank you. The next 3 commenters are Stephen Rosenbaum, Claire Broom, and Edward Phillips. Stephen, I have unmuted you. Please unmute yourself and state your question. Stephen? All right, we will move to the next commenter
Hello.
from Claire. Oh, hi, Stephen.
Yeah, I'm
Please
sorry.
state your
Was I
comment.
muted? Hello?
Oh, we can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I wasn't. I was talking and not unmuted. I'm sorry about that. This is Steve Rosenblum. I live in Palo Alto, and I was very impressed with the presentations today. One thing that concerned me in Ed Randolph's presentation was the fact that the assumption is that we're still going to have 10 gigawatts of natural gas generation online in 2045. I think the issue that is supposed to deal with is the intermittency of renewable power. And to me, a better solution is storage. And we all have heard about batteries that's already working. And then Alicia Gutierrez referred to hydrogen as the other, what I would call pillar of storage. I'm wondering why that is not factored more into the plan to replace natural gas. For example, you could have a facility that electrolyzes water to produce hydrogen and then uses fuel cells to put that electricity back in the system when it's needed. And you could store the hydrogen either as a liquid or a compressed gas on site. I'm sure that's in your thinking, but it seems to me you're taking a very conservative approach. So I was wondering if either of you would like to respond to that. Thank you.
Hi, Stephen. Thank you for those comments. I mentioned in my one of my presentations that we are going to keep adjusting our models, looking at the long term as new technologies become available. Some of those you described. I will take this opportunity to give a plug for our EPIC program, the Electric Program Investment Charge that is funded R&D through a surcharge on electric bills and managed out of the CEC. But we are exploring some of these technologies and including long duration storage and realize that that is a critical part of the future portfolio and will enable us to optimize the use of energy when we need it to support reliability. And as we make improvements in these technology and we have breakthroughs, the costs are anticipated to go down both for the technology as well as our ability to maintain reliability when intermittent renewables are not available. So thank you for that comment. It is something that we will continue to look at and adjust modeling assumptions as we do see some of those breakthroughs in technology.
And I'll just add other keys to that beyond long duration storage, as I noted, would be clean, firm resources, so geothermal, other technologies that can produce 24/7 or close to it, and then a resource diversity mix, both in terms of different technologies, but also physical location. The wind profiles offshore versus wind profiles in California versus wind profiles in Montana are very different. So if we can get to diverse portfolios that depend on a lot of different resources, that makes it easier and easier to not rely on fossil fuels.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Claire Bloom. Claire, I have unmuted you. Please unmute yourself and state your comment.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the panelists on a really impressive set of presentations, and even more importantly, all of their efforts to advance California's clean energy goals, as we know, necessary and urgent. I'd also like to commend Ben Schwartz for pointing out the glaring gap in current efforts That is to optimize generation and storage on the distribution grid. We need the long distance transmission, we need the utility scale, but the Vibrant Clean Energy state-of-the-art modeling clearly shows that optimizing DERs can save California ratepayers $120 billion over the next 30 years. So I have 3 specific items that I hope the panelists can address now or in their roles. Number 1, when will the integrated resources planning differentiate between utility scale solar and storage on the distribution grid? Right now, it's behind the meter or utility scale. You cannot optimize DERs if you do not know where they are, and they cannot be selected by the model. So I would like to know when both generation, storage, and hybrid resources on the distribution grid will be selectable. Number 2, currently the way the investor-owned utilities charge the transmission access charge, which is 3 cents per kilowatt hour, it applies to all consumed electricity behind the meter. If that electricity is generated and stored on the distribution grid, it does not use the transmission grid, but it's still, consumers have to pay 3 cents per kilowatt hour. When will the CPUC, in collaboration with CAISO, address this distortion and penalty on distribution resources? TAC reform has been on the agenda for ages. The publicly owned utilities charge it at the interface with the transmission grid. Why do the investor-owned utilities discriminate against DERs with the way they are permitted to charge TAC? And thirdly, I really hope you will consider this panel as you move ahead with deciding how to continue the growth of behind the meter solar. Thank you very much.
I'll quickly answer the first one. I don't know if there is an answer to the second or the third one. The IRP modeling, you're absolutely right that the behind the meter resources are a fixed input and are not a variable lever. That is something that from the get-go is always a goal, is to have more and more of these resources to be levers. The modeling is pretty complicated as it is. And so it is hard to develop that. How we work around it now, I think the CEC, when they do some of their modeling, works around that, is to do different scenario analysis. So you do a high distributed energy analysis, you do a low, you do a medium, so that you do get understandings of what different levels impact in there. And so that is how you can reverse engineer on the optimization. And I have to admit, and maybe I'm getting out over my skis on this statement a little bit, I actually think my understanding of the Vibrant study that you reference actually approached it in a similar way with the DERs, that it's as some of our analysis did as well.
So it's Neil here. Am I live or muted? Oh, I could offer just a high level. Thank you. I could offer just a high level comment on regarding the transmission access charge issue. How the transmission access charge is applied is not taken into account in the transmission planning process. We rely heavily on distributed energy resource information available from the Public Utilities Commission in collaboration with Energy Commission on the planning activities. And then when it comes to assessing the costs of new resources coming online in selection of when we do know that when load serving entities are contracting for new resources, whether they're connected to the transmission or distribution system, part of the cost consideration has to include, and this is something the Public Utilities Commission looks at in approving contracts, is that the cost of additional transmission upgrades projects might be driving is taken into account. So given the complexity of how transmission charges find their way through the bills to the end use consumer, I'm not clear that the rate approach is the best way to send the right signal versus making sure that the advantages of more integrated resource planning are taken into account when we're developing plans both for transmission and distribution system upgrades and looking to capture those benefits.
All right, thank you. The next commenter is Edward Phillips.
Thank you. I have a two-part question. First, Ms. Gutierrez, could you confirm something I thought I heard you say in your presentation, which is that the state would need to triple its capacity to achieve this goal? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you. So I wonder if that is, and forgive me for making this statement, I'm not sure how to phrase the question. I'm wondering if that's actually correct or if it's more than triple. And here's why I say that. California has over 10,000 public fueling stations. Many of them are truck stops. Today, a truck stop uses probably roughly in the neighborhood of 1 megawatt of power, but to convert to charge trucks, it's going to need roughly 8 megawatts of power. So I'm wondering if any, liquid fuels or modes of transportation or sectors have been left out of that estimate. Is it actually 3.5 times or 4 times capacity that the state's going to need to build out? And any of the panelists could, address that.
So I'll start off by saying that the SB100 modeling, as I mentioned, was a first glance at what it will take. So some of the work that we need to do in addition to additional demand scenarios is looking at the reliability of the system, and expect to see some differences in modeling results once we assess for reliability of the portfolios. But you're correct. As we change our assumptions for what it will take to electrify different sectors, we're also expecting to see different results from the SB100 modeling. So, the 3x estimate that we have from the first round of SB100 modeling is just that, an estimate based on the demand scenarios that we used for the initial modeling. If we electrify, especially the heavy duty transportation sector, or change our assumptions for electrification of buildings, of course, the build out is affected. So we will be updating based on new demand scenarios in the next round of SB100 modeling, and may have those, we're expecting to have those demand scenarios as part of the 2022 IPR. So that will result in different SB100 results ultimately.
So
does anybody
I'll just add one thing, which is that we did key off of the pathways work that was done for CARB, and kind of the 3 different scenarios that were in there. And the SB100 work builds off of the high electrification scenario there. So there certainly is a high amount of vehicle electrification in that scenario.
Thanks, Simon. I was going to say exactly that. And I'll also note that as part of the scoping plan, we are looking at different scenarios for electricity load growth in the transportation sector, including the different railways and other applications at ports. So we may have slightly different numbers for load demand when we work through the scoping plan and end up with a final scenario, but all of this will be iterative across the agencies.
Okay, but we could generally, based on the 3 comments, we could expect that to go up slightly. We don't know how much yet, right? It could be 3.5 times or.
Yes, potentially based on the work that CARB is doing related to locomotives, because I think you are one of the stakeholders from the locomotive sector, if I remember correctly.
Right, and a locomotive, if I have this correctly, the liquid fuel is in a locomotive has about an equivalent of 200 megawatts of power in it. So, you know, when you get to the heavy duty sector, trucks or locomotives, you're talking about a large amount of power demand, power storage.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Mikhail Scavala, and after that we have Richard McCann.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to comment. This has been a great workshop. I do have a question with regard to kind of a cross-agency infrastructure assessment. I know that you know the IPR and the IRP and all of these various proceedings kind of contemplate various aspects of this, but do we have a centralized location where we can look at kind of the upgraded lines and wires, maybe even beyond the load expectations between now and 2030 and now and 2045, but also kind of the resiliency efforts that need to be made within the grid to achieve the kind of uptime that's necessary to move on, as well as kind of additional capacity that needs to be brought on to ensure you know, less de-energization events and so on and so forth. Is there like a big visioning document from kind of the electric side that could show, you know, kind of at a community level what kind of infrastructure upgrades need to take place, and then at a statewide level as well?
I will say we don't have anything at a community level currently, but SB100 I think gives good system level information, and we do have a goal to bring that down to a more granular scale, spatial scale. It will take us some time to get to community level.
Yeah, I'd appreciate kind of as we start to think about the scoping plan further out and carbon neutrality, you know, if we could engage in this exercise. I think it's important with building electrification, especially as well as kind of the overlay of transportation electrification. Loads and time of use are going to really be important, but also just the capacity of the lines and wires that hang behind each and one of our homes and residences in the state of California. Those upgrades will need to take place in kind of the near decade if we're at all to expect to achieve some of these transportation and building goals. Thank you.
I'll just add in there that the High Distributed Energy Future OIR that I referenced earlier has within scope a new initiative to explore ways that community level engagement in distribution system planning in collaboration with the utilities, the local distribution utilities, how that can be done more effectively. So I encourage you to follow along with that process.
All right, next we have Richard McCann.
Hello, this is Richard McCann, and I'm with M Cubed, consulting firm that we've testified for a number of parties at the PUC and various proceedings. And I'm not speaking on behalf of any of those parties here, but I do want to point out that important things that should be included in your analysis looking forward. One is looking at the true transmission marginal costs. I put into testimony at the PUC an estimate of 4 cents a kilowatt hour, and actually Bill Powers put it in an estimate that's as high as 9 cents a kilowatt hour for marginal costs for new utility scale transmission. And that should be included in your analysis of going forward in terms of assessing optimal portfolios. The second thing is I actually just recently published a study or analysis, just a screening analysis on what is a least cost way of getting to wildfire safety, excuse me, in rural areas. And that's by looking at the alternative of installing microgrids in order to be able to power rural communities and residential places, even during extended outages or PSP outages in order to improve wildfire safety. And the microgrids are clearly more cost effective than undergrounding based on the numbers that PG&E has put forward and the numbers that are available out there for publication. And I think that this option needs to be looked at much more closely as a means of being able to get to affordable and a truly affordable system, because the undergrounding that PG&E has proposed is going to add as much as 9 cents a kilowatt hour to our bills, and that's just doing 10,000 miles. So this is something that needs a much closer examination. Thanks.
On the microgrid issue, I agree with you that in a number of circumstances, that's probably the most cost-effective way to provide wildfire hardening resiliency for some communities out there. And it is getting a hard look, and PG&E is actually already doing this in some very small communities where they found that that's actually the better way to do it. What I'll caution people on that is, in those cases, the microgrid still needs to involve some form of fossil fuel on the microgrid for the extended multi-day disconnecting from the grid as a whole. The technologies aren't there yet. In most cases, I can come up with one example where it does work, that you could do that on solar and storage alone. So it is a good solution. It's a cost-effective solution. They're looking at it out there, but it will, in some instances, require some level of fossil fuel to connect it. A great example actually is during the recent wildfires, Quincy was able to operate for multiple days, largely disconnected from the grid because they had a biomass plant in the community already that was able to power most of the community.
Yeah, yes, that's a good example. One of the things is that in PG&E's microgrid studies, they were projecting that that propane-fired generators would run about 10%, would supply about 10% of the energy, and the other 90% was going to come from renewables and storage. So we don't need to make the perfect the enemy of the better.
I agree 100% with you, and that's sometimes where we get caught up on these issues, is trying to make it perfect.
Okay, Stephanie, do we have any additional commenters?
No additional commenters have joined.
Okay. Well, I want to thank our colleagues at the Energy Commission, the Public Utilities Commission, and at the California ISO for being on this panel with us, and especially thank Kevin Hamilton from the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee for offering his observations on this first panel. And we are going to break for lunch. We will be back at 12:15 for 2 more panels this afternoon. And we will mute all the panelists. Highly recommend you also turn off your cameras unless you want to be on screen during the lunchtime. But we will see you all again at 12:15. Thank you so much.
You can ask me. Hello. We want to mute ourselves.
Hello.
Hi, this is Maribel.
Hi, Maribel. We will be beginning panel 2 shortly.
Okay, I'm gonna mute. So thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, Stephanie. This is Siva joining.
Oh, hi, Siva. We're going to get started in a minute.
Thank you. Sorry, I had to jump at 11:15 for another meeting. So
Oh, no.
I'll catch up with the team.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hi, Stephanie, it's Julia. Can you hear me?
Oh, hi, Julia. Yes, I can. I think Michael is on as well.
Great.
Oh, and there's.
Now I can.
Hi, Jack.
Hi, Jack, yes.
I can hear you now.
So I can unmute myself now. You can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
May I ask if I can advance my own slides, or will you be doing that?
I will be doing that. If it's difficult, I can give you the control during your presentation.
I will have to say next about 60 times, I think.
I did notice.
So, See, can we try to see if that would work, to have me try it, control? You don't have to try it now, but at the time, I think we can do it.
Actually, I think we may not be able to do that. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll make it work.
Maybe Jack, you could just say like for next slide, just do this since there's so many.
That might work too.
Stephanie, do you see that Michael's muted and it's asking to unmute him?
Yes, let's see.
That was done on purpose.
Michael, can you try? Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Hooray. Thank you all.
Nice to see you.
Okay. I know the folks can actually hear us doing tech checks, which is totally fine, but
thanks.
We're gonna
Not a
get
problem.
started. Okay, hi everyone. This is Stephanie Cato. Welcome back from lunch. We're going to get going with our second panel. They are going to provide information on topics that cover implementation considerations in the transition to zero carbon electricity with respect to land use and build out, use of hydrogen as a dispatchable generation and storage resource, permitting considerations, and perspectives on the application of carbon capture and sequestration in California. Our first speakers will be jointly presenting, and they are Julia Prochnick, founder and president of JA Synergies, and Michael Colvin, who's the director of regulatory and Legislative Affairs, California Energy Program at the Environmental Defense Fund. So Julie and Michael, you're queued up now, I believe.
Thank you, Stephanie, very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. It's great to be here. And thank you very much for the opportunity to present with Michael today. Also just want to thank CARB and the dais earlier for all the great comments and highlighting the urgent need as the most recent UN IPCC report highlighted. Just the great presentations beforehand. We're really excited to be here and look forward to kind of weaving together the themes that were presented earlier, the recommendations, and kind of the next steps. And I am one of the project developers for the Clean Air Task Force of Managers, and Michael Colvin was a co-sponsor on this project, so I will hand it over to him.
Great, let's go ahead to the next slide, please. Great, thanks. So as Julia just mentioned, this was a joint project between us and Environmental Defense Fund, Clean Air Task Force, and in consultation with the Nature Conservancy. And we were trying to figure out the constraints of decarbonizing the electric system. In order to be able to do that, we interviewed over 60 different stakeholders and experts to understand what did they identify as key challenges and risks to achieving the decarbonization transition, and conducted a series of informal workshops. Many challenges were identified, but we did get some consensus that the state can't meet its targets without monitoring and managing renewable energy development, a commitment to build deliverability infrastructure, or that transmission infrastructure, a new process to engage developable sites. And we're going to go into this a little bit more in depth in this presentation itself. For me, I think the goal of this project was not to be specific on we need this line in this location, we need this solar field in this location, but to be thinking a little bit more broadly and to be thinking about how can we develop a plan that will help us identify and remove barriers to reach our decarbonization efforts. And so with that, I'm going to hand this next bit over to Julia. Next slide, please.
So it was really important in all the dialogue that we have with diverse stakeholders was how equity was a centerpiece. Equity, environment, social justice factors are essential to planning. And we've heard that throughout the day today and at the SB100 meeting yesterday, led by the CEC and even representatives from the Department of Energy. It's thrilling to see that this has now become a mantra, but we need to like start implementing the components of it. So how do you include inclusivity in all sectors and with all agencies? What does affordability look like? What is the cost shifting that's happening? And how are we re-examining this? And it was great to see that this is becoming more of a topic and looking into the models and looking at the cost benefits analysis. As we just really have to make sure that the modeling improvements ensure equitable indicators. This also was brought up in the non-energy benefits discussion yesterday. We have to keep incorporating more and more of this dialogue. I think as Mark said too, some creative thinking that needs to take place. But we really need to make sure that equity is centerpiece, keystone to the cost and timing of fulfilling our clean energy electrification mandates, and that cost and benefits of alternative scenarios should be provided to tribes, disadvantaged communities, and frontline communities to really continue to kind of push the envelope of a variety of ways that need to focus on community benefits. Next slide, please. So when we came together and kind of looked at the different models that exist today, we saw the benefits of this, the CEC and the agencies SB100, but what we also saw that was power sector only. And as we're going to look to decarbonize our entire sector, the industry, transportation, buildings, electrification, there are all these different components that need to be taken into consideration. And I know that we all kind of have favorites, but I think it is really important that we start to look at the economy wide. So we wanted to kind of build on the SB100 and look at, okay, if we're going to look at different scenarios, what are we building off our current day capacity? So we have the total installed generation today is about 80 gigawatts. If we were to build out at the rate that we've been doing for solar, which is the orange columns that you see both in the NZAP, which is the Princeton modeling tool that's economy-wide, and the green bubble, which is the California Energy Commission, focusing just on the power retail sales. We just really had a little under 3 gigawatts, and 2016 was the highest year, mainly because the ITC credits were starting to was threatened to be taken away, and so there's a big increase in push to build more solar, which is great. But since then, in the last 5 years, we have not built that much. And so one of the key points here is that we are really still short of meeting our goals that we need to do by 2045. And so even if we build out at the 2.7 gigawatts per year, we're only going to reach about 65 gigawatts. That is really short of the almost 200 gigawatts of just solar that we need to bring online. And this is just such an important point about just the scale that we have to consider and look at. This model also includes 52 gigawatts of distributed energy resources, 9 gigawatts of offshore wind, 50 gigawatts of clean firm thermal, and also over 10 gigawatts of storage, both short and long term. So it already is looking at the diverse resource portfolio that we need, but we still are very short in what we need to do to scale up. And so I really just wanted to highlight again that there's a lot of incremental growth that we have to do, building on our historic rates. Next slide, please.
So picking up on something that Simon Baker said in the morning panel, the cost to decarbonize the grid is no longer going to be the limiting factor. The price of renewables, the price of these resources on a both per kilowatt hour basis, per megawatt basis, if you're just looking at capacity, or even total system cost is no longer the limiting factor here. And that's a really important finding that we heard from panel 1 this morning. Our modeling is showing that as well. But there are limits to figuring out, okay, well, what's the right mixture? What's the right level of renewables? What's the right level of clean firm power, as Ed put it? What is sort of the right mixture? Well, how are we going to figure that out? And that's where we sort of talk about for the rest of this entire slide deck, is going from the models to the planning process. In order to be able to do that, we first sort of established, and as we heard from the EJAC questions this morning, community engagement is going to be essential. That each part of the state, it's such a big and diverse state that we're going to have to be deploying in a lot of different areas, but we're going to have to listen into what the communities are asking for to make certain that we are figuring this out right. And at this scale of build out is really just detailed. We need to be thinking about equity and inclusion. We need to be thinking about how much land is actually available. How do we scale up the permitting of all this generation and do that as fast as we need to do it? And then how do we coordinate the transmission and generation build out appropriately? And so the rest of our slides are really going to be focusing on how do we do some recommendations on the scoping plan on these key areas. And with that, I'm going to hand the first one over to Julia. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Michael. And just to build on the community engagement, starting early and often is a really important key inclusive component that seems to get missed many opportunities. So I wanted to highlight again how important that is. So looking at the 3 constraints we're going to bring to you, the constraint number 1 builds off the great work that Nature Conservancy did in 2019 on Power Place, California, where they started to look at exclusion layers that are legally protected, national parks, exclusions that are administratively protected, wetlands areas, exclusion areas, category 3, that are high conservation value areas, rivers and watersheds. There's a very diverse group of categories and requirements to kind of look at. And then also building on top of that, looking at where you need to exclude for techno-economic suitability, slope, just land possibilities just for the way that the geography is. And then the remaining areas then would be siting level 3, which were kind of unconstrained. And in California, the Nature Conservancy's work identified 5 million acres that are not uniform in terms of development costs and risks, but that have the potential to be developed for solar in particular here. You could look at other hybrid options, but we honed in on solar because of the requirements that the model showed us of almost 200 gigawatts that we need to build in California by 2050. So considering those 5 million acres of limited land, want to focus your attention on the inverted pyramid. And because as the Nature Conservancy's Power Place report outlined, what is the total land mass area, what's developable, what's where are the conservation easements, and what's just physically unsuitable. Once you have all those requirements outlined and kind of restrictions in place and kind of identifiers and criteria you need to move forward on, then you kind of say, okay, where can we do the project development? And each one of these layers, the site assessment, securing the land, the offtake, the transmission, the interconnection queues, the permits, the financing, construction, each one of these is a risk layer that almost compounds in each level that you try to get through. You need each one of these milestones to be met as you develop a project. And if you miss one, then it's really difficult to move forward. And that's what we want to highlight, is that, land exclusion is just the first step. Once you've identified a possible site, you really do need to look at, landowners, community benefits. Are the parcels the right size? And then really also considering that, does the community have interest in that? Maybe they want something else. Are you having conversations? How do you work through any public opposition that makes permitting impossible? And then, in addition to all the additional work you've just done, what do the transmission studies reveal? Are there additional upgrades that are just so prohibitive? Is there, other barriers that have come up that the risk is and the trade-off is not worth it? So all these additional considerations we have to think about and consider as we're moving forward to build all the needed resources that we do. And so it's really just trying to be aware of all the different milestones and how difficult it gets as the projects are built in certain areas. Next slide. So I had an interesting hockey curve, and kind of want to build on this too, is that, so until now, a lot of signs have pointed to a very positive hockey stick growth curve. It was highlighted earlier, just the benefits of solar. I mean, the costs have come down 90% in the last 10 years. And during that time, there was a lot of support for utility scale, there was transmission access, there was land availability. There was a lot of, there was financing costs that were falling, there are larger projects, even technology improvements and efficiency were advancing the deployment. Next slide, please. But as you continue to kind of move forward in time, as we're developing more projects in a region, the hockey stick turns into an S curve. So we start to plateau, where we're already reaching these points where we have increasing land costs and competing needs. There's more restrictions to transmission. The further you are from transmission and interconnection queue areas, the more expensive it can be. You could also be leaving a resource area that maybe has better quality of penetration. You want to make sure that you're accessing the best. And as you kind of increase this movement towards the S curve, you're getting poorer resources, and you might be increasing public opposition. And then you also have the interconnection queue that has been mentioned many times a day. It's kind of amazing that there are over, I think it's 160 gigawatts in the queue now, and 40 of those gigawatts are even out of state. So there's just a lot in the queue. And I've also seen that nationwide, there's 80 gigawatts just kind of sitting in the queue around the country. So it's a big deterrent. And then the increasing number of generation Ventai requests to the various rights-of-ways. And then also just, is there even any transmission capacity available? So as we're just pointing out, that as we go through the time requirements, it gets more and more difficult and riskier over time. And as pointed out in the models, there is a lot of push towards to increase the build out anytime where it's 4 to 10 times the amount in those last 5 to 10 years. And so that really just amplifies the risk factors as we delay any parts of development. And then just really want to point out again, the occurrence of all these things happening at the same time just compounds the risk and the cost. And we just want to highlight again that this is all starting to happen, and we want to be really aware of this and be very sensitive to the time restrictions and concerns. Again, it's just that things get more taxed as we go forward, and how do we really kind of work on making sure the scenarios for decarbonization are trying to time this a little bit better with the deployment. There's just so much at the end. Maybe we need to kind of consider visiting this a little earlier, because again, having this hockey stick that was very beneficial and very positive start to plateau out earlier than what we had thought can just, again, increase costs and risks. So we want to be very sensitive to them. Next slide.
So this is a map of showing where California was about 10 years ago, and looking at the local county level of what restrictions were happening for permitting new generation. You can see from this there were some, but it was not all that much. And on the right-hand side, we have our 192 gigawatts of utility scale solar, basically showing the benchmark we're trying to hit and sort of where we were at 10 years ago. Well, march forward in time, let's go to the next slide, please. This is 5 years ago, so 5 years in. we're starting to see more local bans, more local permitting restrictions, more local permitting concerns. We've built a lot more solar. We've gone up to 10 in that time frame, but we were having more things out there. A couple to note. LA County said that they wanted no new wind development in unincorporated areas. Solana County said no solar projects on agricultural zones. That was in 2015. Napa County in 2019 banned all solar projects on agricultural lands. There's a variety of other ones that kind of came up in this time frame. Let's go ahead to the next slide, please. And this is just last year, and we can see more of these are coming about. To me, this suggests a couple of things. One, permitting is going to become trickier, not easier. Over time, local communities need to be engaged. Sometimes this is expression of local will. Sometimes this is just competing interests at face. Sometimes this is lack of resources. And I think the scoping plan can play a role here, saying, all right, well, what needs to be done at the county level and what should be done to help streamline permitting statewide? Because if we overlay these restrictions on some of the maps that Julie was showing in constraint number 1 of the amount of actual available land, well, are we just making our process even harder if we've found land that is developable and citable and everything else? Are we actually making things that much harder? You'll notice for where we were last year, we're at about 13 gigawatts, and that's great. That's a huge amount of progress, but it's nowhere near the level of scale of what we're going to be talking about. So one of the conclusions that I take out of this is that we need to find ways, whether it be through the scoping plan or through legislation or some combination of all the above, of figuring out how do we make permitting to match the scale that we need and on the time frame that we're going to need it on. And with that, let's hand it over to Julia for the next.
Thanks. So building off the two constraints that we highlighted earlier, the available land and then the siting restrictions, moving into the third constraint on transmission. And as we noted, the best available lands are built first, and that we have these kind of compounding risks as we go through time. We also really wanted to note the increase in transmission capacity that is needed. We mentioned earlier that there's 80 gigawatts of installed capacity today. The scenario from the Princeton, kind of the E+ scenario that has kind of everything except nuclear in it, calls for 325 gigawatts of installed capacity by 2050, and that is 4 times larger than today's capacity. And if we're going to do this, we're going to definitely need some transmission. Building on existing rights-of-ways, additional upgrades. As you can see, we've got about the blue box of the existing transmission capacity. And then we have, the additional years with these two different scenarios. The E+ one, where it would be almost $35 billion, and the E+ renewable energy kind of focused only on 100% renewables would be, almost $42 billion of new build infrastructure in addition to upgrades. So this also is considering, in addition to widening existing rights-of-ways, maximizing capacity, new builds, looking at additional options like rail and highway. Really trying to be creative and where we can site transmission and how we can move forward. It's going to be really a lot of coordinated efforts to really build transmission in the next 15, 20 years, especially since the last 9 projects built in California, anywhere from 6 to 19 years. So there's, again, that need for coordination. Next slide, please. And so as we're looking at the 3 constraints, realizing that through all the dialogues that we had with, again, very diverse stakeholders throughout the state, what really has to come to fruition, and an equitable plan that has dates, amounts, and spatial priorities is going to be really, really important first step. I'm thinking of Simon's recommendations of all those bullet point lists that he had, and there are all these great coordinated efforts that are kind of like, here's the silo, this silo, this silo, but having an equitable plan that kind of brings it all together with that single point of responsibility is so essential to kind of really have that transparency to kind of see where we all are and how we're all meeting our goals. I mean, I think it's so exciting that there's so much drive and support and just strength to do this. We just really have to, make sure that it's measurable and that we're staying on track. There's a lot to do, and we need to be accountable. And, we also just need to be aware that, we're humans. There's erasers on pencils for reasons, and there might be some mistakes or we might falter. And so how are we going to react? Instead of constantly being so reactive. We're going to be proactive in creating contingency plans where we might falter and need to adapt.
And so I think you've heard us both sort of say throughout each of these sort of constraints that we're identifying that the scoping plan is an opportunity for us to better coordinate and to better organize how we do this. As we're thinking about this, sort of right now, there's all these disparate threads, as sort of Julie just pointed out, all here in this yellow circle. There's no one entity that owns the decarbonization transition, nor should it. It doesn't make sense to have one entity, do it all on its own. But we do need someone to help keep account of what's happening, to help organize and to help sort of keep folks accountable. And so we need we need to be able to do this better, I think is really the take home here. The scoping plan does have a way of assigning tasks and assigning metrics and assigning key dates and deadlines and saying, okay, here's the trajectory that we're going to want to hit, here's the pace, and here's why. Let's go over to the next slide, please.
So building on that, kind of all agencies continue to have a role. We've seen this outlined so well today, and just really kind of honing in on that single point responsibility. Again, kind of building on some of the themes from the comments too, is that there's such a local need and local focus, but there's also all these responsibilities and all these other aspects of our 58 counties. So how do we coordinate all these pieces? And so there are all these separate visions and goals that each agency has to build on, and how are we incorporating the county and local uses with all the other requirements. And so again, really just trying to support and uplift all these moving pieces to say how critical it is from what we're hearing to have that single point responsibility where transparency, communications, and focus can be, and even tying to the federal government of the federal funds that hopefully will be approved later this week can start coming in to the California agencies to help implement a lot of this change.
And so I think just in summary, we wanted to make certain that as we are thinking about, well, what is it that the scoping plan can do to go from all the modeling work that was presented in the first panel and to go from all the different assumptions that are out there and saying, okay, how do we create some action orientation? We want to focus on the following. First and foremost has to be community engagement and thinking about inclusion and equity. We have to think about how much land is available, how much land is permittable, and how do we get that permittable projects there? What is the time and pace of the transmission build out, and how do we coordinate that with generation? And what is the executed plan for removing those roadblocks? Recognizing that some of our existing state agencies have this kind of process well underway. Some of them we might need to be thinking a little bit more creatively. There is no one state entity that is looking at generation permitting right now. The Energy Commission does parts of it. There are local agencies that do parts of it. We might want to reconcile that. We might want to be thinking bigger about, well, how do we come up with solutions to each of these areas that we've identified?
And just to build on a couple points there, the transmission piece and distribution piece, like all these pieces are connected. Like I really want to keep pushing and applaud the creative thinking that's going on, because there are going to be trade-offs. And so how are we being inclusive and having an open conversation to talk about what those are? And so, all the different upgrades, the entire system has to be changed. So it's exciting times, and look forward to working with all of you and to your questions and comments. So thanks again for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much, Julie and Michael. Our second speaker is Dr. Jack Brower. He's the director of the Advanced Power and Energy Program at UC Irvine. And Jack, you're queued up.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present here. And like others, I very much appreciate the comments from the dais and from the other speakers that have come before me. Like most of you, I am very proud to be a Californian, and I'm especially proud of our electric grid, how it's been able to lead the world in adopting renewable electricity. I do think, though, that as we increasingly adopt renewable power, hydrogen and fuel cells are going to play a very important and increasingly important role to achieve zero emissions completely. Next, please. And I was asked to talk about how hydrogen might fit in in the electric sector decarbonization for a few points, and how air quality might be affected by use of hydrogen and fuel cells, how hydrogen is made, various pathways, and air quality and emissions impacts of mixing hydrogen into the gas system. So these 4 topics I'm going to cover. Next, please. As we've noted, solar and wind power have become the cheapest sources of primary energy and available in a more equitable fashion all around the world. And so it's wonderful that we are able to adopt this in increasing numbers. Next. But we're already seeing that the dynamics of managing highly renewable electric grids can be challenging. Now, we're doing a smart thing here in California. We're overbuilding and we're curtailing some of it. But as you can see, we're curtailing more and more, and this is also providing another aspect of making that hockey stick, as we just saw, into an S-curve. Next. It's already slowing the pace of adoption. Next. So how do we get to 100% zero emissions in our grid? Well, we've done simulations over the years. This is a case in which we have high wind. It's a wind dominant case in which we simulated the whole year, looked at the actual dynamics of wind and solar as are available throughout the state, and we complemented that with the demand dynamics to actually get the whole year residual load. So you can see the red data are all the deficits and the blue data are all the surpluses of the renewable energy on a 15-minute basis throughout the year. Next, please. And this is how we store it now with pumped hydro. The height of the box is the power amount and the size of the box is the total energy amount if you could have all the lakes full and go through all the turbines to make electricity in return. Next. If we electrified 21 million EVs, we could store this much. What you can see is that both of these resources do not have sufficient power or energy to actually make it through the year. Next. But if we transformed our natural gas storage facilities to renewable hydrogen using this renewable surplus of electricity, we would have a resource this big. You see, the gas storage, keep going, the gas storage is the only resource that's of the magnitude we need if we are to go all the way in for renewables. Next, please. And it's the only thing that can do it seasonally too, because you can store it over a long period of time without self-discharge. Next, please. And if you look at the dynamics associated with gas demand plus electric demand, we unfortunately haven't been paid yet to actually accomplish this in the state of California. But in the Northwest, we did this. Next. And what you see is that the gas peak is about 70 gigawatt hours and the electric peak is about 30 gigawatt hours, but they are semi-coincident. In which case, next please, you see that the combined energy demand has a peak that's almost the sum of those. Next. What that leads to is full electrification solutions require an overinvestment in the electric infrastructure to just meet a few hours of the year or a few days of the year in which these demands are coincident. So decarbonizing both the gas system and the electric system, I think, is obviously going to be required and more cost effective. Next. And the gas system is a tremendous resource for zero emissions and resilience. And I want to suggest first we should invest in introducing a certain fraction of renewable hydrogen into the gas grid. This is not so important for decarbonizing gas. It's most important as a resource, an alternative vector for introducing electricity, an alternative vector for introducing more renewables and transportation electrification. Only when we are able to piecewise convert to pure hydrogen do we really get to large decarbonization of the gas system, but we should do both of those. Next, because I know that if we introduced solar only in this 20 miles by 20 miles area right here, next, and we turned off the valves here and used the gas system alone, not even built any new transmission lines, just used the gas system and went through the round trip efficiency of making the hydrogen here. This is what would happen to the pipelines. Next. these pipelines could manage the entirety of the hydrogen we'd make at that 20 miles by 20 miles. And next, it would comprise 40 points of renewable content. In other words, we would be able to add 40% of electric demands through the gas system, okay, by using this renewable hydrogen vector and the existing gas lines. Next. And we know that the dynamics work. We've actually been studying this for quite a long time. This is a 2013 paper where we complemented the, This is a 2013 paper where we complemented the wind power of Texas, because that's where most of the wind was being curtailed at the time. And we complemented it with hydrogen production, putting it into a salt cavern, and then whenever there was not wind available, we'd take the hydrogen out of the salt cavern and make electricity. And we were able to next show that you could actually manage the salt cavern temperature and pressure within its safe operating limits, and to also show that we could do the hour by hour and seasonal storage of this wind energy. As you can see, we build up the pressure in the cavern in December and October, November, December, January, February, and March, but we give it back to the city in July, August, and September next. But if you don't have a salt cavern, that's when we need to transform something else next. And that's the underground storage facilities and gas system that we have here in California. It's a tremendous resource and a reliable delivery mechanism for our renewable electricity. Next. As a matter of fact, 99.999% reliable according to this GTI study. Next. And just in Southern California, 13 terawatt hours of equivalent electricity storage could be accomplished in the gas system. Next. This is worth $2.6 trillion in DOE future battery costs. Next. Even if we just put 5% hydrogen, it would be worth it would be worth $130 billion. These are big numbers. Next. They're so big that I need to compare it to something else I know, like tuition at UC Irvine. As a matter of fact, we could send the entire population of Orange County to UC Irvine and pay for 4 years of their entire population for only $39 billion. Next, we could make all University of California schools free at only $4.7 billion every 4 years. It's like $1 billion a year. The interest alone off the value of putting 5% hydrogen in the gas system, because it's such a massive resource for renewable electricity, we could send everyone to school free at UC by the interest off that energy storage system. Next. And this gas system has proven resilience throughout the state of California and all around the world. You can see these hydrogen and you can see these gas system and fuel cells that have operated through hurricanes, wildfires, superstorms, all kinds of things all around the world. Next. And when we model the price of renewable gas in the CPUC Resolve model, we see it being adopted by the optimal solution at about $24 per MMBTU. This is what we're showing here. If it's $24 per MMBTU, then we use it for 2% of our energy in the electric grid. If it gets to $16 per MMBTU, we use it for 7%. If it gets all the way down to $8 per MMBTU, we use it for 32% of the energy in the electric grid. Next. And the US DOE just announced that they want to make the price of hydrogen in this hydrogen energy earthshot $1 for 1 kilogram within 1 decade. This $1 per kilogram is $7.20 per MMBTU. If this comes to fruition, it's going to be a major resource for the support of the electric grid, up to that 32% that we predicted using the Resolve model. Next. So, and people are already investing in this in the state of California. LADWP, for example, is working with many others in Utah at their Delta plant in Utah to transform it to a renewable hydrogen combustion system, partially fired with renewable hydrogen at first, but eventually transforming it to 100% hydrogen, making it zero emissions dispatchable renewable energy for LADWP. Next. So what happens to air quality if we don't use fuel cells and hydrogen? What we do then is we use backup generation. As a matter of fact, that's what we've been adopting lately. There's been a 34% increase in the Bay Area in the last 3 years of adopting diesel generators to handle the resilience of what's happening on the grid. And they're disproportionately located in disadvantaged communities. You can see here where they are being located. Next. And in SoCab, same thing, but a 22% increase in the South Coast Air Basin, over 14,000 deployed, and again, mostly deployed near disadvantaged communities. Next. And the assessment of this M3 study is that if we would reduce emissions from these backup diesel generators, we would save between $3.5 million to $32 million annually for turning these diesel backup emissions off. Next. We did a study also at APEP where we developed a scenario. This is not annual emissions now. We're going to develop a scenario for either a public safety power shutoff or a wildfire that led to increased use of diesel generators in the South Coast Air Basin. And we made the scenario, we resolved the emissions, we simulated the air quality using CMAQ, and then we had health impact assessment. Next. And you can see that we had emissions increases that were pretty substantial in the South Coast Air Basin, up to about 7 tons per day of NOx, increased emissions, and about 1 ton per day of PM. Next. And this is what changes in ground level ozone did due to this grid disruption event. Okay, and again, this is just a PS event, a single event. Next. And this is what happened to PM 2.5 ground level concentrations as a result of that event, both in the summer and in the winter. Next. And just from this episode, we see costs, health costs, according to the BenMap simulations we did, that are very substantial. More than $4 million per PM episode, and about $500,000 for the NOx impacts associated with this grid disruption event. Next. And these also disproportionately in disadvantaged communities that are already exposed to too many emissions. Next. Okay, so how do we make this hydrogen? Next. We can make it in 3 main ways. We can take organics, either waste organics or organics that come from agriculture or other processes or even forests, and we can convert them thermochemically or anaerobically to make this renewable hydrogen. We can also take power, renewable power, and through electrolysis make this hydrogen. This will be the most important pathway because it's the most ubiquitous. And then finally, we could use artificial photosynthesis. Next. And what we show is that in a very short period of time, we can take this renewable hydrogen, and which costs about $16 at the pump today, to something that's more like $6 and maybe even $4 per kilogram, which on a gallon of gasoline equivalent, because of the efficiency improvements you can get with hydrogen, is about $2 per gallon of gasoline equivalent. So in other words, this renewable hydrogen as delivered in the state of California could be a cheaper fuel than gasoline is today. Next. And how do we make it? Well, our recent study showed that we will use all 3 of these major mechanisms in the state of California for making the renewable hydrogen. We would use it for managing our waste streams, okay? And we would also use it electrolysis methods, as well as reformed biomethane methods. So we have thermochemical, reformed biomethane, and electrochemical methods that are going to be important, according to our recent study. Next, yes. So now what about emissions? What happens when we mix a certain amount of hydrogen into the natural gas system? Next. We've been studying appliances, and what you see in the table below for various appliances, cooktops, ovens, all the way to this laundry dryer, are NOx and CO emissions for blends of hydrogen and natural gas. And whenever you see green, that means when we added hydrogen, the emissions went down. So what you can see is that without any modification, 20% hydrogen mixed with natural gas actually lowers emissions more. in more instances than it actually raises emissions. Now, some things it does raise emissions, like, for example, this outdoor grill. Okay, next. We also looked at industrial burners, and look at the top row only of this chart. What you can see is that for these 9 different burners that we evaluated, we looked at mixtures of methane with hydrogen, and you can see that for most of these burners, nitrogen oxide emissions go down when you add 24% hydrogen into the natural gas. Next. Gas turbines. Gas turbines are a little bit trickier. They can sometimes have increased emissions and sometimes decreased emissions without modification. And so what you can see here, this is measurements that we made in a capstone gas turbine, and you can see for adding hydrogen up to 10%, we have a decrease in the emissions of NOx, but we have an increase if we go from 10 to 20. Next. And we know why this is happening. We know the science. Hydrogen should burn hotter, and that would lead to an increase in the nitrogen oxide emissions, okay? But it also has a faster flame speed, so it ends up establishing the flame front closer to the burner tip, transferring more heat to the burner tip, and as a result, producing less NOx in some circumstances. We could also operate more lean if we introduced more hydrogen, and that's what's being shown here for this full-scale gas turbine, where you can get even below 1 ppm NOx on a 15% oxygen basis. Next. And we would put all these things together in a scenario where we added 20% hydrogen to the natural gas system in California, and we simulated what happens to all of these appliances, industrial burners, and power plants. We saw that we actually had reductions in ozone and reductions in particulate matter that resulted. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Jack. Our third speaker is Tung Lee, who is the Executive Director of the California Air Pollution Control Officers Association. Tung, you can go ahead.
Thanks, Stephanie. So my name is Tung Lee. I'm with the, let me turn my camera on. Hi, my name is Tung Lee. I'm the Executive Director of the California Air Pollution Control Officer Association. I'm invited to talk a little bit more about some of the points that Dr. Bauer had pointed out during his presentation about some air quality impacts that we need to consider as we're moving towards the transition of cleaner grid and cleaner energy in the state. First, we just want to talk a little bit about what CAPCOA is. It's an association of the 35 air districts in the state of California. We are an association of the air pollution control officers, and it's a forum for sharing information. We provide advocacy efforts over the legislature on programs that might affect how air quality management is implemented in the state. So that's a little bit about what the association does. So next slide, please. So the air districts partner with federal and state government stakeholders and communities to manage air quality in the state of California. We share those roles with all of our partners. The local air districts are government agencies, and we have been created under state law. Next slide, please. So this is a map of the air districts in the state, and like I mentioned, we were created under state law to work with the Air Resources Board in regulating the different sources of air pollution. Generally speaking, the Air Resources Board is responsible for regulating mobile source emissions in the state, and the air districts are responsible for regulating stationary sources of air pollution in the state, which would include power plants, backup generators, and infrastructure, well, emissions emitting infrastructure that might need to be sited along with that. So in partnership with ARB and our other partners in how we implement the program, you know, holistically, we're responsible for meeting the requirements of the Clean Air Act, both at the federal and the state level. Next slide, please. So talking specifically about power plants, we work primarily with the Energy Commission in licensing and siting power plants to make sure that any localized impacts from power plant siting is taken into account. The district permits that are written for power plants are included as a part of the CEC's license. And again, those local regional impacts are taken into account when those licenses are written with feedback from the air districts. The other primary place that the air districts participate in energy planning is through permitting of backup generators that might be needed to ensure the resiliency that the grid needs, especially as we transition towards cleaner energy. You know, renewables integration is something that the state, the air districts have been discussing for many years now. And increasingly, as we clean up the grid, there is still going to be a need to ensure that there is reliability and resiliency there. And as Dr. Brower pointed out in his previous presentation, increased need for backup generators, specifically for diesel-fired backup generators, we're seeing a trend upwards in many of the air districts. You know, it was pointed out that South Coast and Bay Area are seeing significant increases in backup generators being permitted, but we're also seeing a trend statewide, not just within those two districts. And so really this is something you know, that should probably pay a little bit more close attention to, again, as we build out the infrastructure towards a cleaner grid. Next slide, please. So some of you may have seen maps before about attainment and non-attainment areas in the state of California. I like to use this graphic, which I think is a little bit more representative of the challenges that we currently face right now when we talk about being able to attain the federal air quality standards that are protective of public health. You know, so 85% of the population of California lives in non-attainment areas. This means that they are exposed chronically to unhealthy air quality, and it only exacerbates those challenges when there's really any more emissions that are being added to the atmosphere, including from backup generation. Next slide, please. Diesel backup generators specifically emit not just ozone or ozone precursors, I should say, but also significant amounts of particulate matter. When you couple that with the fact that the state is facing a dire wildfire situation, you know, there are smoke impacts that are being added to the atmosphere, and those are being compounded during these heat events when backup generators need to be brought online. And so the PM emissions that come out from backup generators certainly will have a significant effect on what is already a dire situation. Next slide, please. So now that I've kind of given a little bit of backdrop about where we are currently and some of the challenges that we are seeing at the local and the regional level, I give you a little bit of background about what the air district's role is and what we do whenever backup generators are needed. And certainly backup generation is going to, we feel, is increasingly becoming much more important. And we are seeing some of the effects of that as we move towards our zero carbon goals and trying to transition to a cleaner grid. So next slide, please. Some of the questions that we get asked pretty often is, you know, what is the air district's role? What do we determine? What do we do when backup generators need to be brought online? And it's something that we've seen over the last several years, increasingly with extreme heat events, where, you know, where additional generation needs to be brought online to make sure that the grid continues to provide the power that California needs. Most recently, the governor's July 30th emergency proclamation that directed, you know, the energy agencies, ARB, and everyone involved to basically put all options on the table and make sure that moving forward for the rest of 2021, that during extreme heat events, there would be sufficient energy needed. Normally, air district permits do not allow backup generators to provide prime power. Those backup generators are for emergencies. Emergencies are generally defined as circumstances that are outside of the control of the person holding that generator permit. And so rolling blackouts and extreme heat events are certainly outside of folks' control. And so that, along with the governor's order, allows the air districts, begrudgingly a little bit, allows the air districts to use their enforcement discretion and to make sure that the power is on the grid. There are some significant impacts that come along with that, though. I think that CAPCO and the air districts certainly agree that it's very paramount to make sure that electricity remains on, the lights stay on. The consequences of not having sufficient electricity, especially during the summer when we might have wildfire events and smoke impacts. We're asking folks to stay inside, run their HVAC systems. We're working on clean air shelters, and building out that infrastructure. But all that relies on electricity to make sure that we have the resources that we need to provide those, tools for people to be able to take shelter from, for instance, those wildfire impacts. And so for existing units, the air districts will go ahead and use their enforcement discretion. The governor's office, again, has provided that as an option for folks when we need additional resources on the grid. And so those backup generators provide a service, but at the same time, they are emitting an impact into the communities, and there are going to be some adverse effects from that. So for new generators, and this is something, again, that Dr. Brower's presentation pointed to a little bit earlier, the air districts do permit those. Those are under our purview. They have to meet best available control technology, and those backup resources, we try to ensure they are as clean as possible. It seems like, at least for the near term, there is going to be a need to bring up backup generators. I am joyed to see that there are other options like fuel cells, like hydrogen fueled options that might be able to be turned to as alternatives to diesel generators. But again, with the trend that we're seeing in the state, there are going to be needs to address that, for these types of scenarios where we have extreme heat events, and it's really all the resources that we need to be brought on. The air districts really kind of look at this, and I think it's very interesting that a lot of folks recognize that there is an equity lens that we need to look at this through whenever we talk about energy planning and air quality. But from our perspective, local and regional emissions are not just an issue of air quality, but we certainly agree it's also an issue of equity. Where generation is created, where backup generators are brought online, those are generally in disadvantaged communities, in areas where they already are feeling the worst impacts of air pollution and all the other disadvantages that might go with poor land use decisions that have been created, that have been made in the past. And those zones, I think it's very interesting. I agree with a lot of what some of the speakers previously talked about for exclusionary zones. We feel that there's some areas of the state that should be excluded, in consideration when we talk about disadvantaged communities. There should be some sort of consideration for communities, for regions of the state that are already feeling, a lot of the impacts from air pollution, a lot of the impacts from our transportation network, a lot of the impacts from just, where we are currently with electrical generation. And so we don't feel that it is fair, and it's something that really needs to be addressed as far as the equity issue goes, that we don't cite generation, we don't cite backup generation specifically in areas to basically provide power for the rest of the state, where areas might already be disadvantaged. And so, as we transition to that clean energy, the air districts and CAPCO just ask that we be mindful of that. And that we are already working with the Air Resources Board. We're already in discussions with the energy agencies about some of these issues of equity, of local and regional air quality. And we certainly look forward to continuing those discussions with the state agencies to make sure that as we are planning what the future grid in California looks like, that we take these considerations into account. Next slide, please. And finally, I just wanted to leave folks with this picture. This is a substation in Marysville. This is not because of a PSPS event. This is not because of an extreme heat event. We understand that this is because of a failure of a transmission line, or there was some maintenance going on in the area. But this is certainly illustrative of some of the issues that we're looking at when backup generation is needed to provide power to communities, to certain parts of the state. These are 13 2,700 horsepower Tier 2 diesel engines that have been brought into Marysville to provide power on some of the hottest days. So what we understand is that all 13 of these generators, these diesel-fired generators, are brought online. They run 6 to 8 hours a day, anytime the temperature gets over 95 degrees. The circle on the slide shows nearby low-income housing. There is also a rail yard that is right nearby. As you know, locomotives are fueled by diesel fuel, and the exhaust coming from those certainly will affect the community. And certainly bringing in these trailer-mounted generators is not going to help the situation, but only exacerbate it. And so I leave folks with this picture sort of to just give you a visual of the challenges that we face out there when we talk about backup generation, and we talk about how do we move forward on the different options as we consider how to transition towards a cleaner grid. And what we would strongly suggest is that we look at alternatives to diesel backup. There are other technologies, just like what Dr. Brower provided in his presentation, that we should look at and we should consider moving forward as we implement many of the greenhouse gas goals that the state has set up. So next slide, please. That is, that's kind of my presentation. My contact information is at the bottom there if anyone wants to follow up with me.
Hey, thank you, Tung. Our final panel speaker is Dr. Sarah Saltzer. Dr. Saltzer is the Managing Director of the Stanford Center for Carbon Storage.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. So Stanford and the Energy Futures Initiative last October completed a study on the CCS potential in California, which summarizes opportunities and challenges for CCS and proposes some novel solutions. So our analysis focused on the opportunity in California, challenges for CCS project development in California, and then we developed a policy action plan for maximizing the value of CCS in the state. Next slide, please. Okay, so in summary, we found 60 million tons of CO2 that we believe could be abated in the state via carbon capture retrofits and storage in geologic formations. This slide shows the breakdown of California's 2017 emissions in the various sectors. 60 million tons is a lot and represents 15% of the state's emissions. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, great. In our study, we assessed the potentially, no, back up one. Perfect. We assessed the potentially capturable industrial and electricity sector emissions. The electricity sector in California emits over 60 million tons of CO2 a year, and the industrial sector emits around 100 million tons of CO2 per year. In the electricity sector, we focused on natural gas combined cycle plants. In California, these tend to be younger, bigger in nameplate capacity, and have higher utilization rates than either the steam turbines or combustion gas turbines. And we identified 25 that we felt were the most suitable for CCS retrofit. On the industrial side, we went through a similar high grading, or I guess you could call it a qualification process, to identify industrial sites for carbon capture. There are actually over 400 industrial facilities in the state that register CO2 emissions in 2018. And we focused on the larger emitters and those with emission streams that were suitable for carbon capture retrofit. We ended up with 51 industrial facilities, and these included 8 cement plants, 15 combined heat and power facilities, 3 ethanol plants, 16 hydrogen plants, and 9 fluidized cat crackers at petroleum refineries. Next slide, please. Next slide, great. So if we capture all of the emissions, what are we going to do with them? So luckily, California has one of the largest geologic storage potentials in the United States, with the capacity to store over 70 gigatons of CO2. The bulk of the potential is located in the Central Valley. And we came to this conclusion by looking at existing studies by the USGS, the Department of Energy, the CEC, and others, and we high-graded previously identified opportunities. The areas suitable for geologic storage of CO2 are shown in light green on the California map on this slide. We also assessed locations where we would not want to put CO2 underground, and these are shown in the map in pink. For example, regions of high population density, near recently active faults, or near recent seismicity, or in restricted lands or in sensitive habitats. As I said, we identified 76 sources of capturable CO2 emissions, which together emit 60 million tons of CO2 per year. These sources are shown in the black dots on the map. And note, with the 70 gigatons of storage capacity, that means there's enough storage for over 1,000 years of these emissions that we identified. Next slide, please. Next, great. This plot shows the 76 facilities that we evaluated and their associated emissions on the left and their capture costs on the right. So to get at the capture costs, we used published cost estimates for what we called reference type facilities, and we scaled the costs as appropriate for each of our facilities in California. What you see on the plot to the right is that capture costs range from a low of about $20 a ton for ethanol, which is a fairly pure stream of CO2 and does not require separation, to more like $80 a ton or above at your NGCC power plants and some of the combined heat and power plants that we looked at as well. These plots can be put together into an abatement curve that also considers CO2 storage costs and various credits, as shown on the next slide. Next slide, please. Great. Okay, so this abatement curve plots the total cost for a facility in the Y direction. And the width of each bar corresponds to that facility's emissions. So facilities that have bars that plot in the negative direction on the left side of the chart and outlined in the red box can actually generate positive revenue with LCF credits of just $100 a ton. We were rather conservative there, and the federal 45Q tax credit. What we see is that there are 34 facilities, all the ones in the red box, that if retrofit with CCS could generate positive revenue. And these 34 facilities could abate 21.5 million tons of CO2 per year. You just look at where that red box or where the bars that are pointing down flip to pointing up, and you look where that is on the y-axis, and that's about 21.5 million tons a year. Now, if you look to the right of this chart, the facilities that are not part of the red box, for example, the cement plants that are in bright blue and the power plants that are in purple, many of them would require additional incentives to be revenue positive. Note, however, that incentives only $20 to $40 per ton is what's needed for many of these facilities to flip them into the negative, which is the revenue generating direction. Next slide, please. So once we identified all of the large sources of emissions that were suitable for carbon capture retrofit, as well as the potential storage locations, the next question is, how do you link them all up? So to do this, we used SimCCS, which is software that was developed at the Los Alamos National Laboratory. And the results of that analysis are shown on the slide to the left. So some of the emission sources are co-located essentially directly above potential storage resources, or they're within like 10 miles of suitable CO2 storage. And those would require relatively minimal infrastructure development. But what you do see is that there are a number of sources, the majority of them, that would require development of around 1,000 miles of new pipeline to connect the emission sources with suitable geologic storage. Now, although pipelines have relatively low capital and installation costs, permitting and building a new CO2 pipeline in California is perceived to be a formidable task. And another thing worth pointing out on this slide is the opportunity for hub-style developments. For example, in the Bay Area or the LA area. So hubs, what's neat about them is they combine emissions from multiple facilities, and then the facilities or the projects can benefit from shared infrastructure. Next slide, please. So what I'm showing on the modeled cash flow on this slide for a natural gas combined cycle electricity generation facility with carbon capture and co-located storage. What we see, or what I mentioned earlier, is that NGCC power plants have very high capture costs relative to other kinds of emission sources. Generally, they're not eligible for the LCFS credit. This plot of cash flow does reflect 12 years of the 45Q federal incentive. So what you see from this plot is that under current cost and support regimes, clearly an investor would see net negative cash flows for almost every year of the project. So without some source of revenue, something like a cap and trade credit, which are currently not eligible on these kinds of things, but basically you would need something like $40 to $60 a ton of some sort of sustained revenue, because with this current cash flow, an investor would be hard pressed to invest in an NGCC retrofit based on this cash flow alone. However, additional work that we have done at Stanford shows that adding NGCCs with CCS retrofit to a renewables dominated grid is a cost-effective way for California to meet its SB100 objectives. So we showed that CCS with NGCCs can lower the overall system cost by avoiding the need to overbuild renewable generation and energy storage to meet reliability requirements. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, while the primary objective of CCS is to reduce CO2 emissions and mitigate climate change, post-combustion capture can also result in the reduction of criteria air pollutant emissions from certain facilities. And also it's worth mentioning that CCS activities support employment for skill sets which may otherwise become obsolete in a clean energy transition. And will also provide a strong foundation for the emerging hydrogen economy and carbon dioxide removal jobs. And it's worth noting that direct air capture, blue hydrogen, and BECCS all require CCS. Next slide, please. So with these excellent opportunities in the state, the big question is why are there no on-stream CCS projects? And so we conducted over 60 interviews with stakeholders to try to get at the reason for this. Next slide. So what did we find? This matrix outlines some of the barriers that we heard again and again and again and again from various stakeholder perspectives. And these range from things like the ambiguous position on the role of CCS in California to things like the complex and really untested regulatory process so far. Definitely the revenue and cost uncertainty around LCFS and 45Q and perhaps other incentives that may or may not come to pass. And then finally, the public as really almost a barrier, their lack of awareness and their lack of support for CCS. So the final slide, please. So what is the solution? So this pyramid outlines a policy action plan for CCS in California to meet its high-level goals. As you know, California has some of the most ambitious decarbonization targets in the country, and additional actions to accelerate meeting these targets by a coalition of California is really what's needed to ensure that the state rapidly and equitably transitions to a carbon neutral economy. So what we see in this pyramid is that we have strong foundations for CCS in California. That's shown by the bottom gray portion of the pyramid. And these foundations include things like the urgent need for rapid emissions reductions, policy support from the LCFS CCS protocol, the commercial readiness of CCS, and the state's commitment to equitable and clean transition, among other things. California has many opportunities to leverage CCS to rapidly decarbonize and to create new clean industries and jobs. However, the state has never really come out and affirmed their support for CCS and the important role that CCS will play in achieving California's climate goals. The bottom line is that one of the most important near-term things that California can do is to affirm their support for CCS. And this is shown in the blue level of the pyramid. And then there are also a slew of additional actions that could be taken. For example, improving and coordinating the permitting process, clarifying the issue of pore space ownership, and then developing potentially some state-supported demonstration projects with industry. Such projects could provide insights into the technical and regulatory challenges of a CCS project within the state of California. They could help reduce uncertainty for, I guess you could call them would-be developers, around things like the unclear and untested regulatory processes. And finally, they could demonstrate that CCS projects have a positive benefit on the local communities. So in conclusion, California has the opportunity to meet our 2030 and our 2045 decarbonization goals, but it will require CCS projects to get started now. We need to motivate the private sector and influence the regulatory process to ensure that CCS projects are developed in a cost-effective and a timely manner. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions during the panel discussion.
Thank you very much, Sarah. So we are going to move into the public participation for this panel. As we mentioned before, we will start with any questions from the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee members in attendance. Trish, could you assist with that? And are there any EJAC members with their hands raised currently?
Hi, Stephanie, this is Trish. I do not see EJAC members with their hands raised. Did you have something though, Kevin? You're muted.
I don't think I have a hand raising tool because I was a panelist. That's okay. Great presentations this afternoon, very uplifting, I'll be honest with you, after the morning. Jack, it was great to see you again. I last saw you in LA when you presented to the SEMPRA group down there, and I was really impressed then. And I really think your vision of the future with hydrogen is where we need to go. I mean, I can't imagine why we would do anything else, I'll be honest with you. But I think it answers a lot of the questions regarding how do we sort of detach this potential environmental disaster for EJ communities from the energy transmission and generation and end use process, sort of all in one. Of course, we're looking at, you know, obviously a 20 to 30 year time horizon on a good day, but so is there any momentum happening behind that, Jack? Does that seem to be moving forward to you?
Thank you for your questions and comments there. Appreciate it. Absolutely. If you look at jurisdictions all around the world who also have similar goals to the state of California to achieve zero emissions, and when I say zero, I don't just mean GHG, I mean zero criteria pollutant emissions too. They all have landed upon hydrogen as being essential to achieving that, especially in all applications that society needs. So it has a major role to play in decarbonizing electricity because that last 30, 20% or so is very difficult without some of the features that hydrogen offers. And I won't go over all that again, okay? But who has determined this? The UK has published studies that show that about 30% of their energy is going to go through renewable hydrogen. Germany, again, published studies, a €9 billion investment they're going to make in hydrogen. Japan, Korea, Australia, and now also the United States. Now we don't have the money yet, but we have the commitment of the US Department of Energy to also invest similarly in hydrogen, because it is the only known zero emissions resource that has certain features that we need to completely decarbonize. Okay, and again, those features are numerous, and I won't go over all of them, but let me mention a few. Okay, long duration storage. They can do that better than batteries. Massive storage because of separate power and energy scaling. Lightweight that enables long duration, long range transit, and heavy payload. Okay, so you have heavy payload, heavy duty applications. You have industrial applications that need reducing gas, that need high temperatures, that need hydrogen as a feedstock to make ammonia, for example. Okay, we got to decarbonize all of that. Hydrogen's one of the only known solutions to do all of that. Okay, so I'm quite optimistic because so many jurisdictions are now agreeing that this can be done, and they're going to invest.
So I wonder. Oh, sorry, thank you. I can definitely feel your energy, the whole thing. So Julia, was it you talking about the carbon sequestration? I'm sorry, or was it Sarah?
That was me, Sarah.
Yeah, Sarah, sorry, I was kind of in and out on the video thing there for a while. I needed my camera for something else. But so in the face of sort of Jack's future, assuming we went that way, doesn't that kind of obviate the need to develop a lot of sequestration technology? Because right now it's the popular thing. I was looking on one of the heavy duty industry websites that I also am linked to, and they had talked about this new technology they've got to actually sequester carbon in the truck somehow as it's moving, that they're sequestering or storing carbon, and then they can unload it later. It's got to be something, I'm thinking, that is part of an ICE engine approach, excuse me, powered vehicle, because the only place I would think they could get it is from black carbon, but maybe not. And then the cement industry is offering up the same thing. They've got this new concrete that supposedly is going to sequester maybe even as much as 30%. Forgive me if I've got the percentages wrong, but I just was kind of running through it a few nights ago. So two questions. One, in this hydrogen future, do you see us needing to, if that happens, would we need to sequester a lot more carbon? And two, what do you think about these sort of strategies that various industries are putting forward that right into their product, if you will, like with the cement people, they were saying like per ton of concrete, so much carbon now would be sequestered in it. What do you think about that?
Okay, so I am very familiar with what's going on in the cement industry and some of the opportunities there. And there are some opportunities for sequestering CO2 within the cement and the concrete blocks and products themselves. However, cement and the cement industry is one of the largest emitters worldwide. And even if that can sequester some CO2, it's definitely not enough to actually take account for all of the CO2 that is being emitted within that industry. There are options that are very expensive to use hydrogen instead at cement plants, or to use to electrify using various plasma kinds of techniques. Those kinds, though, only will capture the process emissions. They will not actually capture the emissions that are associated with the formation of clinker, which is like 60% of the CO2 emissions at a cement plant. CCS is actually one of the only technologies, I guess you could say, available now that could actually probably capture, I would say 100%, but usually it's more like only 90%, but the bulk of the emissions at a cement facility. Now, you also mentioned ICE engines, and I know that there's at least one startup that's looking at directly attaching some equipment to truck engines and then capturing the CO2. Now, once you've captured it, you still got to do something with it. And with the volumes of potential CO2 capture, either through that or through other things, we still have a big need for carbon capture and storage. Remember, direct air capture, BECCS, all of these things require carbon capture and storage. The CCS is the second half of BECCS. As we move toward more of a hydrogen economy, I'm assuming that there will initially be blue hydrogen, which involves capturing the CCS at the SMR facilities. And for that, we'll also need carbon capture and storage. And so these will all be good transition kinds of needs for CCS.
So when you say capture versus
I agree. Let me just say that
storage.
I agree that we need all of these technologies. We need carbon capture and storage and hydrogen, and they are complementary in the way that Professor Salzer just talked about.
Yep. And lots of long duration energy storage technologies. That's great, Jeff.
Yeah.
So when you say, so can I assume that the storage would be essentially equivalent to the sequestration versus capturing? I shouldn't
when
use
I use the word
two.
storage. When I use the word storage, we're talking about geologic storage of CO2. We are not talking about some sort of metal canisters or anything. With the volumes of CO2 that we need to be dealing with, we need to be injecting it in the subsurface. There are many things that are utilization options and things, but a lot of that is a lot more small scale than what we really need to be doing with the volumes of CO2 that we need to be addressing.
So that I ask, I think you understand why, from an EJ perspective, I asked about trucks and cement plants, since those are two, incredibly large sources for our community. I'm sorry, did I interrupt you, Julia?
No, this is Rajinder. I was just going to say that, yeah, hi, Kevin. If you have another question, feel free to ask it. I think we're trying to make sure that we take a break around 2 o'clock so that we don't have a long afternoon for everybody, including all the panelists. And I am being told that there are a series of other folks waiting to ask questions. So feel free to ask another question and then we can
All right, one more question. So one of the biggest concerns that we have on the EJ side, and we're seeing it happen right in front of our faces, is, first of all, carbon sequestration. I know I need a lot more information before I can buy off on the technology we have today as being safe. When we look at the orphaned wells in the oil and gas industry all over this country that are leaking methane that are supposedly capped, the idea that we can cap somehow a gas source, hasn't proven out. Mother Nature hasn't been as kind to that as maybe we could have hoped. And, so we're talking about injection wells, I'm assuming 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 feet or more to get it down low enough to avoid the implications that might happen due to some normal subsidence of the earth, or earthquakes, or just changes over time in the water table, which again leads to subsidence, which can affect any kind of a sort of well cap and the feeder tube that leads down to it. So I think a lot of our residents are genuinely concerned. My folks up in Sacramento, or excuse me, Stockton, feel blindsided by what they understand is a sequestration project that's being permitted in the Delta right next to where they live, and they don't understand it and why it was in a way that they feel, again, while they're engaged fully in POR and with air districts and CARB through AB 617, they only found out about it accidentally through a CEQA record when they were running CEQA record. So, I think we need more time here to digest this information and understand it, because right now it just seems remarkable to me that we could, make a dent in the total amount of carbon we would need to store to actually affect the climate or slow down this climate evolution that we're facing. I mean, I'll be honest, it seems almost a fool's errand, I'll be honest with you, but I confess that, I just don't know as much as I need to know about it, and don't know if I can without spending another 2 years in college that I'm not willing to dedicate my life to right now. So,
well, I would be absolutely.
Whatever you can do to help us there, I really appreciate it.
We would love to talk with you and share with you a little bit more about some of the geologic processes and what CCS is all about. I can say that CCS has been going on for over 40 years in a safe and effective way all around the world as well as in the US. But it is fairly complicated.
See, something else we don't know.
I'd be happy to sit down and with you and your colleagues and explain with you the process. And yes, and that is exactly why also on one of the slides that I showed, there was a pink area that was what I called the exclusion zone. And so we did look at things to ensure that areas that we felt were high graded for CCS potential storage in the state were away from any of the either the natural or people or other areas that we would not want to cite a storage complex.
Right. I
But
see
please
a
feel free to reach
workshop.
out to me.
I see a joint workshop with the DCAG and the EJAC coming up for this. Rajinder, maybe you could put that on your list, and Trish, and whoever's leading for CEC side. Thank you very much for your time. I will be quiet now.
No, I was just going to say we are also available to do a deep dive and invite guests into an EJAC noticed meeting if CCS is something that the EJAC, the entire body, would like to better hear on. So we also have that option.
Yeah, as it's tied back to energy, I think it would be great to have both groups if we can arrange it, Rajinder, DCAG and EJAC meeting combined if it's possible.
We'll take it back, and I'll have to circle with Chanel and figure out any logistics here, but happy to take that and
thank you.
Okay, Stephanie or Jordan, do you want to start going through the list of other commenters? Their hands up.
Sure, I can go ahead there. So we have 8 people with their hands up right now. So Sean, Edgar, I've activated your microphone. You can unmute yourself and begin. Sean, you need to unmute yourself in order to give your comment. Okay, we'll come back to Sean. Julia Levin, go ahead and unmute yourself and you can begin.
Good afternoon, Julia Levin with the Bioenergy Association of California. Thank you. Those were some really interesting, helpful presentations, all of the presentations from the panel. I wanted to follow up on a couple of comments, starting with something that was in Michael and Julia's slides on the interconnection queue. And this also relates to a statistic that Ed Randolph gave this morning from the CPUC, that we're going to need 40,000 megawatts of new clean power to come online in the next 10 to 15 years. That is an unprecedented amount of new clean energy. And unfortunately, our interconnection processes in California are not going to accommodate that level of new build out. So I think it is really critical that we completely revamp the interconnection process in California. The current proceeding at the CPUC has just not moved the needle in any meaningful way. And if we don't do that, we are not going to come close to meeting our clean energy goals. And in fact, 4 years ago already, the Air Board in the short-lived climate pollutant strategy said that interconnection delays and uncertainty was a major barrier to meeting our short-lived climate pollutant reduction goals. The California Energy Commission just said it last month in its report on reliability as well, saying that interconnection delays really threaten reliability. So Michael and Julia, you pointed this out, but I think it really needs to be underscored, and we need to tackle this challenge right away. Then I also wanted to follow up on a number of Jack's slides, which I thought were, as always, excellent and really informative. And also relate back to one of Ed Randolph's other comments this morning from the CPUC's projection that we're still going to need 8% of our electricity to come from natural gas in 2045. And that just seems utterly unnecessary in California, where, as Jack pointed out, we have such huge potential for renewable gas, both biogas and renewable hydrogen. And on top of which, renewable biogas or hydrogen from organic waste can reduce short-lived climate pollutants and provide carbon negative emissions. So it just doesn't seem like there's any need for fossil fuel gas in 2045, and we have such a high potential for renewable gas. And then the last 2 points I wanted to make in the electricity sector are, we really need to focus a lot more on firm renewables for reliability and cost containment. And that's something that CPUC has started to do, but the Energy Commission needs to catch up. I'm just shocked that the Energy Commission continues to project zero growth in hydrogen, zero growth in biomass, never even mentions biogas, and really zero growth in geothermal, which basically eliminates all potential growth for firm renewables. So we've got to get these agencies talking together and deal with some of these issues. So anyway, thank you. Those are my comments. And again, I really appreciated the presentations.
Before we go to the next question, Julie, just thank you for the nice comments. Two really quick observations. One, on your generation points, it wasn't the main focus of the slides we presented today, but when we look at how do we fully decarbonize the electricity sector, and then how do we, basically triple the amount of capacity to electrify a good chunk of the rest of the economy, we are going to need an all of the above strategy when it comes to clean generation resources, including clean firm power resources. We're going to need a massive amount of everything. And so I completely agree with you. It wasn't baked into the main part of our slides. We really wanted to focus on, assuming we get that level of generation into the planning, what are the constraints? And that was sort of the main focus of the talk we were trying to give. And I fully just want to uplift your remarks on the transmission queue or the transmission siting process. The interconnection process needs to be thought of for a different scale and pace and cost allocation than we've ever done before. It's not impossible. We know how to do it. We just have to execute, and have to execute much, much more than we've ever done.
Great.
Thank you. Our next comment will come from Genevieve Amsalem. Genevieve, go ahead. And you will have to unmute yourself on your end as well.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful, thank you. Well, thank you everyone here for presenting, and to Kevin for presenting on behalf of the EJAC. I have a quick question specifically for Jack. Really interested in the idea of using the existing natural gas pipeline to transport hydrogen. However, I have been learning a bit about how hydrogen reacts a little differently in the pipelines than natural gas, and that it can embrittle the steel and cause the degradation of the pipeline system. And I was wondering if you could share a little bit more about that issue and how we could potentially overcome it if it is an issue. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Yes, hydrogen embrittlement is a known scientific fact in pipeline steels that are used primarily in the transmission system. In most distribution systems, we use polymers or plastic pipe. So in the distribution systems, we think that except for some of the equipment, maybe the meter sets or other things, the pipelines themselves should be directly usable all the way to 100% hydrogen in these plastic networks. In the transmission system, we know that embrittlement will occur, and we also know that certain pieces of equipment would likely have to be replaced, like the compressor systems at these compressor stations and things like this. So there will need to be some investment in the transmissions system if we are to widely distribute hydrogen, say, across the state. And we already know some of the things that can be done, but we don't know all of the things that must be done to both transmit and compress and to regulate and to do all of these things to move hydrogen around in the transmission system. So there's some research and development that has to occur over the next decades to enable that.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next, we'll go back to Sean Edgar. Sean, go ahead and unmute yourself on your end. Hi, Sean, checking in again. Can you unmute yourself on your end? All right, let's move to Claire Broom. Claire, go ahead and unmute yourself and begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. I'm Claire Broom. I'm a professor of public health at Emory University. I wanted to focus on Michael and Julia's presentation and strongly congratulate EDF Nature Conservancy and the Clean Air Task Force for thinking holistically and strategically about what we're facing and realistically. The one concern I have is that the Nature Conservancy mapping excluded, for good reasons, they were interested like in 30 by 30, but they excluded basically the entire distribution grid as areas that were technologically and economically not suitable. But NREL has documented that there's huge sites available on the distribution grid for wholesale distributed generation and storage. And what I wanted to ask you was, when you look at your models, shouldn't you include the capacity of front of the meter wholesale generation and storage as a resource which takes pressure off the transmission grid? I also think it's very possible to quantify the land use benefit of using wholesale distributed resources, so that you can count in the carbon sequestration benefits of undisturbed desert land, of not building new transmission through forests, and therefore put a price on the economic benefits of wholesale distributed. And finally, shouldn't we be quantitating for equity benefits and economic planning the air quality impact of putting clean resources on the distributed grid that have reliability benefits? And so the appalling impact that Tung Lee documented of the turning on of backup generators and wholesale fossil fuel generation that can be avoided by storage coupled with generation on the distribution grid, so that you avoid transmission line shutoffs. So I'd be really interested, and also it lets you optimize the use of existing transmission. You noted the congestion on transmission lines as a huge constraint. Well, if you don't use transmission lines because you've got wholesale distributed energy resources, you're optimizing the use of the transmission lines you have. So I'd be very curious whether those are items that you would consider incorporating into your modeling.
Thank you, Claire. This is Julia. I really appreciate your question, and also gives me an opportunity to promote that the Nature Conservancy is coming out with an updated Power Replace West report in the first quarter of next year. So they've done a ton of work from hearing from diverse stakeholders and working with new data sets. So I don't want to spoil their thunder, but I just want to promote to everybody that there's going to be a new report coming out, and give them great kudos on that. Also, your points on the distribution system, as I mentioned earlier, in the Princeton economy-wide study that we looked at, again, SB100 is, electricity power sector only. And so the 40 gigawatts that Ed referenced was the power sector. We're looking at the entire economy that includes transportation, electrification. So it would be 350 gigawatts. And that includes 52 gigawatts of already rooftop solar. So that definitely pushes us maximizing what we could already do with all the rooftops that we have that are available, and even projecting out in the future of what could be available with the new legislation that had passed recently. So yes, it's really important to look at, again, that kind of entire picture. We also need to take in consideration that we can't have one size fits all. It can't all be DER, and can't all just be another aspect. It's got to be hybrid co-location components that can be kind of created in the models, and also weather patterns. If it's a sunny day in Southern California, but and not a sunny day in Northern California, are we balancing our system right? We have the local benefits, but also the system-wide benefits. So we have to take into consideration all these different grid attributes as we plan for the future, when we're all going to be depending on entire decarbonized grid. So thanks again for your question.
Thank you. We have 7 more people with their hands up. Next will be Daniel Kim, followed by Jamie Katz and Kim Springer. So Daniel Kim, if you unmute yourself on your end, you can give your comment.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This is Daniel Kim with Golden State Clean Energy. We're the operating partner of the Weston Solar Park in the Central Valley. I just had a quick question regarding the a couple of the slides. One was the slide from the EDF KFT, the Coalition for Clean Air Task Force. Sorry, my bad. I keep on mistaking that. Clean Air Task Force. The slide regarding the build-out need for meeting 2045 on the economy-wide projections. Did I hear correctly that solar was projected to be a 200 gigawatt build-out need, or was that did I guess hear that incorrectly?
192 gigawatts.
So the 192 gigawatts, is that all, I assume, kind of utility scale solar with batteries, or is that just straight utility scale solar?
So that, as I mentioned earlier, we've got the 9 gigawatts of rooftop, the 52 gigawatts of DER, and then 192 of utility scale.
And the 192 compared to the CEC projection that we noticed earlier, the 69.4 gigawatts. Can you maybe clarify what is causing that huge delta between the two assumptions?
One is the power sector only, and we're doing the economy wide. So that's why you see the huge increase in all the different numbers of megawatts. And it also includes, was it 60 gigawatts of storage? Michael, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, so I think the difference is we're trying to do two things simultaneously. One is getting the existing power system to be zero emissions. And then two, leverage the power system to decarbonize the rest of the economy to the fullest extent possible. And that includes mostly transportation and buildings. There's some other stuff in there as well with industry. And so depending on what scenario you look at, you're going to need to increase the overall size of the grid and total nameplate capacity of the grid by a massive factor. Renewables are going to be the least cost per unit, and we're going to build out a lot of them. At a certain point, you're going to want to supplement your grid with something other than solar, which is the cheapest of the renewable options. Just like your stock portfolio, you want to have something that is well balanced, because eventually you're going to overbuy on a per megawatt basis the cheapest thing, and you're going to run into an overall problem. One of the things that we talk about in our study, and I would recommend for the scoping plan analysis, is when we are evaluating costs, look at both a per unit cost and a total system cost perspective. And that way we might be able to buy something that is slightly more expensive, but will help contain overall system costs in a way that works really well. And as we look at some of the other panel presentations, I'm looking at Jack and I'm looking at Professor Seltzer, Professor Bauer also, sorry, I've known Jack for a very long time, it's habit. But when we look at some of the other options that are there, they might look more expensive on an individual basis, but when you think about a total system cost perspective, they actually help contain cost to an affordable level. No matter how you slice it, in order to fully decarbonize the electric system, it is very possible to do it on an affordable basis, but we are going to have to make some smart policy choices. And so I think the numbers that Julie and I tried to present in our presentation were trying to influence or trying to say to the scoping plan effort, hey, we are going to need a massive amount of every type of generation possible. We can use our planning process to help figure out what that right mix is. But even assuming we figure out that right mix, there are other barriers that we are going to have to figure out in order to be able to do this. And that's why we had so much time on transmission constraints, permitting constraints, and land use availability.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. And I think, would it be fair to say that the assumptions regarding, you know, kind of the demand side of meeting 2045, the, you know, further electrification of the economy, as well as, you know, fuel switching is also going to drive the, you know, the more kind of larger needs for, you know, renewable generation.
I invite Julia or anybody else on the panel to offer thoughts up on this, but at least in my mind, so the numbers there we're pulling mostly from the Energy Commission's demand forecast in the IPCC, but there are two risks. If we show up a little too early, we've decarbonized a little bit faster, but if we show up a little too late, if the trucks don't show up quite as fast as we thought, or if the buildings don't convert over just as fast as we thought, you know, if they don't show up, I'm mixing up the metaphor here. If the demand doesn't show up quite as fast, but we have built out earlier, that's okay. But if we wait just in time and then it turns out the market is moving a little bit faster towards decarbonized technologies, then we run into power supply shortages, and that's a bad thing. So when we're thinking about the pace and the scale, this is something that Julia said during part of her slides, was we need to think about, well, what is the risk of failure and what's the risk of showing up a little bit too early with more power generation and more capability versus a little too late. I would personally argue that it's in the ratepayers' best interest and in the state's best interest to show up a little bit too early, knowing how many lags that are show up in this system. You know, plan for early and we might actually hit it right on time.
It just reiterates that hockey stick becoming the S curve and just all the compounding risks that are going to, you know, build up as we get, you know, squeezed in that last 5 years.
Let me also concur with Michael and Julia and your study, which suggests that we should electrify a lot of things, okay? And as much as we possibly can, let's do that. And the state's already doing something like you suggest, Michael. It suggests it's already building and curtailing some. It's a wise thing to do. Okay, I'm not saying that, but it just indicates that we must do something like this.
Yeah. Great, thank you all. Let's move on to the next commenter, Jamie Katz. Jamie, go ahead and unmute yourself and you can begin.
Great, thank you so much. Yeah, Jamie Katz from Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. We work in the San Joaquin and Eastern Coachella Valley with some of the most impacted communities. Had two quick questions. One for Michael and Julia, wanted to know, really appreciate you framing equity at the centerpiece of how you see the future of electrifying the grid. I'm really curious what role you see for community scale and community owned solar projects as part of that future. And then had, I guess I can follow up. I'll leave that question, then I have a follow-up question after that for someone else.
I can start and Michael jump in, but I think there's a huge role. We have a massive amount of solar that we have to build, and we need to diversify. And I think it's that inclusive upfront conversation. What does the community want and need? Do they want to have solar? Great. Do they want a hybrid with storage? Let's start having those conversations now, so we can start building out and starting to create, you know, those community assets that are run. And I think that there's going to be so much opportunity and so many thousands of megawatts out there that the more we can help, you know, put it with the communities and address communities' needs and wants, the better.
I think that's totally right. And Jamie, thanks for a great question. And when you look at some of the slides that we had on the constraint on permitting generation, different ownership models and different ways of engaging the community on those ownership models suddenly make permitting a heck of a lot easier. And so I actually think it is in the state's interest to look at different developer models, different PPA models, different tax structure models, and anything and everything to help unlock, well, what is the secret sauce that will work for this individual community? So one of our main recommendations was community engagement and thinking with a big focus on inclusion and equity. But if we can do that to help reduce the friction on each of those three constraints that we've outlined, even better.
Great, yeah, that was my intuition, but I really appreciate you sharing that. So then I guess my follow-up question is in regard to CCS. You know, as someone who lives decidedly in the area that was framed as the place where CCS would happen, that isn't excluded, I'm curious about what the panelists or what others have to say about the harmful local impacts of CCS, what's being done to mitigate those impacts, and what engagement is being done with the folks who live in the area that seems to be set aside to store the rest of California's carbon.
I'll just start by saying that for the storage locations that we high graded, they were high graded based on their geologic potential and based on not being near what we saw as ecological or restricted lands or population centers, but mainly it was due to, first of all, having the right geologic characteristics to safely store CO2 in the subsurface. That was the primary consideration. In fact, that was the step one. If you didn't have the geology and the right geology, then no chance. So the areas that we have chosen have nice layers of both sandy layers and shaly layers that are what is really needed for a safe geologic storage site. You want a few sandy layers above and a few shale layers above to dissipate any potential leakage, and you also want some below your site for sort of secondary containment options. So the area that we highlighted on that side of mine in the green fulfilled all of those requirements. And just to say that the injection of CO2 into the ground really isn't, it's going to be a pure stream of CO2. It's not anticipated that there would be any health or local impacts from that kind of activity. But I welcome thoughts from others.
Thanks, Sarah. I think we should move on to the next comment. So we can move to panel 3 pretty soon here. So Kim Springer, you are next. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. This is a wonderful discussion, and I appreciate all the presentations. And I have to say that I'm right behind Jack on the importance of hydrogen in the mix. I'm with the City County Association of Governments of San Mateo County, so I'm working locally. Local governments are working on building electrification, trying to help meet their climate action plan goals. And many are working on policy documents, and in San Mateo County, we're working on case studies of multiple residents to see what kinds of things, pathways need to be put together for that. And one of the major barriers that we're running into is the perception of grid reliability. And it, just occurs to me that, where you have a large power source, such as a substation, it's a prime spot to, it would seem to me, though not efficient, to generate hydrogen, and that you could have backup systems at those locations in order to, in the case of rolling blackouts, which we know are probably inevitable with extreme heat and the Northwest grid needs and some of the things that we've seen. And so I just put it out there that, hydrogen and fuel cells and backup battery to sort of help with that ramp up period, and distributing those at the substation level may be a really good way to improve reliability, because we really are facing a public right now who, they don't want to just go to electricity because of that reliability issue. And so I would just put that out there and, ask you to continue to work in consort with local governments as they pursue changing the grid that you're trying to enable.
Thank you very much for that, those comments and suggestions. They're very, very good. We absolutely must move towards zero criteria pollutant emissions for these backup generators that we are increasingly required to use in our grid. And we can do that today with natural gas being provided and an increasingly decarbonized gases being provided to fuel cells that operate continuously and can island during a backup. This is kind of a new paradigm, though. Fortunately, we are starting to think about that as a paradigm in the microgrid idea. The microgrid idea that has solar, batteries, and fuel cells that can run continuously in these grid outage periods. And then increasingly, we could adopt your model if we had the policy framework to support it. What do I mean by that? Your model suggests, hey, let's make some renewable hydrogen, and then we have electricity available at these substations, and then let's store it there and then use it later when we have outages, PS events, wildfires, whatever. this is a super good idea, but these electrolyzers that would be installed there must have access to wholesale utility rates for that paradigm to make economic sense. And this is already being provided by other storage systems, okay, that are on the grid in the distribution system. So battery energy storage systems can get access to that. We have to also provide access to electrolyzers that do this grid function, and that doesn't exist yet. Okay, so there's some kind of policy stuff that has to be put in place to make this great idea you have work.
Thank you. Our next comment will be from Evelyn Loya. Evelyn, go ahead and unmute yourself and you can begin.
Hi, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. I'm Evelyn Loya with SoCalGas. First, I would like to thank CARB and the joint agencies for putting together today's workshop. And also, I'd like to thank all of the presenters thus far. I have a clarification question for Mr. Lee of CAPCOA regarding the new emergency generator permitting. According to the governor's emergency proclamation, the CEC was given authority to permit new emergency and temporary power generators of 10 megawatts and larger, given a set of conditions. Can you please clarify the Air District's role with this permitting process? Thanks.
Sure, I'm happy to answer that question. So the Energy Commission and the Energy Agency has been working closely with the Air Districts to make sure that the technology that is required to respond to the governor's emergency proclamation serves the needs that are outlined in that proclamation. What we are doing is making sure that the generation that's being brought in will meet the standards when they need, if they need to be operated outside of that proclamation. So if Cal ISO determines there's an emergency need, then what the emergency proclamation outlines is in place. And so district regulations, state regulations, federal regulations are lifted during those times of emergency need. But if there is a potential for those units to be relied on outside of emergency needs, and they're being brought on to provide base power, then those units would need to meet Air District and state federal requirements. And so it depends on, I guess the short answer is it depends on when those units need to be relied on and when they're being powered on.
Thank you, Tung. The last two comments for this panel are from Mick Sfarla and Shirley Rivera. So Mick, go ahead and unmute yourself and begin.
Yeah, thank you. Great panel. Mick Scavarlo with the Gwalker Group here on behalf of the California Hydrogen Coalition. I think, individual follow-up with each of you is probably necessary, but Dr. Brower, you indicated, and I think it was indicated by Julie 11 as well, that in the IRP that we were perhaps missing kind of the use of negative or zero carbon molecular energy. Can you go a little bit further into that? I know that you and your colleague, Dr. Reed, were a bit involved with that discovery and wanted to kind of vet that out for this broader audience.
Well, if one can start with bioenergy and also capture carbon and store it, then you have this idea that's called BECCS, right? Bioenergy, carbon capture and storage, that could have negative emissions, right? Because you get CO2 out of the atmosphere into the biomass and then you sequester that, okay? And you can make renewable hydrogen that way too. So is that the main concept you're thinking about with regard to negative emissions?
No, I think I may have conflated some things. I think it was the SB100 report that had biogas and as a proxy hydrogen turned off as a resource that's eligible.
I see, yes. When we used the resolve model, there was a challenge associated with the fact that it wasn't being adopted primarily because there was a switch that turned off its adoption. When we turned it on and then evaluated those various costs of renewable gas at $24, $16, and $8 per MMBTU, okay, we found that the resolve model did indeed adopt quite a bit. of this renewable gas, whatever that renewable gas was. We didn't say it was hydrogen, but it could be hydrogen, it could be biogas, it could be whatever is available at that price point. Then the resolve model indeed adopts quite a bit of it to handle at the optimal cost point, right, all of the renewable content going into the future.
Thanks, Dr. Brower. The last comment will come from Shirley Rivera. Shirley, go ahead and unmute yourself and you can begin.
Hi, thank you very much, Jordan. My comment is really more of a suggestion and clarification for CAPCOA's Tungley on the context of air quality permitting jurisdiction, the federal, state, and local. You shared the state map that is often widely used. And I just want to suggest, and I've done so in other types of settings, that that map also be updated with tribal lands. So I do know that EPA Region 9 has that map as a possible resource, and that the federal EPA is the one with the jurisdiction for air permitting. So the reason why I also mention this is because I think this also can be added or considered. I was looking at the graph of the public scoping, where there's a bunch of the different influencers in the public scoping plan. And I noticed that within the different bubbles and organizations that Michael and Julia presented, that there wasn't something or agencies or the like that related to tribal nations. So perhaps as part of the scoping plan, that would be something to consider as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that suggestion. I'll take that into, yeah, I'll take that back. Thank you.
And this is Rajinder with the Air Resources Board. I just want to address the process at ARB on the scoping plan. We do have a government-to-government established process for engaging with sovereign tribal residents and with officials from tribal nations. And so we have been following that process. And I know we've held at least one workshop for tribal nations related to the scoping plan. But appreciate the comment and the need to update some of the materials.
Great, thank you, Stephanie. I'm going to turn it back to you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jordan. So I'd like to say thank you very much to our panel, to speakers. You were great. I think I'll let everybody know, in the interest of time, since we are running a little bit behind, we're going to forego that kind of short afternoon break we had in the agenda, and then tee up panel 3. So just to kick that off, panel 3 is on ratepayer consideration. So our third panel is going to be providing perspectives on affordability and ratepayer considerations, as well as community-based solutions as we transition to 100% zero carbon electricity. And our first speaker is going to be Dr. Severin Bornstein, Director of the Energy Institute at Haas at UC Berkeley. Dr. Bornstein, I think you should be able to unmute yourself.
I'm here. Hold on just a second. You caught me by surprise.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Is that working? There we go.
Yes, looks great.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. And you're gonna move the slides, right?
Yes.
Great. Okay, thank you for having me here. I'm Severin Bornstein. I'm a professor at UC Berkeley's Haas School of Business and faculty director of the Energy Institute at Haas. I am also a member of the Board of Governors of the California Independent System Operator, but nothing I say today represents the views of the CAISO or of UC Berkeley. I was asked to appear today to talk about some work I've been doing with Meredith Fowley and Jim Salee, 2 of my colleagues at Berkeley, looking at electricity rates in California, and particularly what is in them and what is not in them. So next slide, please. California has among the highest rates in the United States. This graph shows how that has changed over the years. This is a box and whiskers graph where the blue boxes represent the 25th and 75th percentile, and the ends of the whiskers represent the 5th and 95th. And basically it shows that California IOUs, particularly San Diego and PG&E, have extremely high rates relative to the rest of the country. For comparison, their rates are about double the average rate in any of the other Western states. So we have very, very high rates. Next slide, please. So what we did in this study is we set out to investigate why the rates are so high, who is bearing the cost of those rates, and how we might recover the needed revenues in other ways. Next slide, please. Before we start, it's important to sort of have a benchmark here. And in economics, the benchmark of the optimal price is one that actually reflects the cost of providing the good. Not just the cost to the producer, but also the externalities, the pollution costs. And so we set out to actually calculate what we call the social marginal cost, which is the marginal cost of production plus the additional externalities. And this is often referred to in the regulatory regime as avoided cost, and in some cases as avoided cost plus externalities. All of those concepts are about the same. I'm not going to, in my brief time here, spend a lot of time on how we did the calculations, but I will say they don't differ very much from two other studies that have been done by E3 for the CPUC and by NRDC. The idea here is that if price reflects the social marginal cost, then when people make a trade-off between whether to consume a good or not, they are taking into account all of the costs that consuming the good would impose on society, and they're choosing to consume if they value it more than that. Next slide, please. So what we do is for each of the three utilities, but I'm going to focus on PG&E today, we focus on, or we calculate this cost, this social marginal cost, and we do it by breaking it out into its components. And this graph, and this study is available online. This graph shows how we do that. It's got a component for the capacity cost of additional marginal consumption. Now, where that only occurs really at peak times, but we are showing in this graph what the average is over the entire year. It's got energy costs. It's got greenhouse gas emissions costs, some of which are paid for through the cap and trade program starting in 2013, and some of which are not. And then it's got line losses. And all of those are marginal costs. So when you flick on your lights or charge your EV, those are all additional costs to the system. And we are accounting for all of those. Next slide, please. What we find, and this is the key takeaway, and this is PG&E. I should mention PG&E is sort of the middle case here. Southern California Edison's prices are not as high and are not as high relative to social marginal cost of their production. And San Diego prices are higher and are higher relative to the social marginal cost of their supply. But what we show here is that for PG&E, the red line is social marginal cost. The yellow line at the top is the retail rate for customers who are not on the CARE program. And it shows that that line is about 3 times higher than the red line. That is, the retail rate people pay for an additional kilowatt hour of electricity is about 3 times higher than society's cost of providing that electricity. Even for customers who are on the low income program, the CARE program, which provides by law a 30 to 35% discount, their prices are massively higher than the social marginal cost as well. In fact, they are about double the social marginal cost. And in fact, even CARE customers in California are paying much higher rates than the average rate that all residential customers pay in all other Western states. Next slide, please. So why should we care about this? Well, we care about this for 2 reasons. First of all, we're trying to electrify a lot of the economy in order to decarbonize the system. And by doing that, we could greatly reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But when we charge prices that are extremely high, we actually discourage people from switching to electricity. And in another paper with Jim Bushnell, we have studied the economics of pricing electricity, gasoline, and natural gas as we do right now, versus the economics if we charge the true social marginal cost for each of them. And the bottom line is that when we charge prices for electricity that are way, way above social marginal cost, we are discouraging people from switching. And we calculate that the economics of adopting a heat pump water heater, heat pump space heating, or electric vehicle are seriously undermined by these high electricity prices. There's also a real equity issue, and I'm going to focus primarily on that in my remaining time. And that is that right now in California, the poorest households in the state, in the territories of these investor-owned utilities, consume almost as much electricity net from the grid as the wealthiest households. That's because, in large part, because the wealthiest households are disproportionately the ones adopting rooftop solar, and therefore consuming much less from the grid. Now, a big part of the cost, the difference between that marginal cost and the full revenue that we're paying, is going towards fixed costs. Those costs are still going to have to be paid, whether it's vegetation management and grid hardening, or the early investments in renewables and so forth, and contracts that have been signed in the past, or a lot of just the capacity, as well as social programs like rooftop solar subsidies, subsidies for energy efficiency programs, and subsidies to support low income. All of those are still going to have to be paid, but right now the way we're paying for them is essentially through a tax on electricity. Next slide, please. So what we did to look at that is we actually broke out these costs, not just the social marginal cost, which is the lower staircase of this, what we call waterfall graph, but also the upper staircase. And the upper staircase are the costs that are not marginal costs. Starting over on the far right, the public purpose programs, those subsidies for low income, for rooftop solar, for energy efficiency. The pink box is distribution fixed costs, and those include grid hardening or distribution line hardening, wildfire management and vegetation management and so forth. Likewise for transmission fixed costs and for generation, some of which includes older contracts for renewables and for conventional generation that were signed when natural gas was much more expensive than at least it was up until 6 months ago. Next slide, please. This creates a really unequal burden when we collect these revenues through a volumetric charge on electricity. And we show that here using data from the Federal Consumer Expenditure Survey. What this shows is expenditures on various goods relative to the lowest quintile households in income, that is the far left. What it shows is that, for instance, for gasoline, the wealthiest pay about 3 times as much as the lowest. For goods that are subject to sales tax, they pay about 4 times as much. For electricity, they only pay about twice as much. And the reason it's twice as much, given that they only consume slightly more, is the CARR program. Without that, it would be barely more than the lowest quintile. The top line is income. It's not the income tax liability, which would be even steeper. It's just income. And it shows that the highest quintile have an income about 17 times higher than the lowest quintile. So lower income households spend a much larger share of their income on electricity. Next slide, please. So we're taxing electricity consumption to pay for infrastructure, climate change adaptation, mitigation, and public purpose programs. At this point, as I said, the wealthier consume only slightly more net electricity, largely due to rooftop solar. And the implication is that we have chosen about the most regressive tax one could choose to pay for these additional costs, some of which are directly related to the electricity system, but don't change when you consume more electricity, and some of which are barely related to the electricity system at all, that we are choosing to pay for social programs through the electricity system. I'll just give you one quick example. The CARE program is a discount that helps people afford electricity. It's paid for by other electricity bills. We have a similar program called CalFresh for food. We don't pay for that through a tax on food. We pay for it through the state budget. Next slide, please. One solution is to move many of these costs onto the state budget. It's a solution that I have found is very popular everywhere outside of Sacramento. The utilities like it, the ratepayer advocates like it, the environmental groups for the most part like it. Getting the legislature to agree to it was probably going to be a bit more challenging. Another alternative, which we suggest in this paper, is income-based fixed charges. They would be fixed charges, which normally are very regressive, but through a system which we spell out in some detail in the paper of coordination with the Franchise Tax Board, we would charge different fixed charges based on household income. That would be another way to collect these fees while keeping the marginal rate for electricity much lower and avoiding this very regressive tax, yet still pay for these programs. Next slide, please. So California has volumetric electricity rates that are used to raise revenue for all sorts of programs and all sorts of costs beyond the incremental cost of providing electricity. That amounts to a very regressive tax that has negative implications both for equity as we try to transition to a cleaner electricity grid, and for efficiency as we try to get people to electrify many of their activities in order to reduce carbon emissions. We can change the way these costs are recovered, which would help assure equity and affordability and an efficient transition to a more electrified system. We can do that through moving many of these costs onto the state budget or through some sort of charge that is a fixed charge but is actually changes with the household income. And by doing so, we can achieve a more efficient system, more rapid decarbonization as we convert to electrify much of households, and at the same time protect the most vulnerable customers who are really getting hammered right now by the extremely high energy prices. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Severin. So our next speaker is Mad Stano. Mad is the Energy Equity Senior Legal Counsel at the Greenlining Institute.
Hey, can you all hear me?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you so much. And good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mad Stano with the Greenlining Institute in Oakland. I go by they, them, theirs pronouns. Thank you for the opportunity to spend time with you and participate in this vital conversation on ratepayer considerations. Thanks so much to the Air Resources Board, Energy Commission, Public Utilities Commission, and CAISO for the invitation and the workshop. Now let's get to what will undoubtedly be a highly rated conversation. Please forgive me. As a Midwestern person by origin, it is my obligation to serve up some puns. I promise. That's the last one, I think, of the presentation. Can we have the next slide, please? Now to share the occupational hazard of a roadmap for my remarks. First, this conversation starts with ratepayer considerations, implying we have time to think about potential impacts of shifts in the electric and gas sectors and their relationship with affordability. So building off of the points made in the last presentation, unfortunately, the electric rates crisis is already here, and I'm here to join the many individuals and organizations ringing the alarm on that crisis. The crisis is devastating. It has a disproportionate and at times life-threatening impact on low-income people and people of color who are simultaneously disproportionately experiencing the greatest social costs of California's energy system, including health, safety, access, and well-being, with the least amount of access to its benefits and services. We need protections way beyond considerations, frameworks, studies, and rulemakings. We know the problem, and we don't need any more agency autopsy reports. We are starting this conversation with the demand for systemic rate reform, focused on rate protections and the human right to energy access, especially for low income and overburdened people. Our electric rates now are unjust and unreasonable, in violation of just and reasonable mandates and equity principles. Second, the promise, the benefits, and the material shifts required for the electric sector and economy-wide decarbonization will not occur under inequitable financing and rate schemes. Functionally, we cannot and we will not be able to decarbonize the grid, the electric sector, and California's economy if low-income people disproportionately impacted by fossil fuels are required to be the ones paying for it. With the next slide, please. So how do we know rates are unjust and unreasonable? We just got a great outline in more economic detail than I can go into, but my answer is, how do we know they're unjust and unreasonable? Because people can't pay them. Research confirms if people have the money to pay their utility bills, they pay them. Prior to the economic recession connected to the COVID-19 pandemic, California had significant electric residential arrearages. As of October 2021, the California Department of Community Services and Development estimates through the voluntary capped utility debt survey that over 3 million customers statewide accrued nearly $2 billion in energy utility debt during the pandemic relief period alone, with over 1.6 billion of that in residential arrearages. Unjust and unreasonable. Shutoff protections expired for most of the state on September 30th of 2021. Unjust and unreasonable. A household's inability to pay for electricity doesn't just jeopardize access to life-sustaining services, technologies, their credit worthiness, or financial future of a household. It's also their housing security, and energy insecurity jeopardizes early childhood development, at times the custody of children, and the lives of chronically ill and medically vulnerable people. Any rate increase is an extremely high stakes policy question that cannot be obscured as de minimis because it's only part of a penny increase per kilowatt hour per program per policy. When evaluating ratepayer considerations in the scoping plan, we must ask of each of the proposed policies, programs, or approaches, what is the true price tag that we are imposing on low-income families and why? Does it mean they will go without cooling in the sweltering heat? Does it mean youth can't attend remote schools? Does it mean people have to choose between food, medicine, and other necessities? We must root these inquiries in our inequitable starting place that was outlined in the previous presentation, where low-income people are paying 3 times the percentage of their income on energy costs. And upper income households are more likely to be excessive energy users. Can we do the next slide, please? These graphs from the California Budget and Policy Center demonstrate just some of the disproportionate impacts of the ongoing housing and economic crisis on Black, Indigenous, and people of color in California, both prior to and during the COVID-19 pandemic. During the pandemic, people of color in California are also experiencing higher job loss, unemployment rates, COVID-19 infection, and mortality rates. The point of sharing this information is this decarbonization conversation is happening during an ongoing pandemic with disproportionate impacts and high costs beyond just electricity that these households are experiencing. The next slide, please. More on where electric rates are starting from and how it relates to decarbonization questions. This was just outlined again, but the quick summary from a non-economist is rates are high. They have been getting higher. They are projected to get even higher. And in addition to climate-related wildfire and transmission costs, current approaches to distributed energy resource programs are putting additional pressure on electric rates. Low-income households are the least likely to benefit from many of these DER programs, and that widens existing inequities. In regards to building decarbonization, E3 and others predict low-income communities and households are more likely to stay on the natural gas distribution system longer because of these and many other structural and program barriers. This means low-income communities are more likely to be left with paying for the utility death spiral predicted for future gas rates and stranded assets, whose rate-based values are no longer accurate due to our climate mandates. and with fewer, likely more vulnerable ratepayers to distribute these higher costs to. To achieve equitable and affordable carbon neutrality, California must stop completely bifurcating electric and gas rate design and planning as households and communities increasingly move from dual fuel to all electric. As these shifts continue, California must develop specific rate protections and programs for low-income households. That development requires CARB and all agencies present to develop and invest in pilot projects in low-income and disadvantaged communities to further identify and redress their specific barriers to decarbonization. We have the next slide, please. So why do these barriers exist and how do we redress them? Great foundational document, can't cite it enough, from the Energy Commission, the SB350 Low Income Barrier Study. And here we have a bunch of structural, policy, and additional burdens. So I'm not going to list them all, but you can see some of them are low home ownership rates, insufficient access to capital, older building age, but we also have things like data limitations, unrecognized non-energy benefits, market delivery problems, especially for disadvantaged communities, and then these additional burdens, which are that high energy burden, higher rates of disconnections, and lack of access to supportive and interrelated services and technologies for decarbonization. Can we have the next slide, please? So what do I mean by trickle down equity that you can see in this graph, and why does it matter here? The theory of market transformation programs that CARB and many agencies rely on use incentives and rules to support an emerging decarb-related industry by targeting wealthier, wider, earlier adopters to use their technologies or products to help scale them. That logic is flawed and at the expense of lower income communities of color who are non-participants. Because of the intersectional impacts of redlining and ongoing oppression, low income and disadvantaged community residents often don't benefit under these policy schemes, but still pay into them. Low income and disadvantaged communities and households, regardless of the specific decarbonization technology or product, are often disproportionately experiencing the pollution burdens that technology is designed to solve. However, this scheme means the technology is designed only to meet the needs of wealthier folks, widening the existing gap between health, safety, and access to energy services and technology. For example, think of an incredible heat pump subsidized by ratepayers that will lower indoor emissions and fight climate change. Hooray! But this heat pump requires broadband internet access and thereby excludes many low-income and disadvantaged community households from the start. Equity cannot trickle down and battle the oppressive forces of markets and centuries of discrimination magically. Equity must be by design from start to finish. CARB and all agencies must anchor their decarbonization approaches in community-led solutions in the places that need them the most. The next slide, please. So this is a graph from a June 2020 UCLA report analyzing the degree to which disadvantaged communities have been able to participate and benefit from California's energy transformations and programs. Participation and benefits remain far from equal. The trends they found are consistent with state trends in DER and other energy transition programs. Using historical time series data at the zip code level in LA County, they document the scale and extent to which DACs continue to be left behind on specifically electric vehicle, rooftop solar, and participation in state energy transformation programs. They found, and you can see on the graph, the higher the California EnviroScreen score percentile, the lower the clean technology access. Higher the score, higher the environmental and social burden, the lower the clean technology access. Additionally, this study found electricity and natural gas consumption within disadvantaged communities are on average about half of those as seen with their more affluent counterparts, and many households face greater rates of disconnection. Thinking about policies that electrify excessive energy consumers alone has minimal GHG abatement impacts because of that higher energy use. Conclusion being that trickle-down equity is not working in programs. designed not to meet the needs of low-income and disadvantaged communities. And the next slide, please. So I mentioned earlier the need for community-led beneficial pilot programs in low-income and disadvantaged communities, and wanted to highlight and lift up an example that demonstrates the process for agencies. The San Joaquin Valley Affordable Energy Pilots proceeding, where community-based organizations, self-help enterprises, Leadership Council for Justice Accountability, and the Center on Race, Poverty, and the Environment demanded the communities targeted by the implementing statute, AB 2672, those redlined out of natural gas and affordable energy services, led the California Public Utility Commission's design, implementation, and evaluation of affordable clean energy pilots that fuel switch from propane and wood burning to cleaner alternatives. The community leadership resulted in a $56 million investment in diverse pilot projects that work to meet the actual needs as identified by participating residents: bill savings, tenant protection, pollution reduction, public health, workforce development, etc. The community-led design process and the community-based organization implementation phase that's underway now are producing vital information on the many barriers and opportunities for localized decarbonization programs and approaches. Agencies and diverse stakeholders, project implementers, and advocates can partner with community to achieve mutually beneficial outcomes that advance carbon neutrality. The next slide, please. Birds, these are some bird photos, but a few closing thoughts and recommendations. The time for studying whether rates are inequitable or unaffordable are over. The time for studying whether inequitable decarbonization policies will injure low-income ratepayers are over. CARB and agencies present must develop electric rate equity protections, goals, and metrics focused on redressing current, historic, and projected inequities. CARB and agencies must value and prioritize non-energy benefits in its actions for overburdened low-income and disadvantaged communities to ensure they reach and benefit them. CARB and agencies must center and give the material support necessary for impacted community participation in these conversations and planning processes. CARB and agencies present must engage in holistic rate planning and analysis across the electric and gas systems in order to reach decarbonization. And finally, CARB must develop and support community-led pilot projects for low-income and disadvantaged communities to redress the barriers to decarbonization and carbon neutrality. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mad. Our third speaker is Dr. Gabriela Sandoval. She's the Director of Strategic Initiatives at the Utility Reform Network.
Thank you, Stephanie, and thank you all so much for having me. I really appreciate the California Air Resources Board and the joint agencies for inviting me to speak today on behalf of the Utility Reform Network. My name is Gabriela Sandoval. I use she and they pronouns, and I serve as Director of Strategic Initiatives with TURN. I joined the Utility Reform Network in 2016 to lead a statewide campaign to end utility disconnections and to move the needle toward universal utility service in California. During the almost 6 intervening years, we have made significant advances. Most importantly, probably, are, on June 11, 2020, the California Public Utilities Commission voted unanimously in favor of what I would call a blockbuster decision that includes a required 47% reduction in electricity shutoffs by 2024. And these are electricity shutoffs due to inability to pay. The elimination of deposits, bans on shutoffs during extreme weather, 12-month payment plans for all customers, a new arrearage management plan, and a percentage of income payment plan pilot, and other new as well as improved protections all came out of that decision. Now, while having these guardrails is fantastic, we must still address the underlying issues of affordability. So you are likely to hear echoes of my colleagues, Professor Bornstein and Mad's presentation. But I'm going to take a different approach here, and I hope you'll bear with me and share a couple of stories with you. One day in early January, not that long ago, a little boy in Oakland, let's see, we can call him Ricky. So one day in early January, Ricky returned to school after winter break. He was in 3rd grade and his teacher had sent him home, him and all his classmates home, with math workbooks printed on newsprint. His teachers had given them these workbooks before the several weeks long break so that they could practice math at home over the winter holidays. When Ricky returned to school, his teacher asked all her students to turn the workbooks in, but Ricky didn't have his. Over the next few days, his teacher asked him repeatedly to please turn in the workbook. He hemmed and hawed, and after a few more days, Ricky confided in his teacher that his mom had burned the workbook to keep him and his siblings warm over the holidays, when they had their utilities shut off because their energy was priced out of their reach. Next slide, please. This is Ruben Carrillo. Mr. Carrillo was diagnosed with kidney failure, and he does all of his dialysis at home. His family's electricity bill skyrocketed to $2,000 a month, even though his family receives both the CARE discount and a medical baseline allowance on their energy bills. Mr. Carrillo's utility company put his family on a $550 a month payment plan, but they still had to pay their current bill while paying these additional installments. Their utility company eventually shut them off because the family couldn't keep up. Even after they told their utility about Mr. Carrillo's medical condition, the company refused to restore their service. The family borrowed money from extended family, friends, and meanwhile, Mr. Carrillo had to leave his home to continue his life-saving dialysis at his daughter's home. His daughter, who also could not afford a $2,000 a month bill. So his children, all 4 of whom he adopted from the foster care system when he was younger because he couldn't bear to let them be separated, have been moving him from house to house. Now, I don't know how many of you know what dialysis is like, but moving Mr. Carrillo so often has likely shortened his life. KK Miller received a shutoff notice that she'd been dreading on a cold December day. After years of steady payments, she'd had a series of health crises and fallen behind on her utility bills. As a resident of subsidized housing, Ms. Miller knew that having her service shut off would put her in danger of being evicted as well, since utility service was a condition of her housing lease. She had 48 hours to pay $2,280. Let's go back in time a little bit though. Ms. Miller suffers from serious health issues, including a heart condition, diabetes, and fibromyalgia. These contribute to high energy costs and had led previously to thousands of dollars. And if I remember correctly, it was in the $7,000 of utility debt during a period of housing instability. In 2007, she was able to move into highly coveted subsidized housing and worked out a monthly payment plan with her utility company to square her debt and keep current on her balance. And she was actually able to do that. Over the years, she was able to pay off almost $5,000 in arrears. But when her health started deteriorating, she fell behind on her bills again. Ms. Miller, facing both a shutoff and an eviction, was desperate when she called Turn's consumer hotline. At Turn, we know that for homeless shelters and housing advocacy groups, it is as important to access a client's utility bill as it is to have their government-issued ID on file. It turns out that utility debt is often the final barrier to housing people. You can get every type of service available to help someone get back on their feet and ready to go into transitional or subsidized housing, but if they owe their utility company money, there's unfortunately nothing that advocates can do. Utility debt has become an increasingly important issue, as evidenced by how many organizations serving the unhoused population in California now include a line item in their organizational budgets to enable them to pay off their clients' utility debt so that the people they're trying to help can access housing. Let me repeat this for you. For many unhoused California residents, utility debt can act as the final and often insurmountable barrier to housing. These stories are obviously from before the COVID pandemic, since our state had an emergency moratorium in place that prohibited the investor-owned utilities from shutting anyone off between March of 2020 and September 30th of this year. The crisis in energy insecurity and its role in exacerbating housing insecurity, homelessness, displacement, educational inequities, and public safety concerns cannot be overstated. COVID-19 has only made the crisis worse. But I share these stories and the numbers on the next slide with you, lest we be fooled into thinking that the crisis in energy affordability was not already present well before the economic impacts of the pandemic made themselves known. What you see in this slide are the data points we use at Turn to show that 1 in every 4 California households, again, these numbers are pre-COVID, these are 2016 numbers, were already energy insecure. So we look at the unique number of disconnection notices that go out for the 4 investor-owned utilities, the percent of customers who are receiving those notices, the customers who are at least 2 months in debt, and then the total number of shutoffs. And I would add one additional data point, which is how many customers are actually reconnected, because what we found is that there's a pretty significant, about 10% of customers are never reconnected, and we don't know what happens to them. So the energy affordability crisis continues, and it is structural and systemic in nature, and therefore requires structural solutions. Next slide, please. At Turn, we believe that our state's 100% clean energy goals must be accompanied by an aspiration to 100% residential service. With most of utility rates already going to pay for so many non-utility costs, we're clearly at a breaking point, and it will only continue to get worse if we continue to burden ratepayers with additional non-utility climate change initiatives. So I want to bring you these 3, actually I've got 4 proposals for you. The 4th one didn't make it onto the slide. Proposal number 1, regulatory mandates must replace ratepayer subsidies. For example, we should find bold, innovative ways to fund building electrification and electric vehicle adoption, ways that are far less regressive than ratepayer subsidies. I won't overburden this since my colleagues already talked at length about this. Proposal number 2, we need to identify alternate revenue streams to replace ratepayer subsidies. For example, through the use of a fee bait, we could impose a $1,000 carbon fee on gas vehicles. The fee could be charged on a sliding scale with a smaller fee charged for purchases of high mileage gas vehicles. Let's say $200 and then $2,000 charged for the purchase of a gas guzzling SUV. 2 million vehicles are purchased in California every year. The fee would easily yield $2 billion in revenue annually. And this could fund charging stations, EV charging stations, or perhaps provide subsidies to incentivize low-income families to purchase electric vehicles. In order to more efficiently electrify residential buildings, we could create a requirement that existing homes sold in California be electrified as a condition of closing escrow. The costs in these escrow accounts would eventually pay for themselves through savings incurred by transitioning to water pumps, electric stoves, etc. And 400,000 homes each year could easily be electrified this way. Proposal number 3. The CPUC must push other agencies and the legislature to do their part. This has to be a collaborative effort. If the CPUC sees itself as the leader or the only decision maker in solving a problem, chances are it will look to ratepayers, and again, that regressive approach to funding the solution to the problem. The transportation and building sectors must pay their fair share if we are to achieve our climate change goals as equitably as possible. So I want to share with you a fourth proposal that didn't make it onto the slide. We have been thinking about creating a structure for dispensing the money that will come from all of these other non-ratepayer sources. Instead of relying on one-off funding sources, we could create a long-term sustainable structure, such as a climate trust that would dispense relevant funding. This new climate trust would support electricity, building, and transportation sector initiatives with funding obtained from sources outside electricity rates, such as general fund revenues, a modified cap and trade program that could produce larger revenues, the federal government, a statewide climate bond, revenues from the fee bait I described earlier. We could authorize the PUC, CARB, the CEC to direct that penalties assessed on utilities be deposited in the climate trust as well. This proposal is still very much in its early stages, but TURN welcomes your thoughts. I definitely would welcome your thoughts as we continue to work toward a world in which Ricky's family doesn't have to burn his schoolwork to stay warm. Mr. Carrillo can stay at home and do his dialysis there. Ooh, I'm invested in this emotionally. Sorry, I'm choking up here. And Ms. Miller's housing isn't threatened by the fact that her utilities are priced outside of her reach. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriela. Our next panel speaker is Jay Lim. Jay is the Manager of Resource Planning at the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. Today, I'll be speaking about the meeting LADWP's perspective on meeting Senate Bill 100 and maintaining affordability and consumer protections. My name is Jay Lim. I'm the Manager of Integrated Resource Planning at LADWP. Next slide, please. So I wanted to give a quick overview on the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. We are a balancing authority that includes also the cities of Glendale and Burbank. We're the largest publicly owned utilities with 1.5 million customers, and we serve about 10% of the state of California's load. In terms of transmission, we are rich in transmission, having about 25% of the state transmission that spans across 5 western states. And our service territory is 500 square miles in Los Angeles. And we also own some parts of Owens Valley and serve a portion of those customers, about 5,000 customers in that area. As a publicly owned utility, I wanted to highlight a few unique differences for LADWP. We are uniquely situated where we have major imports from the north and the west, and currently rely on our coastal generating stations to provide power flows and transmission reliability. Our customer base is approximately 50% low income, and as we transition towards a decarbonized power grid, we need to be cognizant on the rate impacts of our customers. And so different utilities have may face different challenges, which needs to be taken into account in terms of resource planning. Next slide, please. So a quick overview on LADWP's resource stack. I'll start at the top. We have about 2,000 megawatts of large hydro that consists of Castaic pump hydro, as well as shares in Hoover Dam and some of our small hydro plants. Moving towards the right, we currently have 1,200 megawatts of coal at our Intermountain Power Project that's slated to be replaced with a smaller, more efficient hydrogen-capable unit in 2025. In terms of our renewable resources, currently we have about 1,000 megawatts of wind resources, 350 megawatts of geothermal. We commissioned a battery energy storage at Beacon that is 20 megawatts, and we're looking to implement more battery energy storage projects over time. We currently have 1,700 megawatts of solar resources and shares of Palo Verde nuclear. And in basin as well as out of basin, we have a total of 3,800 megawatts of natural gas. So our total generating capacity is a bit over 10,000 megawatts, whereas our peak load is about 6,500. Next slide, please. So I wanted to highlight that LADWP has commissioned a study with the National Renewable Energy Lab that was a multi-year study that started in 2017. And through the process, we partnered with NREL, which is part of the Department of Energy, to conduct a study to evaluate what investments are needed to achieve 100% renewable electricity supply, while also identifying key issues related to the environment and health, as well as how it would impact local jobs and the economy, and how can we prioritize environmental justice. Next slide, please. So the LA100 study, or called the 100% renewable study, evaluated 4 major pathways, and these pathways were identified through an advisory group process that consisted of various stakeholders that range from environmental groups to neighborhood councils and mayor's office and various different organizations that provided input and feedback into the development of these scenarios. And so the LA100 study evaluated various scenarios that look at bookends of what was possible for the department to achieve 100% renewable by 2045 or earlier by 2035. And these scenarios were evaluated under various load conditions. The moderate load was a expected load, and that was consistent with expected electric vehicle growth, building electrification, and energy efficiency. It also evaluated a high load where the study took a more aggressive decarbonization pathway that looked at what if 80% of the transportation sector was electrified by the year 2035. So it evaluated that as the high-end book case. And then also a stress load where EVs, electric vehicles, would grow consistent with the high load. However, energy efficiency does not pan out to as planned. And so the conservative scenario, or the base scenario, is called the Senate SB100 scenario, which was evaluated as a reference case. And in this scenario, it was the only scenario that achieved 100% clean energy by 2045 that's based on sales, and also allowed for a buffer of 10% to be made up with natural gas that's offset with renewable energy grids. So that's one end of the spectrum. The other end was evaluating a more aggressive scenario where the department would achieve 100% carbon-free by 2035, called the early and no biofuel scenario. This scenario ultimately became the pathway, selected pathway for the department, as our city council motion. Our city council has instructed DWP to move forward with achieving 100% carbon-free by 2035. The study also evaluated different bookends on how to achieve 100% renewable. And one scenario, called the limited new transmission, looked at what if we relied on more distributed energy resources, knowing that transmission upgrades are difficult and very lengthy. And the other scenario on the other side of the spectrum included a transmission-focused scenario that evaluated new corridors where we could build new transmission to bring in and import more renewable energy. And so the study focused on these 4 pathways, and the study completed on March 24th of 2021, and we're currently in the process of incorporating the key findings from the study into our resource plan. Next slide, please. So I wanted to go over an outcome of the study in terms of total new investment costs. So as I mentioned, the 4 scenarios that were evaluated, the NREL developed the total investment cost for each scenario. And what we see is that most of the cost for achieving 100% renewable is attributed to the new renewable projects, or called power purchase agreements. So these are projects and heavily dominated by the new solar, wind, and energy storage. So I wanted to also highlight that this is only new investment cost. LADWP already has investment costs that we invested in that we're currently paying capital on. And so one of the key findings from the study is also the more restrictive the scenario, such as the early and no biofuels, the higher the cost. So I wanted to draw attention to the purple bar here, where the early and no biofuels, because of the construct of the study, does not allow for usage of biofuels. It builds out new hydrogen combustion turbines, which represent about 20% of the total cost. And so you see there's a added cost here, along with the acceleration of the renewable target also drives up the cost. So we can see among the least is the SB100, and then by the 2045 scenarios, transmission focus and limited new transmission are very similar. Next slide, please. So here is a snapshot of the year-by-year cost. The top charts represent the annual costs in terms of billions of dollars for each of the scenarios. So here we can see that the starting point is the same. However, the investment cost starts to diverge once we reach higher penetrations of renewables. And we can see at the top 2 lines, the blue line bars, those represent the early and no biofuel for a moderate and high load. And we see that the investment costs for these are higher because it relies on hydrogen combustion turbines, which are currently intensive in fuel and operating costs as well as capital costs. And we see that the other scenarios are somewhat similar, but does have differences. And the bottom chart here, we see that this is the cumulative cost over time for each of these scenarios. And so we also want to note that these costs do not include the costs prior to 2021, because NREL focused on the new costs or any of the costs associated with the distribution, operation, maintenance, energy efficiency, or demand response. Next slide, please. So following the study, our financial services organization conducted a retail rate impact for the LA100 study. So they looked at each of these scenarios and translated that to rates. So I want to point out here that the dotted line represents our moderate load for each of these scenarios, whereas the solid line represents the high load. And what we can see here is that when electrification is increased, consistent with a higher load, that helps us to support our rates because of increased sales that could then be spread across fixed programs. And what we see is that the rate impact roughly trails the 2.5% inflation, with each scenario hovering above or beyond that. And rates start to diverge post-2030. So what we see also from key findings from the study is that the last 10% carbon-free is the most expensive and the most challenging. So as a publicly owned utility, the department, we need to consider borrowing costs in terms of capital debt-to-income ratios, because that affects the capacity at which we can borrow. We are also subject to the Office of Public Accountability, where our ratepayer advocate reviews many of our projects and justifications. And also, in terms of rates, we have to be cognizant to the lower income folks, which represent about 40 to 50% of our customers. So what we see here is that the scenario, the early no biofuels, which is most restricted, does result in greater cost. However, electrification really is the key to unlocking some of these rate recoveries where we can potentially reduce costs. Next slide, please. One of the key findings from the study is that the role of the customer is also instrumental in helping the department achieve its clean energy transition. So programs such as energy efficiency can help offset climate and electrification driven growth and potentially higher electricity rates. And so we are prudently planning our energy efficiency program to look at time of delivery and look at programs that could help make rates more cost effective. In addition, electrification not only provides higher public health and greenhouse gas emissions reduction benefit, but it also helps to reduce the per unit electricity capital cost. And so the department is moving forward with incentives and rebates and having a robust transportation electrification program. And last, customer demand flexibility, such as demand response, can help contain costs for electrification, such as managed charging, and help to achieve 100% renewable energy, and it also supports reliability. One of the constructs of the LA100 study is that the role of the customer must be further evaluated, which we are looking into doing as part of our distribution resource plan. Next slide, please. And following the LA100 study that was completed in March, what we found is that across all scenarios, the 4 scenarios that I previously indicated, there are common investments that we can make over the next 10 years that would put us on a pathway towards 100% renewable and 100% carbon free. So we know that achieving 100% renewable requires massive deployments of wind and solar. So solar over 5,000 megawatts over the next 10 years, and wind over 4,000 megawatts. And along with that, we need energy storage to help firm and shape the intermittent and variable energy resources, about over 2,000 megawatts. And transmission is also, and distribution helps to support those resources and requires long lead times. So what we also find is that compared to today, where natural gas is used on a daily basis, in the future, firm dispatchable generation that's decarbonized fuels such as green hydrogen will be utilized very infrequently in the future. However, the capacity needs still remain, where by 2035, we need, based on the LA100 study, about 2,100 megawatts required in basin and growing to 2,600 megawatts by 2045. And these are mostly used for times where there's low renewable production, such as in the winter or in in extreme events such as wildfires or earthquakes, where these renewably dispatched turbines will be used primarily for backup and emergency purposes. Next slide, please. Another key finding that we see from the scenario where we achieve 100% carbon-free by 2035 is the massive build-out of clean energy projects. So we've categorized these into in-basin versus out-of-basin. Out-of-basin relies on major transmission arteries, and so we can see here that dispatchable hydrogen turbines, there's a small amount, and mostly that's deployed at our Intermountain Power Project. However, there's a massive amount of renewable resources plus energy storage that's required to be deployed by 2035. We see that the build rate here is about 600 megawatts per year. So I do want to mention that department did meet this megawatt need in the year 2017. However, that was just a single year. In order to achieve year-by-year deployment of this amount requires tremendous amount of resources and coordination. Additionally, in basin, we find that there's a need for dispatchable hydrogen turbines and for reliability purposes, especially in the times of transmission losses, where we see about 175 megawatts that are deployed every year for a total of 2,200 by 2035. We also see large amounts of PV plus storage, both on the utility and customer side, over 300 megawatts that need to be deployed every year for a total of 4,400 megawatts by 2035. Next slide, please. So as we continue our resource planning process, in this past September, we launched our 2022 Power Strategic Long-Term Resource Plan, which was formerly called our Integrated Resource Plan. And we are incorporating findings from the LA100 study and also looking at common investments that will help us meet that pathway there. And so we've adopted an interim goal of 80% renewable by 2030, which is 20% above SB100 by the year 2030. And in order to do that, we'll be accelerating our transmission projects. We've identified 10 critical transmission projects that need to be upgraded over the next 10 years. We'll also be working on transforming our local generation to decarbonize. So we've recently launched a green hydrogen request for information and working moving forward on constructing hydrogen capacity at our scattergood generating station and retrofitting one of our Haynes units to recycled water cooling. And we are, along the way, we are accelerating our energy storage by building over 1,000 megawatts of energy storage by 2030 in order to support peaking needs, as well as accelerating distributed energy resources and focusing on the goal of about 50% DER investment to disadvantaged communities. Next slide, please. And so we see that even in a decarbonized power system, there is a need for firm dispatchable capacity near the load center in the event of low frequency, high impact events such as wildfires. So through the LA100 study, we find that there's different bookends based on the load and resources scenarios, where at a minimum, we need about 2,000 megawatts in basin by the year 2035, and at a maximum, which is the SB100 stress case, where the loads are much higher, and in that scenario, it builds almost double the amount of capacity in basin. So as we plan for a reliable system, we'll be working to fine tune and optimize the need for in-basin generation. Next slide, please. And so as we transform our in-basin generating stations, we are looking, the LA100 study provided us with a starting point as part of the needs for dispatchable capacity at all our in-basin generating stations. And as part of next steps, we've issued a request for information to help form the basis of LADB's in-basin green hydrogen strategy. And some of the steps that we're moving forward with includes deploying scattergood hydrogen power capacity, potentially retrofitting existing natural gas combustion turbines, new hydrogen-fired combustion turbines and technologies. And we're partnering with other entities such as GTI and EPRI to take a look at how the hydrogen matures over time and how we can form partnerships with transportation, storage, and end use. And then we also are prioritizing safety and environmental stewardship through the process. Next slide. So one of the challenges of green hydrogen that we're working through at the moment is the cost of electricity for green hydrogen. Currently, there is no unit that combusts 100% green hydrogen. So we are working with a strategy of increasing hydrogen volumes over time. But what we can see is by this orange line, the cost in terms of dollar per megawatt hour of green hydrogen is currently very high relative to natural gas. And the blue line represents a blended cost of about 30%. So what we see that is over time, as electrolyzers get deployed and there's economies of scale and R&D improves on green hydrogen, that we expect the cost to decline over time relative to natural gas. So we are looking at opportunities on how we can pilot projects and learn and deploy green hydrogen projects incrementally and in order to take advantage of the economies as they evolve. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, we recently kicked off our 2022 Power Strategic Long-Term Resource Planning process, which includes essentially the same advisory group that participated in the LA100 study with inclusion of a few new members. And what the SLTRP will, one of the outcomes of that is that it will provide us a roadmap would then drive our financial priorities. So some of the efforts that will be includes load projections. We'll model supply and demand side resources along with electric vehicles, and looking at the 10-year transmission plan, power system reliability, and the LA100 next steps. But as we realize that the implementation feasibility becomes a challenge that we need to address, we are also expanding our strategic long-term resource planning process to expand the scope to evaluate resource needs. So we'll be kicking off integrated human resource plan to look at what are the resource needs in terms of personnel and hiring in order, workforce development in order to get the clean energy projects complete. We'll also be evaluating implementation and constructability assessments, realizing that department must run the power system 24/7 as we take units out for transmission upgrades or to build new generating infrastructure. We'll also be assessing various sensitivities in terms of procurement risk assessments, operations and maintenance assessments, and impacts to supply chain. So as we chart this roadmap, we have a website called ledp.com/SLTRP that will post some of the material from each of these meetings publicly. And we are excited that we can take the LA100 key findings in order to further our endeavor towards 100% renewable. With that, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Jay. So our final speaker for this panel is Michael Backstrom, the Vice President of Regulatory Policy at Southern California Edison. Over to you, Michael.
Thank you. I know we are running short on time for the panel, so I will collapse a little bit of my remarks so we can get into our Q&A period a little bit quicker. But thank you very much for having me. As mentioned, I'm the Vice President of Regulatory Policy at Southern California Edison, and I'm going to spend a little bit of time here in my remarks sharing our perspective on the path toward achievement of our carbon neutrality goals as a state, and what achievement of those goals can do in terms of the energy affordability picture for all of our customers across the state. Next slide, please. So this first slide just kind of gives a picture of a few critical areas that we have been working in and that we're looking forward to partnering with the Air Resources Board and other agencies in to achieve the state's picture and goals for carbon neutrality in 2045. And along that way, some very important emission reductions and achievements in 2030. We have spent quite a bit of time looking at, with the state's goals and the importance of achieving these objectives, what a mix of solution sets can look like to get us to the goals in the most cost-effective way possible. We recognize that what's vital is that we achieve these outcomes that our state has set in front of us. As we're seeing from the extreme weather conditions that we already are experiencing, from the conversations that are taking place internationally as we're speaking here today, the importance of achieving carbon reductions in the aggressive manner that our state has laid out and leading really in a global way can never be more important. And so it really is critical to look across the economic sectors as to how we're going to make that happen. And in doing so, if we do so in a way that ensures access for all of our customers, all of our citizens in the state, as has been discussed earlier, if we do so looking at the picture of how we make electricity as affordable today and into the future as it can be, and we look at the picture of how all energy costs come together in this picture of a future decarbonized state, we can achieve that effectively and do it in a way that is beneficial to all citizens in California. So just as referenced on this slide, when we look at that pathway coming together, we of course anchor it in the 100% carbon-free electricity for retail sales by 2045, consistent with SB100. And then we look at the complementary sectors and what needs to happen with that clean electricity to bring emissions, reduce emissions from transportation, buildings, and then other types of clean fuels and carbon removal technologies coming into play to round out the picture. And if we can do that and do it in a way that is facilitated by things like the scoping plan that CARB lays out that can identify across the sectors the actions we should be taking as a state, then we can achieve the best benefits of each of these. I'll mention here as well, we recently released a paper called Mind the Gap, which is focused on the nearer term 2030 objectives. 9 years from now, as we know in this sector, extremely close, and a place where we do need to continue to see aggressive, coordinated action in order to achieve the objectives we laid out. And what I'll do in the next couple of slides is talk a little bit about each of the three major sectors in the pathway that we've laid out: the electricity sector, the building sector, and the transportation sector, and highlight a few things there in terms of the current trajectory and some important policy objectives that align with a lot of what's been discussed over the course of the day today. And also that we would love to see reflected in CARB's scoping plan, and then kind of take that into, with the achievement of that, what the cost picture in energy looks like for customers across the state. Next slide, please. So in the electric sector, we have made substantial progress, in the trajectory that we look at today towards 2030 with the current slate of policies and actions being taken by electricity providers is a very positive one. A target that we have incorporated within our pathway would be 80% carbon-free power being provided to customers by 2030. And we're on the path toward that, but not all the way there. There are still some actions to take that can help ensure that we do in fact get there. And this slide lists a few of the barriers, such as timing and planning and the way in which we go about charting that course forward. And I know some of the discussions today talked about how some of those processes are already evolving. And so those are things we very much support, because we do recognize that in the near term, some of these investments, some of these critical things that we need to do to help transition the system fully do create upward pressure on electricity rates. And so in doing so, we need to be very thoughtful and know that it is taking us on the path forward to achieve the goals we have as a state. So we've identified a few things where we're already working with agency partners and looking forward to more interaction opportunity on things like the way in which our reliability and resource planning is structured and conducted, the way in which we can enhance the transmission and interconnection planning processes, and really looking forward to making that an accelerated and increasingly effective set of programs that are really anchored on the achievement of the emission reductions we need in the electric sector to hit our goals, and then ultimately facilitate decarbonization in other parts of the economy. Next slide, please. So just a kind of a quick touch on building electrification, which will be the subject, I know, of future workshops and other parts of the scoping plan. This one is really a critical sector as part of the overall makeup, and one in which when we look at it, we feel like we've got quite a ways to go in terms of enabling policies across the state. And as identified here, there are things like adopting a very clear statewide target for heat pump adoption, so that we can then organize funding and programs and other types of activities around the achievement of that objective. It's something we haven't had in the state in the same way that we have targets today around electric vehicle adoption. And that's going to be a really critical step in ensuring that the whole picture of economy-wide decarbonization takes place and ultimately yields the benefits that we're looking for. Other opportunities would also include taking things like cap and trade revenues and dedicating them into this space, all parts of consideration that I know we'll have further discussion on. Next slide, please. So in the transportation sector, two big areas: the adoption of the vehicles and the deployment of charging infrastructure. Both of these being areas that I know all the agencies here today are working very actively on, that the state has been, and that we as a utility have been very active partners in. This sector, of course, is the highest emitting sector in the state today, and the one in which we can see some of the greatest changes and benefit toward achieving our state goals for carbon reductions by 2030, and ultimately carbon neutrality by 2045. For us, in our pathway, the targets around vehicle adoption, around 7.5 million light-duty electric vehicles by 2030, and in some cases we see higher numbers in some of other state studies, but kind of all in the same area, in and around 8 million vehicles by 2030 in the state. The benefits of that are tremendous, and I'll talk a little bit more about that when I get to the specific discussion around affordability and ensuring benefits are accruing across the state. But to get there, we have been taking some very significant steps as a state, and including, kind of alluding back to some of the other presentations, the deployment of state funds to really support the consumer behavior we're looking for, coming from multiple different types of avenues, whether that be from the general fund itself, whether that come from things like the low carbon fuel standard, and other mechanisms that have provided funding to help support that. And this is something that is really important to be durable, lasting, and sufficient to drive that cost parity that will help more and more Californians get into zero emission vehicles. And it's also a great place to kind of talk about some of the other levers that other speakers have spoken about in terms of, you know, how we graduate the incentives, that we provide the incentives to those who need it the most, that we ensure we're targeting it in places that are going to have the greatest impact, and that we are thus facilitating the adoption and accessibility for these clean resources to everyone in the state as we move towards the governor's stated target of new vehicles being 100% zero emission by 2035. And with that must come the charging infrastructure. And there is a lot of activity here that is continuing to look at how to make that grow. Utilities are part of that solution, as are a number of other providers. We do have quite a ways to go in terms of accelerating to a target that would match up against the vehicle adoption that we're talking about. And so as we work on this as a state, and as it flows through places like the scoping plan and the CEC's effort and the PUC's efforts, that having a kind of very well coordinated and effective plan for how we're going to achieve the targets, that we anchor against the vehicle adoption we're looking for, and then match up what does the charging need look like, and especially ensuring that it's accessible in places like multi-unit dwellings, at workplaces, and other types of public availability of charging that can facilitate that for those who don't have a single family home or direct access to dedicated charging. This is going to be a critical part of the puzzle, and something that, you know, we're all working on right now to increase that availability and make sure that as we deploy programs like we do at Southern California Edison, that we have strong and durable targets for deployment in disadvantaged and lower income communities. Today we have a 50% target, and we're on the path to be achieving that across our light duty and medium and heavy duty programs. Next slide, please. This will be my final slide, and want to spend a bit of time here because our panel is focused on considerations for customers in the picture of decarbonization. There are a lot of pieces to this puzzle that have to come together to make it effective, as I mentioned at the outset. But one of the things that we've seen in our study is we projected the measures that identified for Pathway 2045 and the mix of electrification and clean energy, is that if we achieve those goals, what we will see is a substantial reduction in energy costs, overall energy costs for customers who are able to access and adopt these technologies, which is why, number one, it makes it really important to ensure that these are accessible and available to customers. But two, that we ensure that our policy picture, the steps we take, the funding we provide behind it, and where it comes from, all feeds towards the different sectors of the economy electrifying and decarbonizing together, so that customers have the ability for their energy cost picture to be reduced. And what's highlighted here on the slide is that for an adopter in the picture that we've projected forward for the mix of clean energy technologies, their energy consumption costs for an average household would go down by 1/3 by 2045 relative to today. 1/3. Now, I know we've got quite a path to go from here to there, but that's an important thing to remember as we're taking these steps, and the importance of continuing down this path to decarbonization, because when we do that, and we do so in a way that helps to shift the energy usage, we're going to be shifting that usage to much more efficient uses of electricity relative to things like gasoline. Gasoline costs, as you can see, make up a very large piece of the puzzle today in terms of a total picture of energy use for a customer. And when that comes out of the mixture and other things like the deployment of solar technologies, distributed resources, more efficient uses of electricity, and reduction of fossil fuels across the board, we can see a substantial benefit to customers across the spectrum. And I think another important consideration that I'll close with too on this path to decarbonization is that when we talk about affordability in the picture of this for customers, we also have to take into account the picture of what does it mean not to act? What does it mean not to achieve these goals? There are a number of studies out there, I'm sure many people are familiar with them, around the costs of health impacts to people across the state and across the world from the emission of carbon and local air pollutants, what that is doing to human health and what that does in terms of susceptibility to other conditions and even just overall picture of unaffordability of total costs. An example would be the American Lung Association study around transportation electrification and its picture there that the added costs of from fossil transportation, from the emission of transportation, is that we can avoid about $72 billion in health harms annually by shifting to zero emission vehicles. That is a really critical consideration to keep in mind, especially for communities that have been so hard hit for so long, that is a real cost to people, in addition to, of course, the human impact of the health effects of carbon emissions today. And likewise, making these transitions to cleaner technologies also has an economic engine behind it, creates growth and more job opportunities for people across our communities. A recent study by the Los Angeles Clean Tech Incubator estimated a number of economic benefits associated with clean energy transition. For example, they indicate that green investments in sustainable infrastructure create more jobs per dollar than other infrastructure investments, and that many of these jobs are very accessible. They don't require college degrees, but there's a wide spectrum of employment opportunity. Indeed, the study indicates that for every $1 million spent on renewable energy, creating 7.5 full-time jobs compared to 2.7 jobs for fossil fuel investments. So these are important pictures and considerations to take into mind when we think about our steps towards decarbonization. It's going to be really important that we do what we can to manage electricity rates today and into the future, but also that we stay on that path to achieving these types of benefits for our customers and for communities across the state. So thank you for the time and look forward to the discussion with the panel.
Thank you, Michael. Currently, I don't see any hands raised right now. So maybe I would like to invite our principals to see if they want to speak and ask questions of our panel.
Hi, this is Chair Randolph. I actually had a question for Mad. I'll wait for them to pop up on the screen. Hey, it's nice to see you again. I wanted to talk about building decarb and sort of, because I feel like that's an opportunity to kind of rethink how we work with communities in terms of deploying a strategy, right? And so I just wanted to get your thoughts on, you mentioned sort of, pilots and the San Joaquin proceeding being an example. So how do you think, what are the strategies you think we should be thinking about in terms of building decarbonization and addressing the challenges of making sure the technology is accessible to a wider range of customers?
Thank you so much for the question, and great to see you as well. And I think a couple things. I think before the pilots, it also probably starts in research, demonstration, and deployment, which hasn't been the focus of the conversation today, but is actually getting to the widgets, the technologies, the things that do the stuff. And I think that process needs to also involve a lot more community engagement, community direction. But I think across the board, whether it's pilots, investment, research, is really going to and identifying the communities most impacted by the issues that the agencies are working on, and really partnering with trusted community-based organizations to facilitate meaningful engagement. I don't think that there's a shortcut to this work, but I do think that it really pays off in terms of beneficial outcomes that benefit folks' lives, but also scale solutions. So I think some of the things that we've been learning in the San Joaquin Valley proceeding is that the community, through that engagement process, put together pilot selection criteria of the community elements that were valuable to them. And then the project proponents proposed different ways to meet their needs. And so it flipped the script of the request for proposals that are, focused on other criteria, but had community criteria really baked into the decision-making, which allowed the agency to evaluate those proposals based on those community needs and interests. And then in the implementation, having metrics that correspond and connect to that selection criteria, that all those values are consistent from design, implementation, and evaluation, and that evaluation is also in partnership with community-based organizations. So participants and residents can feel comfortable sharing feedback. For building decarbonization, it's an extremely intimate process. Folks are in your home, and it has wide-ranging impacts on your quality of life, health and safety, and can be of extreme cultural significance too, depending on the changes that are happening. So those are some of the things that come to mind, but really baking it into design, implementation, and criteria, and resourcing the individuals, the residents themselves, to participate, and their community-based anchors and partners to participate, because it takes a lot of time. And that was actually one of the challenges with the San Joaquin Valley pilots, is that a lot of the organizations that I mentioned that were doing the community engagement were not able to be compensated for the outreach. And the residents themselves, of course, had to make that sacrifice to participate.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I'm just checking with, I don't know if President Mainzer or Vice Chair Gunda want to ask a question, or maybe provide any remarks on panel 3, or?
I don't have any. This is Elliot. I don't have anything at this point. It's a very informative conversation. Really appreciate all the perspectives. So, but thank you.
Okay, I thought of another question, and this is for LADWP. There was a lot of discussion about thinking about fundamentally rethinking rates, and I'm just wondering, does LADWP have any sort of plans along those lines about sort of thinking about how you're going to be restructuring rates to deal with fixed costs or other things?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So as part of the resource planning function, my role is to work closely with our financial services organization. And so there has been discussions on how we can start restructuring in terms of, we know that as we move forward with renewable energy projects, a lot of the structuring of it will be power purchase agreements, which are pass-throughs as compared to capital. But we also have some capital projects in terms of the transmission upgrades and new capacity. And so we're currently working through our power strategic long-term resource plan that will take findings from the LA100 study to determine and fine-tune some of those investment costs to determine and then translate that to rate impacts. And so we expect by the end of the process, where we complete the resource plan, we'll have a better idea of how we can move forward with that. But definitely that's a key consideration that we'll be looking into.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Randolph. Thank you, Stephanie. I just wanted to say thank you to the CARB, for really pulling this important workshop together. I probably took 15 pages of notes, and I have so many questions to follow up. I don't know if I could do justice by asking one single question, but just wanted to thank everybody. And I want to flag that we are, CEC will be coordinating with PUC and CARB for 2022 IPR process, and really will be dealing with equity as it pertains to energy transition in the next IPR as a core theme. I would love to continue the discussion on NEBs, thinking through the options. Matt, really appreciated your presentation, and Gabriella, thank you for noting the importance of that. I think there's a recognition by the joint agencies to really tackle it, but how do we do it in a way that it's meaningful, comprehensive, ensures procedural equity, but also moves us forward a step toward our clean energy goals. So we'll follow up with all of you. I really appreciate LAWP's leadership. It's been amazing to watch LA100 study. And it's just a microcosm of work that we could all kind of learn from. So really appreciate everybody, and absolutely adore the mind of Dr. Bornstein. Enjoyed his thinking over the years, and love to engage on the cost side. And so thank you all for all the panelists, and thanks for having us today.
Thank you, Vice Chair Guna. I just want to interject for a moment. We've had 2 folks raise their hand, so if we could squeeze them in right now. First, it's Claire Broom, and then it'll be Catherine Larson. So Claire, I'm going to unmute you right now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. So I wanted to commend the CPUC for their white paper on the affordability of electric rates, looking in projecting the next 10 years. And there's a wealth of information about what is driving up rates. But the most important point, I think, is that it confirms Michael's point about if we do transportation electrification and building electrification correctly, ongoing household total energy costs fall. And to me, that's an equity issue. If we can decrease the proportion of income that has to go for energy, that's a huge equity plus. So it would suggest to me that we particularly want to focus incentives on the upfront acquisition of transportation, super efficient heat pumps for space and water heating. And I did have one question, and that's to Jay Lim. Congratulations for showing what a publicly owned utility can do with strategic creative thinking. Do you have any suggestions? It looks to me like we really want to accelerate in-basin generation and storage. So are you thinking about ways to, how much of that is in front of the meter? How much is behind the meter? Are you thinking about incentives to drive hybrid adoption or storage adoption? Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, did you want to take that first, or did you want me to answer it first?
Go right ahead, Jay.
Okay. So thank you for that question. In terms of deploying our local solar and energy storage, and the breakdown between customer sided versus utility owned, we are taking a closer look at that through our distribution energy resource plan. So what we've done is taking a look at a more granular benefit in terms of locational deployment. We realized that a lot of our distribution infrastructure is already overloaded, and that we have upgrades in the pipeline. But to the extent that we can defer some of those upgrades by distribution energy resources, and either local solar or solar with storage, and then looking to automate that with distribution automation, and in aggregate to help solve problems on the distribution level, that would generate more value, not only for the utility, but also for our customers. So as we start to look at those benefits, and we are taking lessons learned from the LA100 study on how to best evaluate what's the best breakdown between different sides of different type of programs that we can deploy. We'll be implementing that into our bulk power planning as well. And there'll be an iterative process over time where we evaluate resources on distribution side and also bulk power resources, and then have the models inform each other in order to best try to optimize to mitigate and reduce cost impact to our customers.
Maybe I'll just briefly add, I know the next commenter is queued up as well. Similar for us in terms of how we look at distribution planning, and fundamentally, we know that to achieve the future state of decarbonization we're aiming for, it's going to take significant growth in resources, both at the bulk level and at the distributed level. And so we want to start to align the distribution and transmission planning processes towards that similar goal. And likewise, through our integrated resources planning process, to look at the best mix so that we are solving for the most sustainable and affordable picture going forward.
Okay, thank you, Jay and Michael. So Catherine Larson, you can unmute yourself and ask your question.
Good afternoon. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. My name is Catherine Larson with the Southern California Public Power Authority. I actually don't have a specific question for the panelists, but I did have a brief comment to offer. I really wanted to thank CARB first for holding this workshop and recognizing the electricity sector's decarbonization success to date, and also providing an opportunity to examine some of the challenges and opportunities that's associated with further decarbonizing the sector, and also using it to help decarbonize the other sectors. I really want to appreciate all the presentations, thank the panelists for their presentations and very detailed and thoughtful remarks. There was a lot of really good information shared today, and I similarly have a lot of pages of notes. And I suspect we'll follow up in written comments, but just wanted to mention a couple things. First, really want to express support for the focus on affordability impacts and reducing energy burdens, and ensuring that low-income customers are not disproportionately burdened by the energy transition. We believe electricity is an essential public service and must be accessible to all Californians, especially as electricity's role in homes, buildings, and transportation only increases. I did also want to briefly reiterate a couple of points that Jay mentioned, including the LA100 study finding that limiting technology options increased costs, and also that publicly owned electric utilities are diverse and differently situated. SCAVA's members, along with the state's other publicly owned electric utilities, do vary widely by size, operations, geography, resources, customer demographics, and many other more factors. Some of our members do serve communities that are almost exclusively low income or disadvantaged. So accommodating significant cost increases while keeping rates affordable can pose extra special challenges for them. And while we are very committed, all our members are committed to meeting the policies while also maintaining reliable, affordable electricity, there are just these different barriers that we need to address. I did also want to briefly echo remarks that, from I think this morning on the importance of maintaining a safe and reliable electric grid that can meet demand in every hour of the year and across all seasons. We really appreciate the state's efforts to identify barriers to realizing the 100% clean energy policy and working to address them proactively. Clearly, there's a lot of work for us all to do, and we are happy to be partners in that effort. We believe reliable, affordable, clean electricity for all Californians is key to the success of the state's critical decarbonization goals and is a necessary component of achieving carbon neutrality, and urge CARB to keep that in the forefront, both in finalizing draft modeling scenarios for the scoping plan and also moving forward in the process to help ensure we can all come together for a successful implementable path to carbon neutrality. So thanks again for the time and for all the great topics we discussed today.
Thank you for those comments, Catherine. And thank you. I just want to say thank you to our panel. And I want to check in, I guess, with President Meanzer and our chair to see if they want to make any closing remarks.
This is Chair Randolph. I'll just briefly thank everyone for all of the time. I think this panel, this day, all of the panels, really showed that we need to be thinking big and bold, and maybe not every solution is going to work in every situation, but we really need to be open to a variety of resources and strategies to get to where we need to go. So I really appreciate the discussion, and I'll turn it over to Elliot.
Yeah, I'll express a similar appreciation. I mean, the conversation has had a tremendous scope and depth today, lots of different dimensions, everything from sort of real-time reliability all the way down to affordability and rates. I guess the thing for me, when I listen to these conversations, many of the policy decisions and issues are sort of outside of the scope of ISO decision-making processes, but I'm hoping that you really see us just as an essential partner. I think, as you heard this morning from Neil, transmission deliverability and availability is just so essential to getting the resources onto the grid, and we're going to continue to work really hard with the CEC and the CPC and CARB and the utilities and others across the spectrum on making sure that we have deliverability for resources. We're going to continue to work really hard to make sure that our market engine efficiently integrates these resources into the system effectively and lines up price signals with the reliability needs of the grid. Now, especially with energy storage really taking off in California, that's going to be a big frontier for us. And then, of course, as we heard this morning, from Simon, we are going to continue to work very closely with our partners across the West to both build on the success of the energy imbalance market and to look for ways to really take advantage of wide area coordination and opportunities across the Western United States. We operate in an environment with tremendous resource diversity, tremendous opportunities to share resources and partner with adjacent states. So that continued push for wide area market coordination will be a big focus for us. So I really appreciate the partnerships. You all are doing absolutely amazing and important work, and really fitting a line between that drive towards decarbonization, making sure that we have reliable and affordable and equitable and environmentally just power is just absolutely essential. So thank you for including us in the conversation today.
Okay, thank you very much. So I guess in final closing, I just want to say that we want to encourage you to stay engaged in our scoping plan update process. Want to thank all the speakers, the principals for their participation, and agency staff at the PUC, CEC, and the CAISO for their collaboration, as well as thank the EJ Advisory Committee for their engagement and all of our attendees for joining us. Reminder that we do have a comment docket open, and you can access that link at the Scoping Plan Workshop's webpage, and we hope to see you at the next Scoping Plan workshop, and I wish everyone a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you.